Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube. As always, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for giving me some of the time out of your day tuning into that live stream. As well as welcome into everybody who's actually watching this after the stream is over and this is just a permanent VOD on the YouTube channel. We have a lot of y'all, so I appreciate you for being here. Make sure to drop a comment, subscribe, drop a like. You already know it. Now, if you've never been here before, what we do, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds, get them from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history because Trump is the worst president of their life, my life, and yours. But every day we also like to go through the breaking news. And honestly, today's breaking news is a lot. We have a lot to go through that's very damning for the Trump administration. And we've had a lot of really damning breaking news recently. And God, I feel like they just don't care. But I mean, hopefully they'll care about this. So here's what's going on today. We have a bombshell email that was made public within the last DOJ release that is finally starting to come to light today and has been for the last 24 hours. And then, of course, some bombshell economic news that is not good for you, not good for me, not good for the country. Starting with the Epstein-related news, there has now been an unearthed email that Epstein sent to one of his associates. In fact, I accidentally closed out of the tab showing that email. Let me open it again. There we go. That was just released, where inside of the email, Epstein says, quote unquote, "I'm in Palm with all the Trump boys." Now, on the surface level, you may be asking yourself, well, why is this a bombshell? We knew that Epstein and Trump were friends. We knew that they hung out and did all these events. So why is that fact being echoed a bombshell? Well, it's because this is an email that Jeffrey Epstein sent in 2016, weeks before Donald Trump's inauguration in 2017. And at the time, Trump was asked about his nature or the nature of his relationship with Epstein. And he said, I cut him off 15 years ago, which would make sense because I think it was in 2006, 2007, Epstein was found guilty for trafficking a minor. He went on the sex offenders registry list. And now we're getting emails confidentially and privately sent from Epstein to his associates saying that he is in Palm Springs with all the Trump boys. So first and foremost, let's talk about what Palm means. That means Palm Springs, as I just pointed out. That's where Mar-a-Lago is. That's where Trump has lived and still has his property today. That's where Epstein had a property. And then with all the Trump boys, that's a little bit unclear. I think that my interpretation of that phrase, with all the Trump boys, likely means Trump and his kids, okay? And I think that's the most fair interpretation. But regardless of what your interpretation of that phrase, with all the Trump boys is, I think it still implies that Trump's going to be there. Because Donald Trump was his best friend for years. And this just exposes a massive, massive lie that Donald Trump has been echoing for years now, that he cut Epstein off. And this is only furthered by the email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying, of course, Donald Trump knew what he was doing with those girls all along, exposing the second part of that lie, that he never knew what Epstein was doing even when he was friends with him 15 years ago. And I wish that this was talked about more. I wish that this was more important to people in this country, more important to the country as a whole, because this is a bombshell. And we've had many bombshells released by the DOJ as they were forced to do by Congress, primarily driven by Thomas Massie and Rep. Rakana. And these bombshells are impacting major companies and other governments around the world significantly. I mean, over in the UK,
You're a liar.
Prime Minister just had to announce, by the way, we already have the Trump supporter loaded up. That's why you hear you're a liar. We just had the Prime Minister announce that they will be immediately removing Peter Middleton, I believe his name is, from the House of Lords, and even issued a public apology for even having him in the House of Lords for the first place, because the emails described an ongoing relationship between Peter Middleton and Epstein. And this is the same thing we're seeing with massive companies. Their board of directors are shifting to fire people that have been now exposed as in association with Epstein via the newest release. And we're seeing this everywhere, okay?
You look like Trump's
Except
grandson.
for here. We're not seeing this in the United States of America. Because in this country, you can be an associate of Epstein. You could be his best friend. You could be a liar stating that you do not care about what his history, stating that you dropped him as a friend 15 years ago and you never knew what he was doing with his girls and being exposed. And then you could still be president and have millions of supporters. It bewilders me that only in 2026 do we now see a major political movement, MAGA, the GOP, being like pro-protecting P3DOs, pro-putting a predator in the Oval Office when the rest of the world seems to know that this is bad. We shouldn't have any Epstein associates serving as a president. And that's a really big issue. So there's the first bombshell. There's the first issue of breaking news. Now, the second issue of breaking news is, of course, economic. January of this year, 2026, we had the worst single-month job report since the Great Recession. And this is following terrible macroeconomic trends from 2025, where we had the worst annual job reports, ignoring recessions, since 2003. The most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007. And now we have the worst single-month job report since 2009. Okay? And this is huge. This is huge, everybody, because what I want you to remember is the catastrophic, failure of the job market that we experienced during the pandemic. In April of 2019, or 2020, I forget which year, we had the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression, 14.8%. And now, in 2026, under Donald Trump's governance, for a year, we are now just getting the worst job reports in a single month from even before the pandemic, going all the way back to 2009. So not only is Donald Trump failing the survivors of SA of all ages in this country and globally, not only is Donald Trump, one moment, not only is Donald Trump failing this country morally, because he is an adjudicated rapist, a fraudster, somebody that was best friends with Epstein and lying, about the nature of his relationship. But he's also failing this country economically, ushering in the worst job reports that we've seen since the Great Recession, most manufacturing bankruptcies since then too. There's no defense. Donald Trump is failing everybody in at least one way. All right? End of the day, end of the story. That is a fact that cannot be refuted. But, as always, we invite people who think they can refute that fact to join the live stream and to have a conversation with us, because we want to determine how the hell they still support this terribly idiotic and tyrannical president.
You can like ICE without...
So hop inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day. I'm almost done. You could be patient. We already have
Dean, I've
the
waited
very
10 minutes,
first Trump
bro.
supporter of the day. Then you could wait another one. Loaded into the box. Now, of course, this Trump supporter is a mess. All right, you could already hear them like losing their shit, losing their cool, and throwing a temper tantrum when I'm just trying to run like the intro to my stream. And of course, like this is expected for MAGA. They're insecure, petulant man children.
I'm not insecure. You're lying.
So
you just like to make
we're going to have to really embody the characteristics of a kindergarten teacher as we are entering in to this very first debate of the night. The mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how you could still support Donald J. Trump after all of the lunacy we've seen since he entered into office in 2017, particularly focusing on the breaking news that I just shared surrounding the refutation and contradiction to the story that Trump has been telling about the nature of his relationship to Epstein and the fact that we're seeing some of the worst economic outcomes since the Great Recession.
So guess what? You are a scammer and you're a liar and you like to call me insecure when I'm not. You just like to throw out false accusations all the time, and you have all these fake fans. They're all bots, and you're a grifter, and I hate you. And they're all talking about my repost. I can like Trump. Hold on, Dean. Hold on. No, because they keep talking about my repost. Like I can like Trump and not support ICE. That what?
Oh man.
What is that?
Oh, we have a crazy person in the live stream.
Dean, shut up.
First question. I don't even know where I want to start. Okay, I'm sorry. You said that I've made a lot of false accusations. What's like
You
one
instantly call me
thing
insecure. You have
that
no
I've
clue who
said
I
so
am.
far this stream about Trump that you believe is false?
He's not a P3DO.
I never directly said that he was one.
You always do.
No, I actually don't, because of TikTok terms of service. I can't say that.
Well, I know what you interpret
So
by.
what did I say this stream that you believe is a false allegation?
Everything that comes out your mouth.
Then it should be really easy to give a specific example.
No, I just hate you, dude. I just hate everything. I just disagree with everything
and this
you
is
stand for.
this is why you're insecure.
I'm not.
because
How am I
I'm a-
insecure? Because I
I'll tell
disagree
you.
with you. That makes no sense.
I'll tell you, because you're not merely positing that you disagree with me. You're positing that you hate me because you disagree with me. When all
You
I
look
do,
like Donald Trump's
the way
grandson.
that
How
I
about that?
spend my days is by coming on TikTok and YouTube and hosting
you and Parker blow
transparent
each other off.
dialogue surrounding why Donald Trump is a bad president and why MAGA is a bunch of phony baloney. So
No,
instead of
you-
voicing your immature frustrations surrounding your hate for me, and instead of projecting your desires by saying that me and Parker blow each other
You
off,
scared.
we're not
you scared
interested
Trinity.
in reading the third chapter of your AO3 Wattpad fanfic. What do they call it?
I'm your
Smuck?
dad.
Smudge? What do they call it? I'm sure that there's a lot of people watching that know what I'm trying to refer to.
Dean,
here.
I don't even
Smut,
listen
there
to
we
like
go.
any of the words you say.
What is the reason why what I'm saying is wrong? He left. Well, I think that I really do hold a lot of power here with what I do over some of these more insecure MAGA idiots. I hold the power to make them explode with frustration by literally just reporting the news. It's insane. Hi, welcome in, Will. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 18, November 2nd, 2007.
Do you work a job?
Yes.
What's full-time employment?
I work on. I'm not going to give you the location of my job. I work at a chow.
If you think that me asking you what full-time employment is me asking you where you work, I'm going to kick you because I think that you're lying. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Hi, guys. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Eric, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2003.
Okay. Well, you're a really bad liar. Terrible at math. Moving on to the next guest, we got DG1951 loaded up into that queue. Welcome in, DG. Do you support
Yo.
Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck ICE.
Right. Then you are going to get kicked. I mean, agree with you. But right now we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters, to have conversations, so we can hopefully change their mind. Welcome in Real American Debates. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Good. How old are you?
31.
31. Awesome. Let's see. I have a couple people to thank here, and then we are going to hop into our conversation. Shauna, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Shauna. That is very kind of you. That is SHANA. Shauna with the 20 says, I appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for the $20 donation, Shauna. I appreciate you for supporting me and supporting these streams. I'm trying to see 200 Shauna W's down below. Same thing with you, Cassie. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says beep boop beep bot. I'm a bot. I forgot that last guy called you all bots. Thank you for the $10, Cassie. Then same thing from you, Ashley. Thank you for the $10 as well, who says, hey, Dean, first donation, but I've been watching you for a while now. I appreciate everything that you do. I want to thank you for educating me and keeping me sane. That is very kind of you, Ashley. And of course, what we do here is we, spread facts. We talk about the news and we engage in critical thought, not only to attempt to change the mind of whatever guests we have connected to the live stream, but also to help educate some of y'all watching from home. And then, of course, Lone Star. Good to see you again today, man. Thank you for the motorcycle. And then Lord T, thank you so much for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. He says, bots assemble. Appreciate you for that love, Lord T. Let's go ahead and hop into that debate, dude. How long have you been watching?
I just hopped in here when he started freaking out on you.
All right. Well, I was going to ask you about some of the breaking news that we went through earlier on the stream. I want to get your input. So the first article of breaking news that we discussed was a now unearthed email that Epstein had sent in December of 2016 to one of his associates who was asking what he was doing. And then he said he was in Palm Beach with all the Trump boys, which like reasonably indicates he was with Trump, yet simultaneously Donald Trump at that same time said that he hadn't talked to Epstein in 15 years and that he broke off their relationship. The second thing we went over that I'd like you to respond to is the fact that in January of 2026, just a handful of days ago, we had the worst job report since 2003, following a year where we had an annual job report that was the worst, excluding recessions, since 2003, and that monthly job report from January was the worst since 2009. There's my correction. Okay. And then on top of that, we also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies last year since the Great Recession as well. So how do you respond to those two things?
I think you said three things, but I'll start with the claim that there was some sort of email sent.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay, are you sitting in a car?
No, I'm sitting outside of my house.
Why are you lying? I mean, you're very clearly not inside. You're in an enclosed space.
I said outside of my house.
Okay. Can you just open your house door so we could hear that real quick so you could prove it? Because I don't know if I believe you.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Just so you could prove that you're not driving. Could you please open and shut your house door?
Yeah, I just did.
I think that you're very clearly driving. Would you like to pull over?
I'm not driving, Dean. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you. We could very clearly like hear you inside of an enclosed space. Like very clearly.
Are you not allowed? First of all, are you not allowed to do that? I don't know that.
Yes, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. That's why I'm saying either just pull over and we could continue this conversation, or I'm gonna have to disconnect you.
All right, disconnect me, I guess, because I'm on my back porch, so I can turn my camera on.
Sure, that would work too.
Okay, give me 1 sec.
He left. Okay, all right. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Why did he leave? Well, probably because he was lying. Let's move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's really unfortunate. I really wanted to talk to him. Okay, his name was like Real American Debates. He seemed to be, this like conservative debater that would have been a good conversation. I really wish that, he could have just pulled over, right? Like I was literally telling him, if you pull over, okay, we could happily like continue this conversation. But instead he just left. Like, I'm actually really disappointed. I wanted to talk to him. That's unfortunate. Let's move on to the next guest right now, folks. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. We got Peyton joining. Yeah, someone in the YouTube chat says he didn't think that I'd call the bluff. I'm dead. Yeah, dude.
Why'd you kick him?
I didn't.
No, why'd you kick him?
Why do you believe in?
No,
this
you
with no
100%
evidence?
kicked him.
You have no
You
reason nor
100%
evidence.
kicked him.
You have no reason nor evidence.
You
to
had
believe
no
that I kicked
reason
him.
or evidence that he was driving. You were
Well,
scared to debate him.
So
You're a
did have
joke,
reason.
bro. You're a
Is this where you
joke, just
leave
like
after
everything you
steamrolling?
support.
I have
You're
a
a
crystal
joke, just like every.
Hey, and I have a crystal ball in my hand that's telling me as soon as you're done steamrolling, you're going to leave because you know that you're an unintelligent, insecure child, okay, that wants to come up here and emotionally explode on me because I'm smarter than you and you hate that you know I'm right. So prove me right.
Stop
I'm not going to
muting me.
interrupt you, and I'm not going to mute you.
Stop
Go
muting.
ahead and explode
Stop
then leave the live like every other crybaby your same age. If you want to prove that you're an alpha and a true man, not a little beta bitch, then after you're done exploding on me, stay on the live and allow me to respond.
Are you going to kick
The
me?
floor yours.
Are you going to kick me?
No. Mike, the floor yours. I just had to, make sure I laid the ground rules.
So if I was to come in, I can stay at your crib tonight then?
What?
I can stay at your house tonight then?
No.
You don't believe in borders or what?
Why do you support Trump? Also, could you please turn the music off?
I mean, to be honest with you, I just want America to be great again.
Okay, so if you want America to be great again, why do you support somebody that's making it worse?
When did I say I support him?
You hopped in the queue, and the question is, why do you still support Trump?
I mean, I do support Trump, but I'm I also don't support, everybody coming into our borders who's not supposed to be here.
Okay, so are you telling us that you support Trump because he's doing mass deportation?
He's not. Well, he is. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, it's great. So what is one like specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on this country?
It'll help with our Medicare. We'll get probably rental drop if we don't have illegals in our country. Like, what are you saying, bro?
Okay, it'll help with Medicare, and then our rent will drop. So first and foremost,
100% rent will drop.
Okay, then allow me to respond so I can prove you wrong. Thank you. So first and foremost, your first claim saying that mass deportation will help with Medicare is evidently false. Well, why? Because first and foremost, undocumented immigrants cannot qualify for Medicare on the federal level per the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996, which strictly limits eligibility to public systems of welfare benefits extended to us by the federal government to residents and citizens only, no undocumented immigrants. And the reason why I'd actually posit here that it will hurt Medicare is because we actually have to spend like over $1 trillion in the next 10 years to do this mass deportation operation, and then we have to incur the opportunity cost of what we're losing because we're removing them from the country. And of course, that would be the $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes, and their 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollar GDP contributions annually. So they don't take Medicaid as is, and our government is going to be more strained, spending more money and making less money to fund benefits like Medicaid or Medicare, meaning that I think that they'd be worse off. That's my refutation to your first point. My refutation to your second point, that mass deportation will reduce rent as follows. I do not believe so, as I believe that undocumented immigrants overall have a net downward pressure on the pricing of houses because they're significantly more likely to actively participate in the supply side of the housing market. 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant. Meanwhile, they're significantly less likely compared to residents or citizens to participate in the demand side of the housing market because 99.9% of banks won't give them a loan to buy, and then 99.9% of renters.
Yeah, bro, you're just yapping. This is retarded as fuck.
Oh, and he left. So, but guys, look at that. What did I say about that crystal ball? What did I say about that crystal ball, everyone? What did I say about that crystal ball, folks? What did I say about that crystal ball? We are knocking MAGA's shit all day long. Look at this, folks. So not only did I absolutely destroy his points, okay, but then he also ran away like the little beta he is. So I mean, that's what we do, guys. We are the MAGA Slayer. We set down the unintelligent swine, and we prove them wrong day in and day out. So he's a loser. He's a rage quitter. He's a bigot, and he's defeated. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live, folks. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, and you think that you have what it takes to beat a liberal in a debate. Because obviously the last 2 guests didn't. They came up here to emotionally explode because I'm a better man than them. I'm like better than them in all ways. And they get really mad that I'm so much better than them because their egos feel hurt. And then they leave once they get refuted. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. We got Dale Wise 40 loaded into that live stream. Here we go, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. All right, in the meantime, y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing the live out with a handful of friends. Y'all already know it. All right, guys, do give me one moment here. We are just going to thank a handful of people, and then we're going to move on to the next guest. One moment. Perfect. Real quick, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. The Green Witch. Thank you so much, Witch. Witch with the $20 says the only sanctuary city. Oh, one moment. Ooh, okay. It's not letting me appeal that ban. Thank you so much for the $20, the Green Witch. The Green Witch with the $20 says the only sanctuary city is the one protecting PDF files. I could not agree with you more. And who would that be? The federal government. Thank you so much for the love, the Green Witch. Show some love to the Green Witch down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. And all right, everybody on TikTok. If you want to hang out with us for the next little bit, I am going to ask you to head over to YouTube. We just got our multi-guest feature restricted and taken away from us. It's going to take us 10 to 20 minutes to get it back. Because all that I need to do is hit up my TikTok rep that I know, and then they actually have to then turn around and unban my account, because for whatever reason, the front end of TikTok is not allowing me to do that. And Michelle, thank you so much for the Lily the Leopard. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much, Michelle. Show some love to Michelle down below. So if you want to hang out with us while we're figuring that out, we're going to go just spend the next 10 minutes over on YouTube. If we are not able to get this figured out within the next 10 minutes on YouTube, then we are just going to go ahead and start the stream over on my second account at DNC Dean. Thank you so much for the galaxy. So once again, if you do want to go ahead and hang out with us while we're only on YouTube for the next 10 minutes or so, then go to the link tree in my bio and click on my YouTube. You could alternatively find my YouTube on the app by just going to YouTube and typing in Dean Withers. So I'll see you all over there here momentarily. I'll see you all over there shortly. Yeah, see you all over on YouTube. We're already live over there. You just either go through the link tree in my bio or just type in Dean Withers. All right. For everyone hanging out with us on YouTube, unfortunately, we do have to end the TikTok live stream in order for us to be able to submit an appeal on the ban that we just received. They don't allow us to appeal it when we're live, which is kind of strange. So give me a moment to do that. All guests who violated TOS were automatically removed. So we're first going to submit an appeal. Oh, it doesn't look like the appeal's going through at all. So now we just have to directly reach out to that TikTok rep. Well, folks, while we're doing this, feel free to ask any questions that you like down below in that comment section. Feel free. I'm going to reach out to this TikTok rep. I'm going to start a chat, then we're going to go live on our backup. And then after we're done with the live stream on the backup, when this ban is appealed, we'll go back on the main account. Give me one moment here, folks. Guys, can you actually tell me if Parker's still live? Because if Parker's still live, we may just tune in or try to get him over here. We could even listen to his live stream. Let's see if Parker's live, so we have something to listen to while I'm doing this. He is live. Let's take a listen. Let's take a listen into what he's saying. Here we go.
But the broader point that I wanted to make is that I think that I'm addressing undocumented immigration. I don't think I'm letting it become too ridiculous where there are too many people coming to the country. I think that we can establish a baseline for too many people are coming to the country. I don't think we're anywhere near that level. And I think this idea that immigration is bad is a harmful concept.
I don't think proper immigration is bad. I think we're farly underpopulated. I don't disagree, but you get really, really hairy and in a bad situation when you can't document and have an understanding.
All right, guys, we're going to be listening to this debate that Parker is having with the guest on his live stream while I'm talking to a TikTok rep to try to get my account back.
Providing a legal pathway for those that are already in the country and documented. And if you say that we're underpopulated, well, then we want a greater population, right? Meaning that we want more immigration to our country. So we need to make the legal process go quicker and provide amnesty for those that are already in the country and documented.
So are you saying that that's the bulk of the issue? People that have came into the country legally and are being deported because their visas are expiring?
I mean, I don't know if it's a bulk of the people, like a majority, but I'm pretty sure it's a very high percentage. It might be the greatest percentage out of all like people who are in the country undocumented if you were to categorize them under a certain category. I think it's like I'm pretty sure it's 30 to a bit over 50%, somewhere around there from the last time I checked. I can look.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
And what causes that? What causes your visa to expire? Because I know that there's like a barrier to entry. You got to like learn some things, take some tests. So is it
40% of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. are visa overstays. So I was actually like exact on 30 to 50%. I was perfect. Right in the middle of that, 40%.
So 60%.
Okay,
I mean,
an update
that's
on the
100%.
appeal. So I have now properly addressed one of the agents who I have to talk to first bumped me to a senior specialist. Once we get transferred to a senior specialist, then I'll be able to directly address my concerns with him, and then we'll hopefully be getting the account back within under 10 to 20 minutes. Once I'm able to just finish my conversation with the senior specialist, then we will turn around, go live on our backup account, and wait the 10 to 20 minutes that it will take for the appeal to go through before we go back on the main account. Quickly, I'd like to thank Nerd. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, what character from a video game, movie, or TV show would hate ICE and Trump? Any of them? Okay, Batman, Superman, literally like any of like the canonically good superheroes. Then HMC, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, can I join in on the debate? Not sure how else to get your attention here. Are you a Trump supporter? Yeah, you can join in on the debate once we go live again on TikTok. You know, just hang out with us, and I'll make sure to tell you when and where we're doing that. Someone else I'd like to thank is Katie. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, I'm gonna laugh so hard when they deport all the immigrants and the mediocre whites still can't find jobs. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna laugh after the mass deportation because that's gonna be incredibly sad. But I will laugh at, okay, the bigoted mediocre whites that won't be able to find a job because they suck. Timothy, thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, taking the reins for Trump 2.0 and letting me retire. Thank you so much for the $10. I don't know what that means, though. Then, yeah, looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's catch up on PayPal. Aslin, thank you for the $5, who says, you should ask guests what the W-2 or a Form 1040 is to confirm their ages. I don't know if, like, everybody who's, like, 18 knows that, so that's why I don't ask that. All right, folks, we got another reply from the agent here. I'm going to go back on mute here just for a second, turn back on Parker's live stream, and talk to the agent a little bit more.
So don't account for your argument.
People are saying Dean is banned permanently? What the hell happened? That's ridiculous.
Parker, who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for, Kamala or Trump?
Kamala. Would you also?
Definitely not.
Why not?
I'm a Trump supporter. I mean, no, I wouldn't vote.
Oh, Dean definitely didn't get permanently banned, but he did get banned, seemingly. Sorry, you said what? Say that again?
I said I'm a Trump supporter. No, I didn't vote for Kamala.
Okay, but like why?
I didn't feel like she was an honest individual. Me personally, she portrayed herself to be an African American. She's not an African American woman.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. She's
not an African American? She's not black?
Yes, she is.
She's definitely not. She's definitely not.
Yes, she is.
White man. She's not, sir. She's not.
Wait, let's clarify. You know that her dad is Afro-Jamaican and that her mom is Indian, right? So
I wish I was on this live stream right now.
She identifies with being an Indian woman and always has until
so wait, let me clarify.
And it was until
they literally do not understand what it means to be biracial. These people literally would not pass a middle school class on like basic genetics. Yes, you have two biological parents whom you share genes with both, meaning that you could be two races simultaneously.
Black and Asian.
It depends. I mean, culturally,
it's different. Yes,
so,
correct.
So
can you be black and Asian? Yes, right?
It depends. Culturally, it's different.
Depends? What do you mean it depends? I'm asking, is it possible?
So,
yes. So if it depends, then yes.
But whatever ethnicity you identify with in mass is what you are. What you identify with in mass.
Wait,
so
I'm just asking, can you be black and Asian?
You can be black and polka dot, yes. You can be black in a lot of
What?
things.
You can be black and Asian, okay? Is India within Asia?
Your point is null and void because
my point is that she can be Indian and black. That's the point.
Black isn't a race. Black is a culture. Black isn't a race. So what you're saying is null and void. Black is not a race or a demographic of people. Black is a culture. So she's not culturally black. And you wouldn't understand that because you're culturally white.
Okay, so you're saying she's not culturally black. What makes someone culturally black?
They identify with black issues, black struggle, black situations. They're culturally black. Their culture aligns with being
so
black.
they identify with black struggles. Okay. Do you think that Kamala Harris identifies with black struggles at all?
No, I don't.
No? So do you know what sorority she was in? Do you know what school she went to? She went to Howard University, the historical black college and university.
Kappa's a fraternity.
A lot of people that are in academia claim to be black and they're not. She used it as a method to gain votes. The woman is not black.
I'm just gonna hop in for 2 seconds because the fuck. That's all I really have at this point. The fuck. What are you talking about? Like, for you, first and foremost, for you to say, oh, black is a culture, it's not a race. Yes, the fuck it is. It's a race. It's literally a race that's recognized by the United States of America. It's on the census document. Black is absolutely a race. There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, but Kamala Harris is absolutely a black woman who's embraced her blackness at every single point. You can talk about academia and what she did or did not do, but you can talk about the fact that she was actually born and raised in Oakland, California, one of the blackest cities in America. She went to Howard University, like Parker said. She crossed Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the first and oldest black sorority in the world. She also caucused with the Congressional Black Caucus while in the Senate. She has at every point embraced who she is as a black woman. And for you to sit here as a black man to try to erase anyone else's blackness is fucking gross. That's weird and it's gross. Like, that's super weird and gross. I don't know what the fuck is happening right now.
He's arguing that being black isn't a race.
Yeah.
Do you have a response, man?
So, by the way, under his view...
I mean, that's his opinion and he's entitled to it.
So, by the way, under his view, because, like small children, for instance, particularly newborns, don't possess the cognitive faculties required to engage in, like, culture, okay? Because, you know, they're newborns. You know, newborns can't engage in, like, any type of culture. That because he thinks that being black is a culture, that therefore there's no black newborns.
Folk and kinfolk, and my understanding of understanding you may not understand, and that's okay. I don't believe she was a black woman. I don't believe she ever identified as being a black woman. If you do, and that's what you believe, I'm not here to argue with you. You can have that opinion.
Yeah, so arguing about whether she is or is not a black woman, that's moot, right? I mean, like, you don't understand what race is because you literally, for some reason, said black isn't a race, it's a culture. So you don't understand race as a black man yourself. But the only thing that I'm standing on is trying to erase anyone's blackness is fucking weird and gross. Like, you don't do that. It doesn't matter if you're black from the United States of America, if you're black from Jamaica, if you're black from England, it does not matter. Black people are black. Race is a social construct that is based off of phenotypical characteristics for the othering of non-white people. Like, literally, it is a structure that was created for structural functionalism. Like, if you don't understand these things, that's fine. But you sitting here trying to deny a black woman's blackness, that's something I won't do. So, like, you can sit here and say, oh, you don't think she is? I don't really care what you think. She's absolutely a black woman. Parker's gotten real quiet around here.
Yeah, he's getting real quiet.
I love how he tried to sun you and be like, oh, you wouldn't understand because you a white man. You don't know race because you white. Did he run?
I think he did. He literally just ran.
Oh,
Are we going into Parker raid?
oh my God.
Jesus, dude.
Okay, I'm going to go start the live stream
gosh.
over on TikTok.
Oh.
That was brutal.
I thought you guys were having...
All right, okay, we started the live stream on DNC Dean. Welcome in, everybody, tuning in, okay, on both YouTube and TikTok. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, folks. Now, we are going to restart the debates on TikTok right now on our @DNC Dean account while I'm currently working out some issues. with my main account, preventing me from loading up any gas. I'm talking to a TikTok rep about it on my phone as we speak. So hopefully we'll be able to clear that up here momentarily. But once again, for everybody joining in, for tuning in, thank you all so much for being here. We're going to get Parker loaded up here momentarily. Let's see what he's doing.
And by the way, the blessed one, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that he should be over here soon. Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros over on YouTube Super Chat, who says MAGA mental gymnastics to reject gender as a cultural concept, but being black is. You're right. That would have been a really good fucking point to bring up. Thank you so much for the 24 euros, Luna. Show some love to Luna down below in that chat. Same thing with Eric. Thank you so much for the $20, who says, I live in Gunnison. Next week, I'd like to debate you as a Trump supporter. I don't agree with his supporters. I think that we could have a good debate that'd be more engaging than typical debates with MAGA possible. Yeah, absolutely possible, bro. You said that you're in Gunnison. You're actually not too far away from me. And then Luna with another 24 euro donation on YouTube. Thank you, Luna. Luna says, what is your favorite Trump nickname? There are funny ones, but I think the Quiddigo orange body is sadly accurate. Well, I mean, right now I've been really fucking with Dipey Don. I got to say that Dipey Don has just simply been quite OP as of recently. So no guest box. It looks like we don't have a guest box on this account either. So that's super duper fun. Oh, I know why we have the issue, folks. I'll be right on back. So my picture on TikTok is going to freeze, and then it's going to be back in about 10 seconds. Just got to force quit and reload the application, folks. See you soon. All right, we're loading back up TikTok Live Studio right now. We just have to do that to regain guest access over on TikTok. So that's not an issue. That's not an issue at all, quite frankly. Here we go. Go live again. Continue live. Okay, well, I just saw the frame that it decided to freeze on. That was definitely not pretty in the slightest, but we're back now. We're back now, folks. I appreciate you just for waiting there for a moment. We're going to go to get Parker loaded up into the live stream. He's going to help us out here. We're going to be doing a quick co-host. And while we're coasting with Parker here on this account, I'm going to be actively talking to a TikTok representative in an attempt to get my main account back, which I should be able to, like, literally no problem. We just need to get Parker up here to cover us in the meantime. All right. So it'd actually be really nice if we could get Parker up in here right now. So I just got a message from the TikTok rep that I need to respond to. So I did invite Parker. He should be up in here momentarily. In the meantime, folks, only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. We got Hunter loading up in the box. And Anna, thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube. Actually, Parker, if you could please send me a message when you happen to be inside of that queue, I'd really appreciate that, because I'm like doing two things at once with a phone, and it's like I'm not always looking at the queue. Welcome in, Hunter. Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
All right. How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Okay, and Hunter, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I mean, I support a lot of his economic policies, especially early on. Well, actually, that was before I could even vote, but support quite a lot of his economic policies. But I don't truly agree with the whole, immigration's customs enforcement. I believe that obviously, deport, the ruthless criminals that have come here, but I don't see a reason to deport, all immigrants just because they're not, legally a citizen of this country.
Dude, I mean, I think that you just gave two really good reasons why you shouldn't support Trump as president then. So it's like the first reason you gave about his economic policy. It's absolutely failing us. Okay, in January of this year, we had the worst single-month job report since 2003, dude. Isn't that crazy?
No,
Actually, no, I'm so sorry. Not 2003. Since 2009, dude. And then last year, the annual job report for 2025 was the worst that we've had, excluding periods during recession, since 2003. Not to mention, we also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008. So he's failing this economy. And then on that second note, you said that you don't support mass deportation of all undocumented immigrants. Well, then I feel like that's a given. You shouldn't support Trump because he's doing the exact opposite of that. And not only is he deporting all undocumented immigrants, but he's also deporting a lot of legal immigrants that have like a pending asylum case. So you just gave two really good reasons why you shouldn't support Trump.
No, I get that, and I know it kind of like, what do you call it, like double crossing, but in the state of Maine, I know we're not very known around the country. I'm sure you weren't thinking of that before I started talking about it, but in our state, we got a really bad problem where a lot of these like federal orders he's imposing Janet Mills is pushing back, and it's causing a lot of troubles. Well, especially regarding like college loans.
I'm
Like,
so sorry.
work.
I'm trying to multitask here, and that's my fault. It's not yours. Just waiting on. Oh,
You're
there
good.
we go. Parker's inside the queue. Here, I'm actually just going to pass the mic off to Parker real quick so I could continue to talk to this agent. I appreciate you for being up here,
good.
Parker. I'm just trying to get a ban appealed on my main account. The mic and the floor are yours. Guess if you want to tell us why you support Trump as president, we'd both really appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Is it back to me now?
Yep.
Okay. So earlier on, again, especially before I could vote, back when he first was president, like 2016 to 2020. But like I said to Dean, I don't necessarily support the mass deportation that's in effect right now. Like, I get the heinous, criminals that are here illegally, but why not give, certain immigrants a chance to obtain some sort of citizenship, whether it be through like a green card or a, work visa or something like that.
Yeah, like, I mean, so then you sound like you agree with us and you actually disagree with Trump. And seemingly you would agree with the Democrats more because they prioritize going after those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent, and they want to make the legal process go quicker. So it seems like you actually completely agree with the Democrats here.
Right, yeah, I guess I've kind of been told this before, but I'm kind of like socially a Democrat. Like, I believe a lot of I stand with Democrats a lot with the immigration part, but I think economically, even though it's hard to see with the trickle down effect, because he didn't get his full 8 years of 2 terms like he said he would, but I feel like
let me clarify real quick. I do think that his trickle-down economic policy not only has been proven to be wrong, but also isn't effective. Because actually one thing that people don't take into account is when you have a higher marginal tax rate, especially on corporations or the level of income that you're going to take out from your corporation, well, that creates an incentive for these business owners to invest back into their companies or give money to their employees because they would rather be taxed on it. So it actually creates an incentive to increase wages. So there's a lot of good research that indicates higher top marginal tax rates actually increase wages. They put upward pressure on wages. So that's something that we can take into account, and that's actually effective. And I actually would say it would lead to worse conditions to do otherwise. We typically just see these companies use this money to either do stock buybacks or do something that's going to be more profitable for themselves rather than what's best specifically for the workers.
Yeah, I just... circling back to what you said there, wouldn't increasing like wages make the cost of living just keep going up too? Because that's how it's seemed to be.
If wages go up, accounting for inflation, that's still a good thing, because then you proportionally have more purchasing power. So although inflation could go up given a response to that, it would be lesser than the amount that you're going to gain from the wage increase. That's why real wage growth increases purchasing power. The issue is that housing prices have gone up disproportionately more than wage growth has, especially because wage growth has not kept up with productivity, just because we've implemented trickle-down economics in the 80s, and literally it has shown that we have not been passing down the wages to the employees typically like we did prior.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. I just got another question that either of you can answer if you'd like.
Yeah, after we get your response to that, because I feel like Parker just gave you a lot of really good reasons insofar as why Donald Trump's economic policy is failing us today, and I gave you a lot of really good reasons why it has been over the course of the last month and a year and a month. Sorry. So before you ask us a question, what is your response?
Maybe I'm just an idiot. Maybe I'm not very, in touch with. Economics, standpoints, because I work construction and I go to college for construction, so I'm not really very big on that stuff. But I just feel like, he made a good point. Like, obviously, it's going to, if you raise wages as inflation goes up, it's going to self-maintain. But isn't that just driving us into a pattern that's like, a $200,000 salary is going to be the same thing as $40,000 salary today? Like 15 years from now? Like, I don't understand it. If you could,
Wait, so we're saying with wages. So you're saying the wage growth is going to then lead to inflation. Why would there be more inflation than wage growth if the inflation is a response to the wage growth? Because just think about it this way. They would only be able to increase the prices insofar as that individuals would have the ability to pay for it. Otherwise, they'd have to decrease prices. Alongside, another thing you can do is you can literally try to increase competition, right? You can engage in mechanisms to increase competition, or you can specifically I guess you could address it from that baseline. I don't want to make it too complicated.
Right. Yeah. No, I can see where you're coming from. I'm not trying to like completely shit on your guys' point of views. I just I kind of wanted to ask about that, and I think what was the other thing I wanted to ask? Am I supposed to respond to him again?
No. You could just give us like the reasons why you still support Trump in despite of these facts being true.
I think one of the big reasons why I support him is because here in Maine we have a problem right now where men are allowed to play in women's sports, even if it's not co-ed, like say wrestling or football. Like that's a sport that's co-ed. But I'll give you an example. I think it was last winter, indoor track. There was a male who placed fifth in the men's state championship for, I don't know what it was. I think it might have been 100 meter, 200 meter. I'm not a track. I didn't do track in high school, but and then he switched to the women's division the very next year, and he placed first and got the same time, I think. So there was, and above all,
I would need a source for this. 2, national policy doesn't affect this at all. This is literally a local thing. 3, is it just that Trump agrees with this because this was never even a claim by the Democrats? And then 4, are you okay with men and women's spaces in the context of Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
Yeah, I don't agree with the way that he holds himself up, in terms of speech. He's very, very brash with his words. And basically, he's basically a what do you want to call it?
Wait, I just want to hop in here. That's not merely an issue of being brash with his words. It's also an issue of the action.
No, I know his actions are just as bad as his speech. That's not what I was trying to say. I'm just he makes some very poor choices. I think in the end, I supported him.
But isn't that a choice so poor it should disqualify him from any support to run the country?
It should, but believe me, I didn't understand either. After he got convicted of all those felonies, what was it, 34 or whatever it was? I couldn't believe that he was still allowed to run for president. But
wait, so then why'd you vote for him after he was convicted of 34 felonies then?
Because did I get kicked out?
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, something popped up on my screen. Honestly, the only reason that I voted for him in this election, besides what I've already talked about, is the fact that with given information from Fox, obviously I'm not going to be able to bring it up because I have poor memory, but I just felt like he was a better candidate than Kamala Harris. I don't know.
Why?
Because we've agreed that you agree with her immigration policy more than his. We've agreed that you think his character is absolutely deplorable. We've agreed, seemingly, that there's some issues with his economic policy insofar as the outcomes that they're producing for this country today. So why do you think that Kamala Harris was the worst option?
I think my baseline for what I want, for my vote to go towards would be someone who I feel like could handle our economy better, and I think that was my swing point.
Why has your mind changed after seeing positive macroeconomic trends under Biden and negative macroeconomic trends under Trump? The economy is objectively worse today than it was under the Biden-Harris administration in 2024, and it has been getting progressively worse since Donald Trump was inaugurated. How do you deal with that fact?
I'm not trying to be rude here. Could you give me some of the numbers there? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be rude.
I already have. I could repeat some, and then Parker could add on anything that I don't name off. The GDP growth was down 1% in 2025 compared to where it was at in 2024. The annualized jobs report of 2025 was the worst that we've seen since 2003 if we ignore recessions, okay? Worse than anything under Biden and Harris. We had the most layoffs in 2025 since the pandemic, and monthly layoffs in 2026 of January since the Great Recession. Not to mention that in January of this year, we also had the worst monthly job report since 2009. And last year in 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008. Okay. And I could also add on like a couple other things maybe. We saw booming business investment every single quarter under the Biden-Harris administration. Since the start of Trump 2.0, it's only gone down, 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 down. Is there any like macroeconomic trends, Parker, that I'm leaving out here that were performing increasingly better under Biden and Harris than have been getting decreasingly worse since Donald Trump's inauguration?
Real median wage growth has become lower since Trump's got in office this year. It was actually very noticeably lower than what it was last year under Biden.
Yeah, there you go. There's around like, what was that? 7, 8 different ways the economy is getting significantly worse. Like significantly, not just like a little bit, but like seriously setting some of the worst records since the early 2000s, since the Great Recession.
And that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that, or does that have to do with the fact that that inflation is still rising and the median wage is not going up accordingly due to, because I know Trump's trying to keep...
Inflation's actually coming down.
It is coming down? Okay.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a good signal, especially when everything else in the market is going down. When, like, seemingly the whole economy is getting worse and inflation is going down, that is a huge recession indicator.
Okay. Geez, I don't even know where to go from here. You guys kind of whooping my ass right now. Yeah, you guys left me speechless. I got nothing left. I appreciate you guys for your time.
Does this make you question your support of Trump more?
I guess obviously I can't go back and change it now, but I probably wouldn't have
you
voted.
could stop supporting him like moving forward.
Yeah, I think moving forward, probably just being somewhere in the middle is going to be better off. I think if I were to try to support one side or the other, I would just like it causes family issues. Like I've got some family that lean right and some that lean left, and it causes a lot of issues. I think just being in the middle would probably be, best for the mental, I guess.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we hope that you reconsider your support, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you guys as well. Appreciate it.
Of course, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Parker, how's your stream, dude?
It was pretty decent.
How long
I had multiple people who changed their minds.
Nice, dude. How long do you plan on sticking around?
I'll probably be here for a while.
Perfect.
Time.
Because I'm talking to this TikTok rep to get the main account back right now, but this guy is like juggling like 5 different chats at the same time, so there's like a significant delay in between like every message that I send. So it might be a while until I get the main account back. Like I feel like I am gonna get it back today, like definitely within the next 40 or so minutes, but it may be a while. Welcome in Conflict and Interest. Do you support Trump?
Parker and Dean, kick me if you like pee-pee in your butt. Hi, Parker. Hee 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 hee.
Do you support Trump?
Parker.
Do you support Trump? Last chance.
Parker, do you miss me? Hee hee hee.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of that queue. If you do want to come up here and have a good conversation with me and Parker about why you support Trump, please make sure that you are following our rules. We're strictly only looking to talk to American adults that are MAGA. Please, 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 please. Moving on to the next guest right now. Everyone do just be patient. We got Callan Lax 11 loading up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Callan? Nope, Callan automatically left, guys. Only join the guest requests if you're MAGA. Only join the guest requests if you're MAGA. Okay, only join the guest requests. So if I were to accept you, you would come up here, not automatically leave, and tell us that you're a Trump supporter so we could debate. Please make sure that you follow those very simple rules, everyone. Very, very simple rules. Hello, Chrissy Girl 1978. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not even here. Do not be like Chrissy Girl. Do not be like this guest, okay? If you're in the queue, make sure that when I accept you, you will like automatically say, yes, I support Trump. Here are the reasons. If your response to my question is not, I support Trump, then I'm going to kick you. You also have to be an adult. Please, please, please. Okay, we got Kyle loading in. We got Dormbug, ASMR. Follow those rules to a T, guys. To a T, please. I'm begging you. Follow the rules to a T. We got JT loading up in the box. And by the way, if you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen. Okay, you guys are not following the rules. Okay, you guys are failing. Big ol' fat F- for this behavior. JT, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how do you?
How do I?
How old are you?
Oh, how old am I? I'm 26.
Okay, and can you disconnect us from any like Bluetooth device that you're speaking to us through?
You're connected to my AirPods. You have to be. For me to be on here, you have to be.
Okay, are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so yeah, tell me and Parker why the hell you support the worst president of your life.
I support the worst president of my life because he is the president, and I've supported every president of my life.
Yep. So that's actually just like Tim. That's actually a framework, an ideological framework that the founders of this country and the drafters of our Declaration of Independence and the Constitution would hate. Okay. What they wanted was a pragmatic system of checks and balances to ensure that when we have a leader, they're doing good for the country. But that mindset of just supporting the president, regardless of who they are or what they do, actually gives more incentivization to the president to not have this country's best interests in heart, but rather their own self-interests at heart, because you're basically permitting and socially allowing them to do whatever they want, even if it hurts you, by supporting them without contest.
Well, let me ask you, what is your goal here to get people to stop supporting a president that cannot run again? What is the goal here?
I mean, I think that you just said it, to get people to stop supporting Trump as president. So then Donald Trump is incentivized to do better things, or to get people to vote for Democrats in the midterm. So hopefully we could just throw him and his administration out now for their attack on democracy, for their attack on rule of law, for their attack on the Constitution, for their attack on the people, and their support of the broad daylight murder / execution of Americans in the streets of this country, plus many, many more things.
Okay, so I've been in here for quite a while. I've been listening to you, before TikTok, intervened and took you off the main account or whatnot. And there was some statistics I wanted to ask you about.
Sure, but do you understand that first argument though? Like, do you understand why it's not just a good thing to baselessly support whoever's the president because they're the president?
Oh no. I was just talking a little shit there. I mean, yeah,
okay. Okay, so then try to answer that question a little bit better. Why do you support Trump as president?
I support Trump as president. Okay, well, I just want to. I answered yes that I do because I didn't want you to boot me off. I was a Trump supporter, and I wanted to come on.
Well, you're not a Trump supporter anymore, apparently, according to what you're saying. That's awesome, GT. But we have rules, man. We do have rules. Right now, we are only looking to talk to people that still do support Trump. I do think it's awesome that you've changed your mind, though. Follow those rules, everybody. Please. Please, follow those rules. Please. Hey, what's up, Josh? Do you support Trump? Nope, Josh automatically left. Parker, is this what your key was like today?
I at certain points in the live, like maybe at the beginning of the live, but I feel like I got into the live and then I got a decent amount of debates.
Not me, apparently. What's up, Sam? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2006. What?
What month is your birthday?
August.
Let me do the math. Adds up. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, I know you have rules about you're only talking to people who support Trump, but
yes.
I think he's not far right enough.
Okay, so you're an incel that lives in your mother's basement.
No. I'm a welder in Alberta.
Yeah, that's what produces the outcome of like really like hateful men filled with like bigotry.
I'm not hateful at all.
Yes, you absolutely are if you don't think that Trump is far right enough.
Well, can we talk about like ICE?
Yeah, wait, what do you mean by not far right enough? Do you mean economically speaking like you're libertarian, or do you mean like you're like he's not fascist enough? Which one do you mean?
Well, Okay, we'll get to that later, but could we have a discussion
Oh,
about
I
ICE?
think that's a pretty relevant point. Can you answer that question
I
first?
think that's a very relevant point.
Well, not far right enough.
In what sense? Not fascist enough? Not what enough?
No, not
libertarian
necessarily.
enough. Because
Pardon?
if you mean not libertarian enough, that's a different conversation than if you mean that he's not fascist enough.
Well,
what are your thoughts on Nick Fuentes?
He's a fucking retard.
Okay, and banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We got Judy Zuber.
Might need to clarify it's because he said the R slur, of course, just in case there's any clip of that where it looks like we're kicking him because of the fact that he's a Nick Fuentes.
He's like speaking
he thinks Nick
negatively
Fuentes
about
is
Nick
stupid.
Fuentes. I was thinking about that in my head. That's exactly
just gotta clarify
that's exactly what I was about to say. That's exactly what I was about
how much
to
you want
say.
to bet they're still gonna clip it and post it on Twitter, even though I clarified right after? How much you want to bet?
Dude, and then they're gonna spam that like AI photo that somebody made of me doing the Nazi salute. It is so fucking disgusting, dude.
Yeah, it's actually atrocious.
Welcome, and do you support Trump? Judy, hello? Judy's not here. Bro, oh my goodness. This TikTok rep is taking ages. It's literally been 24 minutes and they haven't responded to my to my message yet. Literally insanity. Moving on to the next guest, folks. We got Savannah loading up into the box, y'all. We got Savannah loading up into the box, guys. Next guest, Savannah's loading in here.
Next guest, Savannah's
Savannah, how old are you? How old are you? You have 5 seconds, dude. And they're gone. Oh my god. Okay, I'm starting to really lose my patience. Guys, we are looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. It is not hard at all. Follow the rules. Do you support Trump?
I'm in between. I grew up in a Republic family.
How old are you?
And I know that a lot of the time, I'm 19. I was born July 11th, 2006.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back in time to November of 2024, would you vote for Trump?
Yes and no.
Sorry, that's not... you can't simultaneously vote and not vote
I feel
for him.
like I would.
Well, I'm so sorry.
I feel like
that
would
answer cannot
because-
possibly be true. You cannot simultaneously vote and not vote for him.
I feel like I would because, my family, but for me, I just have, questions.
Okay.
That,
So you
I
don't
want-
necessarily come up here for a debate, but for a question. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be clear, dude. I've kind of repeated that we're looking for some Trump supporters to debate for the last 25 minutes, and we haven't been able to find anyone. But I obviously understand. If you want to learn, if you have questions, I appreciate you for reaching out. I gotta allow you to ask one question. Then I am gonna move on to the next guest, and hopefully. And hopefully you could take something positive away from just watching the debates and learning more. So if you want to ask one question real quick, I could definitely get you an answer.
When it comes to the Epstein files, why do you think that they have redacted so many things and aren't being completely honest and did take so long to release them?
I think that's a good question. So, I mean, ultimately, I'd say that they're doing that for the interests of the administration, obviously. It's going to be a self-interested action because there seems to be no other positive outcome, regardless if that's abiding by the law or staying within public limelight. It's obviously not a good thing to make illegal redactions, morally or illegally. And it's also something that causes more speculation surrounding, the involvement of members of the Trump administration in the files. So I would say to protect Trump and his friends.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you for answering my question. I'm sorry that it wasn't a debate.
No, you're good. You're good. If you have more questions, I'd also recommend joining my Discord. The join code is just Dean. There's a bunch of really great and intelligent people in there. So I appreciate you for coming up. I hope that was a sufficient answer. And let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Please do follow our rules, everybody. I mean, I've been live for a total of 1 hour and 8 minutes and haven't gone on a debate yet. So if you're curious,
Let me tell
why I'm a
you,
little
folks.
bit
I've been watching.
it's because I've, like I said, been live for 1 hour and 8 minutes and have not gotten a debate yet. That is over a fourth of my stream. That is over a fourth of my stream. That is a significant portion of my day that we've just gone straight with people breaking the rules for an hour and 8 minutes. Okay? That is a very significant portion of time. Okay? So I'm not going to do it anymore. There's going to be no exceptions to people that break the rules. You're just going to be automatically banned because that is a fourth of my live stream, dude. Like, let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Jarrett loading up into the box. Please follow our rules. Okay? I've repeated that maybe a million times so far. Hi, do you support Trump? Oh my God. Moving on to the next guest, man. Hi, do you support Trump?
Oh, yes.
How old are you?
I have a question. 25.
Yeah, sounds good. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I was on Parker's live earlier, and I didn't get a chance to ask my question.
Do you not support Trump?
I don't know yet.
You don't know if you support Trump? But you just told me 3 seconds ago that you know you do support Trump. So which one is it?
Wait, what?
You told us less than 30 seconds ago that you know you do support Trump. So which one is it?
Yeah.
Do you know that you do support Trump? Or do you not know if you support Trump? Because those two answers are contradictory.
At the moment, yes.
That's not an answer to the question. Because the question that I asked you is not a yes or no question. It is a multi-choice selection question. The first possible answer
You asked
would
if
be,
I
Dean,
support Trump.
do
I
know
said
that I
yes.
support Trump. And then the second possible answer would be, Dean, I don't know if I support Trump. So you're saying that, yes, you do support Trump. Okay, so tell me and Parker why.
Can I ask my question first?
As long as it's followed with an argument insofar as why Trump is a good president.
Yes, okay. So, what is the gayest thing you've ever done?
Ultimate rage bait. Ultimate rage bait. That's what this is going on right now. You honestly can't do anything but just like at this point just be like, dude, we're fucked, man.
How's it going, Dean?
What's up, Jackson? You support Trump?
I do, yes.
How old are you?
I am 22.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2003.
Okay, Corey, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 50. Born in 76, January 10th.
Perfect. I guess let's just do a little bit of a 2v2. So the ball's in both of y'all's courts. Try to convince me and Parker why Trump is a good president.
Well,
make the floor y'all.
I don't want to get kicked off, but the reason I supported Trump is because of immigration. And just hear me out before you cut me off, if that's okay. I don't mind people coming over because I'm from an Indian descent. I have Cherokee Indian in my family. So I do not mind people coming to the country. My problem is people coming over to the country illegally. I have 4 daughters, Parker. I have 2 grandsons I have 1 grandson, 1 on the way. God forbid that an illegal that came over, now hear me out, an illegal that came over killed either my daughter or my grandson. How am I supposed to feel if that happens, knowing that that person was illegal, a non-American citizen? I'm not trying to get you riled up. I just want your honest opinion. If that happens, how am I supposed to react, or how am I supposed to tell my son-in-law how to feel when his wife or his son was killed by an illegal alien that's not an American citizen? My father fought in the Korean War. My father fought in the Korean War to have all of our rights that you and I both are blessed with. I'm not saying that your opinion's wrong. I'm not saying my opinion's wrong.
Yeah.
That's what America was founded on, for us to talk and have different opinions. But that's my biggest problem is all the illegals that came over, whether they're criminals or not, and some of them are, some of them aren't, and I agree with what you said. Some of them are coming over here being productive. I don't have an issue with that. The problem is when people want to glorify some of these illegals that are known criminals that commit these heinous crimes, and people just want to turn a blind eye to it. I don't understand that.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. I'll respond to that now. Before I do, I want to thank a couple people. Hawkeye, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Dean, here's some money for therapy or to soften the crash out. I'm not crashing out yet, Hawkeye, but thank you for the $10. And then Eric, thank you for the $10 as well. Appreciate that, bro. Show some love to Eric and Hawkeye down below in that chat, everybody. A couple people I want to thank on Venmo. Samara, thank you. Samara, sorry. Thank you for the $5. Diana, thank you for the $5. And Jared, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Show some love to Jared down below. Let's get 200 Jared W's. Jared says, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kyle Kalinske. Oh, I am very familiar with Kyle. But he just did a segment on you on Secular Talk. It featured the debate of yours when a maggot asked you to explain why raping children is wrong. Thank you for doing what you can to unfuck our country. Yeah, dude, I'm very familiar with Kyle Kalinske. I'm very familiar with Secular Talk. I see a lot from him that's really good. So thank you for the $20 and thank you for letting me know. Jeanette, thank you for the $2. Anna, thank you for the $5. Ashley, thank you for the $8. Then Katie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. You guys are awesome. Over on PayPal, I want to thank Vivian for the $10, who says, keep up the great work. 76 years old here and so proud of you. Thank you so much, Vivian. Anonymous, thank you for the $4. Haley, thank you for the $3. Ashlyn, thank you for the $5. And then Megan, thank you for the $5. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. And folks, right now, I don't have the ability to check out his repos. Barker, if you want to do that, feel free. I personally don't have the ability to do so. Now, just to quickly respond to your claim. So your
Which
whole
person?
argument insofar, the top guest, the 50-year-old, your whole argument insofar as why you support Trump, okay, is hinged on a fucking hypothetical. You're saying I support Trump because what if an undocumented immigrant were to murder somebody I know? And I feel like this mindset is driven by the propaganda as disseminated by like mainstream right-leaning media that paint undocumented immigrant as these violent criminals, that paint undocumented immigrants as these murderers, that paint undocumented immigrants as these super bad people who are going to murder your children. But we have to consider the facts, man. They are 2.5 times less likely to engage in absolutely any violent crime compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. And for Mr. Trump, engaging in a violent crime, okay, is not a what if, it's a court adjudication. A court determined, okay, that he raped a woman. He boasted and just admitted to sexual exploitation. And this whole notion that we just all need to be so wary about these criminals and the thugs on the streets that undocumented immigrants truly are is not only false for the reasons that I've already described to you, but also hypocritical. Because what about the criminals and the thugs, okay, that also have guns and badges that are murdering U.S. citizens in broad daylight like Keith Porter, Renee Good, or Alex Preddy? And then what about this administration's response to those murders, calling the victims domestic terrorists and calling the murderers alios that we need to stand by? What about that? What about not the hypothetical, but rather the historical fact that 2 weeks ago, we saw Alex Preddy shoved to the ground, pistol whipped in the head after being beaten, pepper sprayed, forced on all fours, then shot in the back of the head? Consider that. The mic and the floor is yours.
Just letting you know, those are public. Those reposts are public. Just letting you know, Corey.
So you think it's okay for illegals to come over the country?
Nowhere in my statement did I ever say that undocumented immigration is okay. Don't try to misconstrue my words. I said that this hypothetical that you're giving me is driven by propaganda as disseminated by the alt-right on social media, Newsmax, Fox News, mainstream media, so on and so forth. And it's a notion that is absolutely like factually incorrect for the reason that I gave you, granting you statistics surrounding the crime rates of undocumented immigrants compared to citizens. And then I brought up how it's not a hypothetical for Trump because he actually has engaged in violent crimes and courts have proven it. And the real criminals and thugs are those with the badges and guns that are executing citizens in broad daylight. He left.
And he got embarrassed because of his reposts.
What were his reposts?
His reposts were like young women like obviously making. I think you just had to see it. I guess.
Could you describe it to me? Like, what was going on?
I think it's like thirst trap content that he's like following. I guess I could say.
He was reposting thirst traps. Why would he repost them?
Yeah, like public reposted. Yeah.
What would drive him to repost them? That's interesting. Like, I understand that there's a lot of men on social media that really like that like adult thirst trap content. Okay, but to repost them, that's crazy.
And then to go up on live, by the way, when they're public.
Yeah, to repost them is wild.
Maybe
Jackson,
he accidentally did it. I don't.
Yeah, maybe like he's not familiar with TikTok. He's older, and this is it's first time on here, and he thinks that like reposting is equivalent to like saving for later or something. I don't know. But we have another Trump supporter up in here, Jackson. I appreciate your patience. The mic and the floor are yours. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support this terrible president, Mr. Trump.
I do support Trump, and I have been for when he first ran in 2016. I just believe that he was doing better for the economy, especially for like the career I want to go into. He is providing more of like a stable economy this whole time. I mean,
can you give us some general economic metrics that indicate that?
Keystone Pipeline, the one that Biden shut down.
Oh, interesting economic metric, because one, that's not an economic metric, and two, because Trump didn't bring that back, and also three, because Trump tariffed the oil. Wait, by the way, Trump would have been tariffing that oil because it comes from Canada.
Can we consider the alternative though, Kamala Harris?
After you give us a general economic notion that demonstrates the economy is getting better. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's only really seemed to get worse in the last year and a month. Do you think the economy is better today than it was in 2024?
Yes, I do.
Then explain to us why the data tells us it's actually the worst it's been since 2003 or 2008 with a Great Recession.
Trump is on purposely crashing the economy, dude.
But you just said that it was better today than it was in 2024.
Well, yes.
But now you're saying that it's actually the worst it's been
it's
since the early 2000s, but he's purposefully doing it. Okay, is it purposely crashing the economy probably something that we don't want the president to do?
Can you hear me out? Can you hear me out on this?
Sure.
When he purposely crashed the economy, make the cost of living go lower, because wouldn't you agree the cost of living is out of control?
What? Cost of living did go lower. Trump also just made a claim recently that he wants to keep those housing prices up to keep people wealthy. That's what he literally said.
He wants to keep the cost of living high. He said that he wants to increase the cost of property, increase the cost of house.
We're going to keep them so wealthy, I promise you. They're going to be wealthier than we've ever seen before. And sir, when they're wealthier, that means housing prices are higher. We're going to keep them so wealthy like you've never seen, I promise you that. Seriously, that's what he did.
I've not seen that direct comment, but way better than Kamala would have been.
So
Kamala, why so?
Well, we just know that's not true, because Kamala Harris was like the serving vice president under Biden. And once again, the macroeconomic data that we have from the last year and a month is worse than it ever was under the Biden-Harris administration. Like, literally, most layoffs, in a single month since 2008. Most manufacturing bankruptcies in a year since 2009. Worst annualized jobs report ignoring recession since 2003.
By the way, I think Corey deleted his account.
Dude. Rip.
Can I get your thoughts on the current Epstein files, everything coming out?
After you respond to what I just said, sure.
I've not seen that statistic. I don't know how to reply to it.
Don't know? Okay. Epstein files. Sure. Yeah. There's an unearthed new Epstein email from December 25th of 2016 where somebody asks Epstein what he's doing. And then Epstein says, in Palm with all the Trump boys. In 2016, he was hanging out with Donald Trump and his fam. according to Trump, he stopped talking to Epstein over 15 years before 2016 because of a fallout they had. He lied. He continued to stay friends with Jeffrey Epstein and had him in his life until at least 2016, late 2016.
And what do you think is going to come of all these things being released? And why do you think Trump would have released them knowing that his name is mentioned there more times than Jesus is mentioned in the Bible?
4 more times than Jesus is mentioned in the Bible. Fun fact. Okay, well, you just completely ignored one of the outcomes that proves that he was secretly best friends with a convicted sex offender and then lied about it to everyone. All right? And then that question, why would Trump release them if they incriminate him? Well, he didn't want to release them. I mean, he literally broke the law to originally prevent Congress on voting for their release. Okay, that happened by having his quote-unquote self-described puppet, Mike Johnson, delay and obstruct upon the swearing-in ceremony of Adelita Grahova from Arizona's 9th District. She was the final vote to form a majority to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files on the floor of the House. Okay? He, privately went to the 4 Republicans that were on that discharge petition, including Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, and asked them to take their names off that discharge petition and then punish them when they refuse. Same thing with MTG. All right. And told Congress that if they vote for the release of the Epstein files, that would be considered an act of hostility against their administration. But then, once all of his squandered attempts to prevent their release failed, and there was a majority in the House to force their release, that's when he turned around and he said, go vote for that release, everybody. I endorse. Because of the political fallout if he didn't.
I got you. I understand. Thank you for clarifying on that.
Yeah, of course. And then even after they passed that law, he still broke it. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, legally mandated the administration to release all the files by December 19th. Okay, it is now February 5th, and we still don't have all the files. They also mandated them to only make limited redactions for the identities of victims or minors. They've redacted full fucking pages, including pictures of Trump that we know. The law also requires them to explain every redaction they make. They have not explained a single redaction that they've made.
I got you. I appreciate you having me, Dean.
Well, what's your response? Have we changed your mind? Are you still a Trump supporter?
I'm definitely Republican. I have Republican beliefs and Republican morals.
But are you like a Thomas Massey Republican or like a MAGA Republican?
I want to know if that's how I clarify myself between Thomas Massey and.
But I'm just
MAGA.
saying, Thomas Massey is an example of a Republican that doesn't like Trump.
Right. I would say I think that Trump's reign in 2016 to 2020 was his better.
Hey Dean, I'm gonna post my TikToks real quick and then come right back. I'll be literally back in a few minutes.
All right, sounds good, dude. See you soon.
I'll be back.
Parker's going to be rejoining here in a moment. So, have you changed your mind?
I have not. I just have Christian moral beliefs that.
Wait. So Christianity is holding you back from supporting the rapist. So explain to us all how Christianity is holding you back from revoking your support for the rapist.
The alternative.
Well,
sure,
first
I
and
do not
foremost,
agree. I do not agree.
Saying that you don't support Trump doesn't mean that you do endorse the Democrats.
You're trying to make it out that I support that he raped somebody. No, I did not.
What I said was accurate. I did not misrepresent your argument. You said that Christianity is holding you back from not supporting Trump. Trump is a rapist, therefore Christianity is apparently holding you back from not supporting the rapist.
Well, I'm not even saying that I support Trump. I am just Republican.
So
I am Republican with Republican beliefs, and I think that I support Trump because I am a supporter of the Republican Party.
Oh, so it's party over country.
Not even that. I'm part of an independent party.
Oh, so then you're not a part of the GOP because independent party is different than the GOP, which would be the Republicans.
Right, but if I had to stand with one, it's Republican because I have Republican morals, Republican beliefs.
So explain to us how your morals better align with a rapist than the Democrats. Explain to us how your Christian morals, better align with a guy, that's been attempting to consolidate his power all the power into the executive branch of our government, okay, arguing that he can be a dictator and he can change the Constitution with an EO, circumventing Congress, SCOTUS, and the Constitution in of itself, including Article 2 and the Supremacy Clause. Explain to us how your Christian morals better align with the guy that said he wants to have 7 Democrats in Congress executed for telling our military to remember their oath. Explain to us how your Christian morals better align with a guy that says, if you're poor, fuck you, we're going to take your health care away, we're going to take your food stamps away, and then we're going to turn around and demonize you. Explain to us how your morals better align with a guy that treats immigrants like the dirt that we walk on, when Leviticus 19:11, I believe, explicitly says to treat everyone equal, including the foreigners that reside among you in your land, and in fact to treat the foreigners identical to the way that you treat the native born. Meanwhile, he, okay, is having them systemically rounded up, no due process, deported to a center for terrorists in El Salvador where they're then beaten and tortured. How the hell do your quote-unquote Christian morals better align with this gibberish compared to what we see from the Dems?
I see it, yeah. I get your point. My morals align with the Republican belief, and I think it's just with my Republican belief is why I have supported Trump this whole time, but I'm just a Republican.
Just how so? Just tell us what. Like, what specific moral beliefs?
That abortion is murder. That I believe this does not go with my morals and beliefs, but I think that illegal immigration is wrong, and I think that I support ICE.
Sorry.
I do not.
Your Christian beliefs do not align with Donald Trump's immigration policy. That's not true.
I didn't say that.
You said that was one of the values that you share with the party, and that's the party's policy.
Yes, I support ICE, but I didn't say that's part of Christianity.
Well, I asked you how your Christian values... Oh, wait, so you're saying that your values differ from that of the God in which you serve?
No, it doesn't say anything in the Bible about...
Yes, it does. Leviticus 19:33 through 34 says to treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land fairly and equally to the native-born citizens. Donald Trump's mass deportation, which is being propped up by the totality of the GOP, is not treating the foreigners that reside among us in our land fairly and equally as the U.S.-born citizens.
Right, but illegal and undocumented immigration is very different, wouldn't you think?
It doesn't change the fact that they're not being treated fairly nor equally, okay? And that is a violation upon God's moral commandment in accordance with the scripture of the Bible.
Gotcha.
Do you accept or reject?
I think immigration is totally fine. Just do it the legal way, the documented way.
But do you accept or reject that the immigration policy of the grand old party, the GOP, the Republicans, and Trump, okay, does not align with the values espoused and set in stone by your creator?
You have to put it into context, though. Like, it doesn't say in that verse that it is illegal and undocumented. Like, sure, if
it says all foreigners, okay, which would include, once again, all foreigners.
I got you. But I'll have to do my research.
If I could prove to you that Trump's immigration policy does not treat undocumented immigrants fairly or equally to citizens, then would you accept that it is immoral and wrong in accordance with the scripture of your God?
Sorry, repeat your question. You cut out.
If I could prove to you that the Republican Party's immigration policy does not treat undocumented immigrants fairly or equally to citizens, then would you accept that it is immoral in the eyes of your God?
Yes, prove it to me. I want to see. Okay. I want to see your point of view.
Here are a handful of ways that the policy of the right has not treated undocumented immigrants fairly or equally. First and foremost, the policy of the right believes that it's permissible to subject undocumented immigrants to unequal and unfair legal standards that infringe on their natural/human rights and constitutional protections. First and foremost, the Trump administration continues to deport people with no due process. We've seen so many federal courts around this country make that ruling and say that you have to bring these people home, and then we've seen the Trump administration refuse. Okay? They're being treated unequally. We also see that the Trump administration and the GOP have quietly changed the policy of ICE to allow for arrests to be made with no judicial warrant, which once again is in violation of federal law and the Constitution, and have quietly changed the policies of ICE to allow for home invasions with no judicial warrant, which is once again in violation of federal policy and the Constitution. That's not treating them fairly nor equally. They also incentivize ICE agents to racially profile people. Okay, we see detentions taking place all across this country on the basis of the accent that one speaks English in, the language that they speak if it's not English, or the color of their skin. We know this is happening. Even police forces around this country that say back the blue, enforce law, even agree with immigration enforcement, are coming out and stating that they are having their cops detained off duty because of the color of their skin by ICE, then released once they learn that they are LEOs. Okay? Something else I'd like to bring up here is that Donald Trump has systemically launched an attack on the rights of undocumented immigrants. Let me rephrase that. On citizens, by falsely attempting to label them as undocumented immigrants in violation of the 14th Amendment and, once again, their constitutional rights. So he signed Executive Order number 14160 into effect that attempted to take the birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, yet they've had that protection since the ratification of the 14th Amendment signed into effect in 1868.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you finished, or are you?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay. Well, you've made some excellent points, Dean, and I appreciate having me. I just need to do some more research on all this stuff, and yeah, I appreciate you having a debate with me.
Okay, have a good one, dude. Take care. Take care. Man, we are setting. I mean, actually, I appreciate the guy for being a little bit more respectful than most people. I appreciate that his takeaway is I need to do more research, not fuck you, Dean, you're wrong, no, bye. So for everyone in the chat calling him a runner, I actually accept that response. I accept that response. I need to do more research. Okay, is one of the better responses that we could get from a Trump supporter that tunes into the live. For one second, I want to thank a couple people. If you want to support me, by the way, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Robin, thank you for the $7 on PayPal. Who says, first-time donor. I listen while I work out. Hearing MAGA nonsense somehow fuels my workouts. I don't know how you stay so calm and patient. Robin, let me tell you, it's because I've been doing this for years. When I first started doing this, I was not calm nor patient at all, in the fucking slightest. I've just gained that calmness and patience after doing it every day. Abigail, I appreciate you for the $5, who says, I'll always support you, Dean. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, thank you so much, Abigail. Serena, thank you for the $5, who says, it's so good to see you. Good to see you, too. Then Estuardo, thank you for the $10, who says, tell them immigrants overall are a surplus in our economy. Yes, that was proved by the Clio Institute study yesterday. Thank you for the $10 and the truth, Nuke. Then Lancelot, thank you for the $10, who says, love what you do. Your lives help the workday go by a lot easier. Fuck yeah, Lancelot. Thank you for the $10. And then Sabrina, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Sabrina. I'm trying to see 200 big ol' Sabrina W's down below, who says, hey, Dean, I wanted to thank you for all the work that you're doing on TikTok. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Sabrina. I hope that you've been enjoying the streams. Seriously, huge shout out to you, and thank you. Thank you for the love. Show some love to our donors. I'd also like to thank Leslie for the $10 on Venmo, who says, dealing with the people that can't follow simple instructions. Keep on doing what you do. Appreciate you, Leslie. Appreciate you, Leslie. Sophia, thank you for the 5. Justin, thank you for the 5. Then Tom and Samara, thank you for the 3 and the 5 as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to all of our donors. We are all caught up. And oh my God, you guys, the crypto markets are taking a hit. I get notifications whenever Ethereum goes up or down by over 4%. And guys, yeesh. Right now, Ethereum is selling for $1,800. Oh my God. We've seen Ethereum in the past at like 4,400, by the way. Down 1,800? Dude. I mean, I doubt that there's a lot of people in here that care about crypto, but for those that do care about crypto, oof! Oh my God. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the live stream, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. By the way, we got our main account back. Finally heard back from the TikTok rep. So we're going to be heading over there soon. Likely, I'm going to wait until Parker comes back, which should literally be any time now. And then when Parker comes back, we're going to go ahead and send everyone on a raid over to the main account. And I need to pee, so I'm going to pee while we're starting the live over there. That's fun. All right, moving on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if you'd follow our rules. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Trust and Rev connecting to the live stream right now. Hey, new super chats. AG, thank you for the $10. He says, hey, Dean, I also appreciate those that accept they need to do research versus somebody who pivots to insanity and insults. Thank you for what you do. Yeah, that's why I said it's like a preferable outcome. Thank you for the $10. Then Z, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, big fan. Keep up the good work. Any comment on Trump receiving $187 million to greenlight AI chip sale to the UAE? Thank you for your time. Well, I appreciate you for the $10. And yeah, I mean, I just say that that's more internal corruption. I think that we see a lot of corruption between the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and the Trump administration. So much fucking corruption. And then Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros, who says, Dean, can you start asking pro-birth guys if women can urinate while using a tampon and or what menstruation actually is? I bet most of them have no clue about female reproductive anatomy. You know, I think I should ask them easier questions, like how many holes do women typically have below the waist? Good idea, Luna. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 24 euros. I'm trying to see 300 Luna W's. Thank you for your support. Welcome in, Trust. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah. 27 years old, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. And yeah, I do support Trump.
Yeah, I don't understand why you support the worst president of your life, but that's why you're here. So tell us why you support the adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon, anti-American traitor who wants to kill his political opponents and end the Constitution.
Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry, it's a little late. And I might have to jump off quick just because I'm at work, but I saw you doing this, so I wanted to jump on. But yeah, so first of all, I want to go ahead and say that, yeah, he is a 34-count felon. I've heard a lot of people say that he's not, but I do want to acknowledge that he is. And then I want to talk about the fact of what that is. You tell me if I'm wrong. It was like, what was it? It was business documents that he mislabeled or something like that?
Yeah, so he had sex with Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. He cheated on his wife, Melania. And after me, while I speak, a lot of background noise.
What's that?
And then after he had sex with Stormy Daniels, cheating on Melania, okay, he then gave Stormy Daniels money to shut the hell up about it, not tell anyone, so that wouldn't, like, change the outcome of the 2016 election. And in doing so, he committed business fraud because he was falsifying the money that he was sending Stormy Daniels to be falsely labeled as, like, a business expense through his business estate. And then it went to court, and he was found guilty of 34 felony counts, not just for the business fraud, but doing so in concealment of a second-step crime, which was more likely than not election fraud, because he was attempting to, like, you know, misguide the American people and conceal this fact to change the outcome of the election. So, yeah, that's his 34 felonies. I sent you a request to turn your microphone back on if you'd like to do that now.
Yeah, so I really, that doesn't really bother me, to be completely honest with you. Falsifying business documents, it's not really that big of a deal in my eyes, and he's already paid the consequences for that. So with that being said,
here's what I'll
hold
say.
on, brother. Is it my turn to talk or is it your turn to talk?
Sure.
You
I'd
turned
like
the
to
mic on
respond to
for
that,
a
but I
reason.
could wait.
You turned the mic on for a reason for me to speak, no?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So with that being said, it's not really that big of a deal to me. So I just want to kind of debunk a lot of that stuff. That's not really that big of a deal. Then we want to go ahead, and everybody says that he's a racist. Everybody says that the guy is, you know, a sexual predator. He, you know,
yes,
he's a
he
pedophile.
Is a sexual
he's
predator.
this.
It is absolutely an undeniable fact that Donald Trump is a sexual predator.
Again, are you going to go ahead and let me talk, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I was just affirming that what you're saying is absolutely true. Dropping truth nukes out here. Dude.
Okay, so he's a sexual predator. Show me where that was proven guilty in court, because last time that I checked in the United States of America, brother, you have to go to court and go through trials, and then that has to be proven that he was guilty. He has not been proven guilty, so that's allegations. Okay. I'm so sick and tired of hearing people talk about allegations. Wow. As soon as he gets proven that has actually happened, I absolutely do not support him, and I hope that they put him under the jail.
Really? But do you want to see something crazy?
Go ahead. Yeah, please show me something crazy.
Give me one moment here.
I don't want, and it's crazy too, because you got to pull up a whole laptop. I'm just doing this straight off the top of my head.
I just want you to see it with your eyes.
Go ahead. Show me how he's a sexual, you know, predator or this or that. Something that would hold up in the court of law is what I want you to show me.
Is this it? Yeah, that's this. 1 second. My friend, here's the jury verdict form from a court of law that found Donald Trump guilty of rape/sexual abuse.
You said it's a what?
A jury verdict form from a court of law where all 9 unanimous jurors agreed that he's guilty of rape/sexual abuse.
Okay, so if he's guilty of that, then he'd be in prison. Yes or no? That's what happens. You get found guilty of something and you get put in prison.
No, not always the case. Because
No,
we have
what do
two
you mean?
different types
What do
of
you mean?
courts.
Not always the case.
Because
Okay,
we
go
have
ahead.
two different
Go ahead.
types of courts in America. We have civil courts and we have criminal courts. Civil courts, when somebody is found guilty, has to pay financial restitution for their crime. Criminal courts, when somebody is found guilty, they go to jail. Now, you said that in America, we have a court system. We're also legally innocent until proven guilty. He has
Correct.
been found guilty. He's been held liable for the rape/sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll by a civil court of law. So just to clarify, you're taking the red hat off and you're no longer a Trump supporter. Isn't that right, my friend?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, now
pull-
you sound
pull
like
up
a
some document,
raging, spineless hypocrite with absolutely no ground to stand on because we now know everything that you just said about, oh, if Trump was truly a proven in a court of law sexual abuser, I'd stop supporting him. Look at you
100%.
now. I showed you the jury verdict form where it
No.
becomes clear that he is a proven sexual abuser in a court of law.
Brother,
and you still
because
support
you
him.
pull up some
And then,
document that
but
God
by the
knows
way,
where
the
you get it
cherry on
from.
top is you were whining about me, like just hopping in, interjecting into your words to say three myself. And the next thing we know, when I'm sitting your ass down on the pavement like a good boy, we got the interruptions
It's
going
not
left
about
and right.
sitting anybody down. It's about facts, and it's about it's about facts. I'm telling you, the dude would be in prison. Why would they put Epstein in prison and not put him in prison?
You just explained the difference between civil court and criminal court.
No,
Do you
did you listen
do
to
you
my
understand the
explanation?
distinction? Do you
Okay,
understand
let's
the
go over-
distinction between civil and criminal court?
Let's go. Okay, let's go over some other stuff then. Pull up a time when he was racist.
Can you answer the question? Do you know the difference between a civil and a criminal court?
No, I've never heard of that in my life.
You just heard it from Dean, like literally fucking 2 minutes ago.
Okay. No, I've never heard of it until right now. Yeah, sure. But I'm saying in my lifetime, over the past 24 years that I've been alive,
You
this is
didn't
the
know
first
that
time
there
that's
were
been brought
civil
up.
courts and criminal courts.
You have
Jesus
heard of
Christ,
civil.
dude.
You've heard of civil courts. Have you ever heard of a lawsuit before?
Yes, absolutely.
Civil courts do those.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
Civil courts do the lawsuits. You have heard of civil courts.
Yes, correct. Can you hear me? Sorry, I think it's breaking up.
Yeah, yes, we could hear you say correcting. I am familiar with civil courts. 3 seconds after, you said that you've never heard of civil courts in your whole life.
Okay, why was this not all over the news? Don't you think this is something that would want to be covered?
It was,
was
just not on the
screaming
news
it.
channels that you listen to.
Okay,
I was
can you tell me
screaming it
where it
too. We
is?
were screaming
I'd love to learn about it. I'd love to learn about it.
Yes,
If
the
that's
jury
true-
verdict form that I just showed you, it is true, is off of
No,
New York
I'm saying,
Courts.gov.
What news? What news channel that I don't listen to? What news channel that I don't listen to is that on there?
Literally every left-leaning one ever. Every center one ever. Every non-biased one ever. The
So if
only
I go
news
look
channels
if
that
I
didn't
look this
report
up on
about this were those with a
Okay.
bias towards the right.
So if we look this up, I'm going to be able to find the same document, and it's going to show X, Y, and Z, and that's what it is. Because like I said, if that's the
Yes.
case, that's not somebody that I want to support. But again, this is
Yes.
literally how I started everything. If that is factual, I do not support him.
Check this
But-
out.
but that's fine.
So check
Go
this
ahead.
out. We're going to read it together. United States District Court, Southern District of New York, E. Jean Carroll, the plaintiff, against Donald Trump, the defendant. This is going to be court case number 22/CV/10016. Okay, and then here's a verdict.
Hey, let me
form
take
from
a
the jury.
screenshot of it
Find
so
him
I can
guilty
have
of
it. I
sexual
want to be able to
abuse.
have this too.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me get it smaller for you. Go ahead and take a screenshot.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, because I don't want to support somebody who's a pedophile. I genuinely don't think that's the case. But I'll look more into that for sure.
What if I could play you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to following women and girls into their dressing rooms, looking at their naked bodies, unconsensually? What if I could play? Would it be like a you'd stop supporting Trump on the spot type of thing? If you could verify the authenticity of the recording?
I think less of that, and I think more of like less of that and more of like him being proven guilty in court.
Wait.
that's the
But
case.
this is either synonymous or even more evidence than a guilty verdict inside of a courtroom because it's him admitting to it.
No, that's fine, brother. All I want to do.
So would
like
you
I
accept
said,
that? So like if I could play you a clip of Donald
I
Trump
would
admitting
accept-
to like
I would accept-
barging into women's dressing rooms to look at them naked unconsensually, would you stop supporting Trump?
I just told you what I would accept. I would accept the fact that he was put in jail like the rest of everybody else.
Wait. No. I'm asking you, if I played you a clip of him admitting to it, would you believe that he did it?
A clip of what again? Go ahead.
Him admitting to following women and girls into their dressing rooms, barging in there unconsensually, looking at them naked. Would you believe it? If he admitted to it, yes or no?
I would stop supporting him, like I said. If you guys were to, if I was to do some more research on what you showed me, I would stop supporting him 1,000%.
Can you answer the question I just asked that you're evading?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I told you, look. Would you say
you'd stop
is this
supporting
fair?
Trump if that happened?
No,
That's another evasion technique.
No. Is this fair? Is this fair for me to say? Your objective in these interviews or whatever you want to call them is to get people to stop supporting Trump. Is that fair?
Yeah. No. Can you answer my question, please?
Okay. So you just said that that's fair. You just said that that's fair. So what I'm telling you is for that to also be fair, I would like to do research on the document that you went ahead and pulled up because that's the first time that I've ever seen it.
I'm asking you a new question that I want you to answer.
I understand that, and I'm not answering that question.
Why not?
I'm not answering that question.
Why not?
Because I've already put in front of me what I would like to see in order to stop supporting him.
That's not a reason why you will not answer my newest question.
It is a reason. It's my reason.
What could you articulate it clearly?
Liberal people liberal people think that they're cats, they think that they're dogs, they think this and that, and I can't just have my reason for why I would stop supporting 100%.
Wait, so you're not going to answer my question because liberals think that they're cats and dogs in 50 genders.
You have 50 different genders.
Yeah.
And then I'm crazy because I want to do research on what you have brought to my attention.
Well, I think that you're crazy. I think that you're crazy if you think that liberals believe that they're cats and dogs. Woof, woof, buddy. Calm down. Now, try your best to answer the question again.
Brother,
if Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, to unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls, would you stop supporting him?
I'm not sure that I would. I think I'd like to see him proven guilty in court. That he
So why would you need more than an admittance of why would he need more than admittance of guilt from himself?
Go ahead.
Okay, why would him being found guilty in a court when he contests that guilty verdict be more reliable than him just admitting guilt?
Liberal people allow men to go into women's bathrooms, so what's the fucking difference? It's the same
Voted
thing.
for a guy who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
Okay, so we both agree.
So you'll sit there and say we defend that when you explicitly vote for a guy that did it himself?
So we both agree that
and
men
I'd also
should not
like
be
to
in women's.
clarify. I'd like to clarify here, right? Like we don't think trans women are men. We think you're wrong for thinking otherwise. But I mean, I don't understand why that conversation is relevant at all to the question I'm asking you. Because even if you hold to that view, right? Like the obvious GOP conclusion of that view is that therefore trans women shouldn't go into women's restrooms. So I feel like it'd actually be contradictory for you to make the comparison here between Trump and trans women and then say that you don't care if Trump does it, not just to use a restroom, but to actively sexually exploit the people inside. So I'm going to try to ask the question again. It's okay. I'm repetitive when I'm presented with bullshit like you. You're bullshit. Shit on the ground.
Look,
here's the question. No, you're interrupting me, quite frankly. Here's the question.
Go ahead.
So
if... Can we get a timer going so that you get your time to speak and I get my time to speak?
Check this out. If you knew with certainty, might I add, that Donald Trump had barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at their naked bodies while they were changing.
Yeah, it's wrong. 100%
it's wrong. Support him as president if you knew that with certainty?
No, that's 100% wrong, but I don't believe that that's illegal. And I'm pretty sure that the liberal people are the people who are allowing
You're not answering my question. If you knew he did that, would you still support him as president?
If he went into a woman's dressing room and did
look
what?
at them naked, and he looked at them naked, sexual exploitation, abusing his position of power over their position of vulnerability to look at them while they're naked. If he did that, would you still support him as president?
I'd frown upon it for sure.
But would you still support him as president?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, well then make up your mind.
I don't need to make my mind up on the spot like this, brother.
I would appreciate it if you did.
I don't care what you appreciate and don't appreciate.
Because it just sounds like you're running away, little bro.
Nobody's running away, brother.
Yes, it does seem like you're running away.
Nobody's running away.
How about
Can
this?
you prove to? I want you to.
How about this? So you're saying that you're not sure if you'd stop supporting Trump as president if you knew he sexually exploited women and kids?
I would lean more likely to yes, I would. I would lean more likely to yes, I would.
Well, I mean, so the reason why I'm not accepting that probabilistic-based answer is because Like, it's just a hypothetical. Like,
What
if
are
you
you? Are
he
you
did
like a
this right
fucking
now, like, what would you
calculator?
do?
Like you accept answers? Like you're like a
Well,
calculator?
I don't think that a probability-based answer is sufficient because, like, we're literally asking you, like, what would you do right now if you knew it?
I think I would literally still do some more research because again, you're providing a lot of
the
stuff.
hypothetical is framed if you didn't need to do any more research because you already know that he did it. What would you do right now? Right now, if you knew that he did that, right now, would you stop supporting Trump? Yes or no?
If he walked into
barged in to a woman/girl's dressing room,
just show it to me.
Against the will of the women and girls
Show it to me.
inside,
Show it to
and
me.
then looked at their naked
Show it
bodies.
to me.
Well, the question
Show it
is,
to
if
me.
you knew that he did that
Show
right
it to
now,
me.
would you still support him as president?
I want you to show it to me.
After you answer my question.
I want you to show it to me.
After you answer my question.
If he barged in to a women's locker room or what restroom? What are you talking about?
Dressing room where they're like getting naked inside. Only women are allowed
Okay.
in there. Then he goes in to look at them while they're naked, including some people under the age of 18.
Okay, who was in there?
Women and girls. I thought I already clarified that.
Yeah, what women and girls though? Who specifically?
Why would that
Which-
matter?
His wife. If it's his wife, it definitely matters because if it's his wife, it
so
doesn't matter.
A, wives still have consent, and B, no, it wasn't his wife.
Brother, I walk in, bro. Do you have a wife?
Just answer the question. No, it wasn't
Do
his
you
wife.
have a wife?
It wasn't his
Do you
wife.
have a wife?
It wasn't his wife.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so it wasn't his
if
wife.
it wasn't his wife, what would you do?
Again, who is it that we're talking about? Specific
Women and girls that are not his wife or children.
Okay, is this a strip club? Because
No,
is this a strip club?
No, it's not a strip club.
Okay, what is it?
A beauty pageant.
A beauty pageant for younger girls.
For their beauty pageants for people 18 plus and beauty pageants for people under the age of 18.
To be
If
honest
he
with
did
you, bro,
that,
I don't
would
know.
you still support him?
I think it's definitely fucking weird. I don't think it's I'm not sure that it's necessarily illegal, but I think it's fucking weird for sure.
So it is illegal, by the way. But child rape is legal in a
Okay,
lot
if
of
it's
states
illegal,
because
brother,
child marriage
if
is
it's
legal in a lot
listen
of
to me.
states.
If it's
So
illegal,
please answer the question. If he did it, would you still support him as president?
If it's illegal, then
Legality
why is it
shouldn't
the
matter
liberal
here.
people?
Legality shouldn't matter here. No, you're evading the question. If he did this,
I'm
would you
not
still support him as president?
I already told you my answer. I said it
No,
was
we haven't got a
fucking
yes or we haven't got a no. Is it a yes or
weird. I
no?
would. No, I would. I probably still would.
You okay?
Depending on
So
the
you probably
circumstances.
wait. What
Depending on the
circumstances?
circumstances.
What circumstances?
I keep asking you to show me the video, bro, and you're not showing me the video.
Because I've already given you all the circumstances that you need to answer the question, but you're running like a little fucking weasel, dude. You're a goddamn weasel. You're a weasel. You're a weasel. Yes, you are because you're weaseling away from answering the question. I say that shit to your face. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Pipe down. Pipe down, little bro. I say that shit to your face. I'd say that shit to your face. I'd say that shit to your life.
Never say that shit to my face. I promise.
On everything, I would say that to your face. Now shut up and answer the question, weasel. Okay, if you knew with certainty, okay, that Donald Trump had barged in to the dressing rooms of naked women and naked girls to then look at their naked bodies. Can I get a yes or no? Would you still or would you not still support him as president? Ugh.
I would support him less, yeah.
But you would still support him.
I would support certain things that he also supports that also
No, but overall,
aligns.
would you support the administration? Would you say that he still, at the end of the day, overall, should
The
be
administration as a whole? The administration as a
would you
whole,
say, at the end of the
absolutely.
day, so you'd absolutely still say he should be president if you knew that he had sexually exploited kids?
Dog, listen to me. Liberal people want to put men in women's restrooms.
I guess you're a fucking liberal person then. I guess we changed your mind. You're a goddamn liberal person then. The only person I hear on this live arguing that you want men to barge into women's private spaces that's goddamn you, dude. I guess you're the only liberal person here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for exposing yourself as one of those libbed up communists. Now shut up. Shut up! You cannot go from saying that you wouldn't fucking care if Donald Trump barged into a private woman's only dressing room to look at their boobs, even if they're kids, okay? And you still support him as president to then saying, oh, liberal people want this to happen. God damn it. I'm gonna fucking throw up all over this mic, and it's gonna be a disaster for everyone, okay? If I have to hear any more of this bullshit.
You said what you had to say about this topic. I've said what I have to say about this topic. You
And
feel
here's
the way
what Donald
you feel,
Trump had to say
I
about
feel-
this topic. Here's him admitting to barging into the dressing rooms of women and girls.
Also say, as
Okay,
the
let's see
owner
it.
of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're
Yeah.
standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not really, to be honest with you, that's not that crazy to me. If they're saying that he's the owner of the pageant, he needs to go back there to inspect it, and if he needs to make sure that everybody's okay back there, yeah, I mean, again, it is a little weird, but again, it's not as egregious as you're making it out to be. It's
He's
not
a
as
man.
egregious as you're making it.
He's
It's
an
not as
adult
egregious.
man, and they're naked
He's the owner of the
kids.
pageant, and he has to go back
Oh,
and make sure that everything's
exactly.
straight.
He's the
Who
owner of
does
the
this to perv on them, genius? Are you that stupid?
What? Say it again.
owner of the pageant. He's not the owner of their bodies. Parker, the mic and the
Yes.
floor yours. I'm gonna go pee.
Also, like for example, like if you go to like a show, like
They said it was a requirement, no?
Listen, no.
What are you, like a fucking pageant expert?
No. Donald Trump is explicitly saying this because he gets to get away with it because he gets to perv on them. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Are there women from inside that pageant that specifically have said that he made them feel uncomfortable?
Yes, there was an 18-year-old that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
Okay, and what did the girl say?
They said that they were disgusted specifically with the fact that he would walk in and that they would try to cover themselves up because of the fact that they realized that there was a man in there, and then specifically they said that Donald Trump came in and said, "Oh, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before."
Yeah, I mean, again, brother, at the end of the day, liberal people want men to be in the bathrooms. I feel like
You're just not answering the question. All you're doing is just shifting the burden. You're not addressing any of the points.
It's not shifting the burden. It's something that you believe in.
Shifting the burden.
You believe in.
No, it's not.
You-
right?
so-
We don't
so should-
believe that trans women are men, and trans women are not a threat towards harming any other
If
women
somebody
in the
was a
context of these
male,
spaces.
If somebody was a male and that
Wait, do
male,
you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that trans women specifically are disproportionately more
Brother,
likely
there's
to
two
commit
genders.
these particular types of violence?
There's two genders.
He's changing it into a conversation about gender.
There's
completely
two-
just running away
there's
from
two
the fact
genders.
that, by the way, over the loudspeakers while I was using the restroom, because I pipe the audio through my loudspeakers when I do that. That's why I unplug the mic. I heard you say, well, were the minors uncomfortable when he perved on them? First and foremost, I don't know if you know this or not, kids can't consent to anything sexual. Kids can't consent to being viewed naked for the pleasure of the viewing
Absolutely.
experience of
I
the older
agree.
man.
I
And so
agree.
when you start that line of dialogue, oh, well, did the little kids that were having their naked bodies looked at feel uncomfortable? You're opening the door to the acceptance that somehow minors have the consent over their bodies as it
No.
would relate to sexual engagements with older people. See, the reported comfortability of a minor does not matter at all. Okay,
Agreed.
if an adult
Agreed.
engages in intercourse or does
Agreed.
anything related to anything sexual to somebody under the age of 18, okay,
Agreed.
especially in scenarios like a 60-year-old and a 15-year-old, okay, it is unconsensual, it is wrong, it is sexual exploitation, and it is something that must be condemned and something that can't be defended as permissible or not that weird by creeps like you. Okay, I'm sick and tired of the normalization of predatory behaviors directed at children at the hands of adults, and I think it is absolutely one of the largest reasons why nobody should support Trump as president today, because he has a track record of not just engaging in these things but then defending these things. In this clip, you heard him say it's funny, which then leads to a multiplicity of men such as yourself creeping out of the shadows, then telling how many people do we have in here right now? 25,000 individuals that you just don't think it's that wrong to like exploit children, that you just don't think it's that creepy or weird to take advantage of minors. It's unbelievable. This is why we at once immediately need to impeach Trump in the totality of his administration, because what is on the line here are the bodies of women and girls, okay, their futures, their dignity, and the moral fabric of the country they live in. All right? It is a shame that today there are men like you defending Trump, not just as president, but also as a person by labeling his exploitation of women and girls as fine, normal, permissible actions that any man should engage in. It's unreal.
that are actually men to play in women's sports. That's a shame. Okay,
Exactly.
and it's a shame.
You care more about
you
trans
watch women's
people.
sports?
You care
Wait, do
more
you
about
watch
trans
women's
people than
sports?
pedophilia.
Well, I have a question. Can you name 3 women's sports teams?
3 women's sports teams. What do you got? You got the Las Vegas Aces. and it's probably all I know, to be honest with you. I mean,
so just to clarify, you don't know 3 women's sports teams, and yet you're so into women's sports enough to claim that you like this is like the reason why you support Trump.
No,
when this isn't affected on a national basis at all by either administration being in office.
You just keep talking.
You mean I finished the statements of what I said? I barely have spoke. What are you talking about?
There's 2 of you and there's 1 of me, bro. So that means more talking on your side and less talking on my side. I've let you say what you had to say. Do I get a chance to say what I have to say?
Of course you do.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So again, it's literally the same thing. A man.
Would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president? That's played in women's sports. That's gone.
Absolutely not.
So if it's literally the same thing, and your answer for a trans woman is absolutely, I never vote for them a day in my life, then hold that same energy to Trump, you idiot. You can't even stay consistent within your own logic.
No, that's valid. Hey, that's valid. Hey, that's a valid argument. That's a valid argument. Hey, that's a valid argument. But again, it seems like you could say I'm confused, but you're just as confused because you're supporting the same twisted, weird ass shit.
No, because we don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same for a trans woman to take a piss in private in a woman's restroom as it would be for a cis man to barge into a woman's dressing room just to then look at the naked bodies of women and girls. Absolutely not, dude. Okay, abso-fucking-lutely not. You are a joke if you think otherwise. And by the way, when the whole bathroom issue, should trans women be able to use or not use a women's restroom, isn't even an issue of should the trans women be able to go into that space. It's an issue of, well, what would a cis man like Trump do to take advantage of that rule? Could a cis man pretend to be a trans woman, then take advantage of women in the space? That conversation never boils down to the trans people and always boils down to the cis man like Trump that think of women and girls as fucking toys they could do whatever to and abuse, use, and cast away. That's like the crux of that conversation too. It always reduces back to the cis men. All right, like I don't think okay that the trans woman that just wants to take care of her business is the problem here. Okay, it's gonna be can a cis man that is violent, is abusive, and is a threat to the safety of women and girls take advantage of the fact that we allow trans women to go into this space to then take advantage of women and girls?
Absolutely,
that's
crazy.
Always what the
Insane.
conversation reduces down to.
Insane.
Is how do we prevent more people from doing what Trump did? Like that's
Insane.
literally what the conversation about the bathroom
people.
reduces down to. How can we prevent more people from doing what Trump did to the women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA? And then somehow your takeaway is, well, we could prevent it by shitting on trans people, but then turning around and supporting the man that did this as president. It's the most incoherent worldview ever.
It's not. It's
yes,
not.
It is so incoherent.
Brother,
you admitted it was incoherent.
If a man
you admitted, no, listen. You admitted
admitted
that it was incoherent when you said that trans people do the same thing Trump does. It does. And then I asked you, would you ever vote a trans woman to be president? And you said absolutely not, while simultaneously defending Trump as president and arguing that it's the same thing, yet you support him. Like, you admitted that your worldview is incoherent. Like, I'm just simply echoing what you said. Mikey, the floor is yours. I'm interrupting the hell out of you because I'm having fun defeating this argument. Mikey, the floor is yours, dude. I'll take a step back here for a moment. You know how to unmute. You've done it a billion times. Click on your profile picture and then click the icon of the microphone. Okay, I'm going to send you another invite to unmute right now. Boom. There you go.
Okay, so you're telling me that a trans person in a women's restroom, a male in a women's restroom, is the same thing as Donald Trump, and that I'm supporting that. So why would I not support trans?
No, that's what you said. That's what you said.
Because that's what you said.
No, we never said it was equivalent. We actually clarified that we disagree that it's equivalent. You're the one that said it was equivalent, and then also said at the same time as saying it's equivalent that you wouldn't support a trans person specifically who had done this, but you would still support Donald Trump who has done this.
And then you argued that I'm arguing the same thing, so it's the same thing either way.
No,
you believe in what you believe, and I believe in what I believe in.
So we described that you argued that.
Brother, okay, whatever. You guys support that, I support what I support. It's damn near the same thing. So point blank, period, end of discussion. Let's move on to the next topic.
You're like not addressing the
Once
point.
again, when you continue to repeat that it's damn near the same thing, you are proving your view to be incoherent because you said you never want a trans woman as president, yet you want Trump as president. If it's damn near the same thing, if you never want a trans woman as president, you can't want Trump as president either.
Hey, damn near and exactly the same are two different things, brother.
So you think it's worse for a trans woman to take a piss than it is for Donald Trump to sexually exploit?
I think that it is worse that liberal people think that it is okay for men to go into women's restrooms.
So you're avoiding the question because
I think you're avoiding. I think you're avoiding.
has absolutely nothing to do.
You think that I'm avoiding.
Wait, 1 second.
You think I'm avoiding, but you're
question
avoiding.
is the reason why you're avoiding is because this question has nothing to do with like liberal people, and it's only surrounding the fact.
Do you
that
support
you think
that?
In
No,
one
no, do you
scenario,
support that?
One moment.
No,
you're
you
interrupting
tell
me. You're interrupting me to change the argument because you know you're cooked. Sit your ass down, Weasel. Sit your ass down, Weasel. It's time for you to shut up and listen. 5, 4, good boy. So anyways, back to the argument I was providing. What does that mean? Sit down, stop talking. Weasel, you're slimy. You're evading everything that we're saying here like a weasel, weaseling. You know what I mean? That's what that means. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Okay, so what you said was damn near the same thing is what Trump was doing when he walked backstage into these dressing rooms and what trans women do when they go into the bathroom. And I asked you clearly, would you ever vote for a trans woman to be president if they've gone into women's restroom and played in women's sports? And you said absolutely no. You are equating those actions of trans women to what Donald Trump did when he walked into the dressing rooms. So if it is true that you would never vote for a trans woman to be president because they've done these actions, which are in your mind equal to what Trump did, therefore you already have enough reason to never support Trump a day in his life as president. In fact, you'd be forced into holding the position that you would absolutely never support Trump as president. And then when I asked you, well, if it's damn near the same thing, why don't you hold the same standard? Well, then you just said, you know what, worse is the fact that liberals support trans women. But liberal support of trans women has nothing to do with your evaluation that what trans women did and what Trump did are equal, and because of what trans women did, you never support one as president, yet you continue to support Trump as president, contradicting your view. So without pivoting or reflecting to this virtue signal that liberals are crazy because they think trans women should be able to use the women's restroom, which, by the way, reduces the amount of material harm towards women and girls. So I know it's not about them that you get that evaluation from. It's more so about the bigotry that you hold to trans people. I'd ask you to just answer my question for its face value, all right? If what trans women do is enough reason for you never to support one as president, and you think what they do is identical to what Trump has done, then why isn't what Trump has done enough reason for you to never support him as president? And now we get to play this really annoying game where he doesn't answer the question. Everyone prepare for incoming bullshit that is not an answer to the question, that we all understand, that I've repeated 10 times.
Okay, so like I said, brother, you have your stance, I have my stance. It is what it is. Let's move on to the next question.
And dude, I mean, you're playing right into my hand here. I literally said you want to answer.
You literally said he was gonna do it.
Oh, did you? Okay, go ahead.
You want me to repeat it again?
No. Wait. I think we're not on the same page here. I'm saying I'm tired of talking about this conversation and this topic.
Sure. We could change the topic after you answer the question.
Okay, what's the question? Go ahead.
Oh, for sure. I'll repeat it for a 10th time. And I really want you to listen and marinate on the answer to the question. In fact, after I ask you the question, I'm going to thank a couple donors. So like you have like maybe 60 seconds to really think of a good response, okay?
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Here's the question. You said that you'd absolutely never support a trans woman as president because of what trans women have done, like using the women's restroom, playing in women's sports. And then you said that what trans women have done going into the women's restroom is absolutely the same, quoting you, as what Trump has done by going into the changing rooms.
I didn't say absolutely, I said damn near.
Well, you changed it from absolutely to damn near. You said both.
I did say both. Okay, I said both, so that's valid. Go ahead, continue.
Perfect, thank you. That was absolutely the same as what Trump has done with walking into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants. So if what trans women have done leads you to the conclusion that therefore you never support one of them as president a day in your life, and you think that they're absolutely the same as what Trump has done, then why doesn't that lead you to the conclusion that therefore you never support Trump as president a day in your life? Now really marinate on that question and think about a good, cogent, and coherent response while I thank a couple of people. first and foremost. Camp, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for that love, Camp. I'm trying to see 1,000 Camp W's in both of the live chats. It is insane. Thank you so much for that love. Camp with the $100 says key difference between trans people and Trump. Trump entered into the space for sexual gratifications. Trans people didn't. This caller is lower than a parasite. No, I'd agree that there's a lot of differences, but that is the most important one. All right. Thank you so much for the $100, Camp. Show some love to Camp down below. Also show some love to someone stranger for the $20. Let's get $200 for 200 W's for stranger. Stranger with the $20 on super chat says, I'm from Vegas. This guy sucks. Oh, very much so. And then Feisty, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, I've never been essayed. I've been essayed more than once, never by a trans person, always by cis men. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, Feisty. Thank you for the $20. And I'm sorry that you got to listen to this conversation about the demonization of the group of people that are not the enemy. And then same thing for you, Wendy. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube super chat. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. I'm trying to see 500 Wendy W's from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for the support for myself and what we do here, Wendy. You are awesome. 500 Wendy W's in the chat. Please. Same thing to Luna. Thank you for the 12 euros over on super chat. Thank you so much. And then Mello, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, who says, these two young dudes, Parker and Dean, have not confused me. I'm actually in my 30s and I'm so proud these two intelligent guys are not just arguing punks, but defending our country's constitution / truth to this cult. Thank you for the kind words and the $20 donation, Mello. It means the world to me. Like, genuinely, thank you so much for supporting what we do here, and thank you for putting a smile on my face. Same thing to Abini and Aaron. Thank you guys for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Justin, thank you for the $5. Then Molly, thank you for the $10, who says, OMG, I have no words for this guest, so hypocritical, complete hypocrite. Bo, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for everything that you do. Please never stop spreading the truth. Dude, I love what I do too much to ever stop. Thank you for the $10 in the support, Bo. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Kristen, thank you for the $5. Then Serenity, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, love, for the love. I didn't mean to call you love. I meant to say for the love, Serenity. My apologies, but thank you for the $10. And then Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, Dean, thank you so much for what you do. Please read this. No one is illegal on stolen land. I'm a tribal citizen, and a lot of MAGA need to read a freaking book. Much love, Dean. Much love to yourself. Thank you so much for the $10. Same thing to Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Elizabeth W's, who says, shout out to Dean. It needs to be said that MAGA is basically a grievance support group for people who want to be and stay mad with validation, with merch, of course. Oh yes, with the merch, with the tequila bottles, with the watches and the books and the shoes and the fake Bible. Yes, and the crypto. Don't forget the crypto. Thank you for the $20, Elizabeth. And then Jake, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Jake. Show some love to Jake down below. And then, oh my fucking God, this came in 35 minutes ago. Hannah, thank you so much for the $70 donation. And then Abigail, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Holy shit, Hannah and Abigail. My God. Hannah with a 70 says, my work schedule has been awful, but after a while it's good to be back and I can finally watch and learn more. I'm really happy that you take something positive away from the streams, Hannah. I'm really happy that you're able to take some education away. Thank you for the $70 and for the kind words. That is an insane donation. And then Abigail with a 50 says, just listening to the live. Thank you both so very much. Those are crazy donations. Show some love to Abigail and Hannah down below, and show some love to Leslie for the $10, who says, for dealing with people that can't follow simple instructions. For real. Thank you so much. We're all caught up on Venmo and Super Chat. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. Shelby, thank you for the $5, who says, recent follower. I've been listening to you every day at work and it's teaching me so much. Fucking base, Shelby. Cody, thank you so much for the $10, who says, this guy said the quiet part out loud that I think all of MAGA thinks. Pedophilia, it's a-okay and cool, but God forbid somebody be trans. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, Cody. Thank you for the $10. Isabel, thank you for the $14, who says, love everything you do. Well, thank you so much, Isabel. Let's get 200 Isabella W's. And then Deirdre, thank you for the 50. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the love, Deirdre. That is Diedra. Deirdre with the 50 fucking dollars. Let's see what the message says. So if he comes to my house, I could barge on in him, right? Yeah, apparently, if you own the house he's in, then you could just do whatever you want, according to his logic. But you obviously shouldn't, which is why his logic is wrong. Thank you so much for the $50, Deirdre. Show some love to Deirdre down below. And Casey, thank you for the $20, who says, this guy just doesn't want to admit that he's following a horrible person. But like, why? Like, why does he want to die on the hill that we should support terrible people? It makes no fucking sense. But you're right. Thank you for the $20, Casey. And then Rebecca, thank you so much for the $50 $50. Y'all are going crazy today. Rebecca with a 50 says, just celebrated my 36th birthday and my mom's 26th anniversary being cancer-free in New York City. Got to see Stephen Colbert live. You kept us company for the 16-hour drive to SLT and helped keep us awake by listening to cook all the Trump supporters. Keep on cooking. Well, dude, huge shout out to your mom. That the 26th anniversary of being cancer-free is huge. And shout out to you, and I hope you had a great 36th birthday, which it sounds like you did. And as always, it's good to see you again, Rebecca. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Rebecca W's. And it looks like we are all caught up. If you want to support, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and of course the handles at the top of the phone screen. Now, after we've given this guest a couple minutes now to really reflect on that question, I'm going to ask it again just so everyone knows what it is. You said that what trans people do are equivalent to what Trump has done. And because of what trans people do, you said that you'd never vote for a trans person a day in your life. So why doesn't this mean that you never vote for Trump a day in your life? The mic and the floor are yours. Take it away.
See, the thing is with that question is, again, I want to go ahead and say that damn near the same is exactly my point of the whole argument. I said damn near the same. Okay, so I think that's exactly where you get a little bit misconstrued. It is me saying damn near the same and exactly the same.
Okay,
to answer your
question. The question?
I mean, I would still vote for Trump. Yeah, I mean,
I know, but why do you hold a different standard in these two scenarios?
Why do they hold a different standard?
Yeah, that's
because
the question.
Again, damn near the same and same are not the same.
So you think that a trans woman going into the women's restroom is worse than Trump going into a changing room?
I think it's equal. I think that it's equally as bad. I think it's equally as bad, but I think that there's a slight. Say it again. Sorry.
Then it'd be identical.
I think that there's a slight upper hand on Trump in this situation. Honestly, I think that there's a slight upper hand on him.
Yeah. Why?
Because again, he's in a pageant, okay? You have everyday life people that are going into the restroom with men in the restroom. It's like, okay, yeah, there's a lot of similarities. I want to ask a question to you.
Well, after
do you
we
support
after we get a clear answer on why you think Trump going into a woman's changing room to sexually exploit them is worse than a trans woman going into the women's bathroom.
No, okay, where's the proof that he sexually exploited them? You had one person who made an allegation. That's not sexually exploiting.
Bragged about it himself. You literally heard him say it.
And I already told you my thoughts on that video.
Bro, there's like, again, you're like totally okay with someone who owns like a pageant, specifically going into the changing rooms of underage girls.
Play the video again.
Right, to look at them. You're okay
Play the
with
video
that?
again.
Wait, are you okay with that?
Play the video again.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with you playing the video again so that I can rehear it. You've heard it how many times? I've only heard it once.
Don't answer the questions. This is how this entire conversation is going to go.
Brother, I want to answer your question, but I would like for you to play the video again so that I can go ahead.
I'm not the one who can play the video even.
Say it again.
I don't know why you're asking me to play the video when I'm not even the one that played the video. So like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, whichever one of you guys can play the video, if you would please play the video so that I can give you a legitimate answer. Thank you.
Just repeat your question after he listens to it again.
We say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else.
Pause it.
Pause it.
Okay, they're getting dressed and they're getting ready. Define what getting dressed and ready really means. That doesn't actually mean that they're naked or they're X, Y, and Z. They could be putting makeup on. They could be putting hairspray in. They could be doing that. Getting dressed and ready does not necessarily
mean
mean
when you have
that.
no clothes on, are you naked?
Brother, can you put two shirts on?
I just have a question.
Can you put two shirts on? Can you put two shirts on? Yes or no?
When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
Does it say in there that they have no clothes on? Or
Yes.
does it say that they're getting dressed and ready?
Explicitly said no clothes.
Okay, go ahead. Continue to play it.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is
doctor.
good.
Pause it. Pause it.
Dude.
Listen to the last word that he just said. He's going back there to make sure that everybody is okay. Does that sound does that sound terrible? He's making sure everybody is okay? That doesn't sound too terrible to me.
Gullible is written on the ceiling.
Okay, go ahead, continue. Continue to play it.
I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Pause it.
It hasn't even gotten past the point.
So he's such a terrible guy because he's such a terrible guy because he went and inspected the back of the pageant. Go ahead, continue.
This guy is so insufferable.
So first, you're dumb with no media literacy, or you're just a
Go ahead and continue. Bro, play the clip so that I can answer your question.
Yeah, after I respond to what you just said, Weasel, thanks. So he says, oh, I'm going in there, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? And that therefore I'm inspecting it, that's the guise that he's using to justify going back there to look at them. Okay? And this is automatically picked up on by everyone in the room. You're interrupting me?
Go ahead.
Good boy. So, this is the guise that he was using to go back there and to look at them while they were naked. And this is immediately picked up on by every other person in the room. All right? The woman starts to laugh because he says inspection, you know. Howard Stern says, you're like a doctor. You're like a doctor. Right? Kind of continuing that quote unquote funny joke about creating some justification for looking at people while they're naked. And then like Trump even then continues that joke because he says, I'm inspecting it. Yeah, they look great because they're naked.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Like he's literally telling you, he's like, oh, I'll inspect it, make sure they're okay. They have no clothes on. Is everyone okay? Oh my God, they look so good when they're naked. Right, there you go. Pause it. God,
How is he going to defend
You're
this one?
debunked. You're debunked. They never one time in that thing did they say that they had no clothes on back there. So your whole argument is debunked.
Oh my God, man. This is the most ridiculous criticism like ever of this.
What are you saying? You see
He
these
says no
incredible
clothes.
dresses. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. I want to make sure that everything is
They're
good.
standing there with no clothes. Yeah, I have no clue what he's saying there. I have no clue what he's saying there. I can't identify, dude. Honestly, like, there's no way he would have said clothes.
Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everyone okay?
Look, you can't even hear it. Look, you're slowing it down and you can't even hear it, bro. You're slowing it down. Look, you're smiling because you know that you're fucking wrong, bro. No clothes. What did you say, Donald? I couldn't hear you, brother. Yep.
He says with no clothes.
How insufferable.
Parker,
it's all good, but look,
I don't even find this too insufferable because I've already gone through the same dialogue like a billion times, so I kind of know how to deal with it. Because it's insufferable due to the fact that it is blatantly incorrect. So if you know the right ways to show verbally how it's blatantly incorrect, then it's actually not insufferable anymore because then he just looks stupid. And I know the way how to show that what he's saying is blatantly incorrect and that he's being disingenuous. And then he's just weaponizing ignorance. So in that clip, he says they're standing there with no clothes. But he cuts himself off after saying "cla" to laugh with everyone else. All right? So here's the question. I want you to think of any other word that starts with the "cla" sound that would fit in this context of what he's seen these beauty pageant people in a room where they're getting dressed with on. Okay? And I want you just to give me any other word there that starts with a "cla" sound that fits in the context. And I want everybody to try to answer this question. Everybody in the chat, even the liberals on TikTok and YouTube, try to give me any other word that starts with the "cla" sound. All right.
Him
that
starting to say
context.
clothes, him starting to say clothes and finishing the word clothes is two completely different things, brother. Again, all you guys do is come up
Can
with
you answer my
allegations
question?
about
Is there any other
Go ahead.
word that he could have said other than clothes? So it starts with the sound "cla," okay, and it has to fit in the context of what these women are standing with, not
there
on.
with no.
Yeah, with no "cla." What else could that word be in the context?
Hey, no, 100%. Like I said, starting to say something and then not saying it does not
So,
mean that
so
that
you
person
agree
said
that
it.
he was trying to say the word "clothes"?
I'm saying starting, bro. The guy's
Okay,
kind of
but
old.
you agree.
The guy's kind of old, bro.
What word was he
the guy's
starting
kinda
to say? What word is he starting to say? By the way, this is in 2005, so this is like 20 years ago.
Okay, yeah. So again, yeah.
He was like 50s.
So
I
what
mean,
word
what if-
was he trying to say there?
brother, the dude is old.
What
All
word
these
was he trying to
presidents
say
are-
there? Could you answer the question?
No, for sure, close. Yeah, 100%. No doubt about it. Yeah, he was starting to say that. Yeah,
Okay, so he just conceded. Like, literally just conceded.
100%. He was saying that.
Okay, 100%. Now he's so serious. Like, dude, you're so confident now. Like, that's hilarious, dude. That's
Okay, but
actually
again,
so funny.
starting to say that and then saying that. What is that?
Okay,
again,
wait, so if he started to say that, that's what he
Actually-
meant, you genius.
Dog, he's old.
Dude, if that's what he started to say, that's what he meant to communicate in the scenario, and clearly did end up communicating because they started laughing.
Okay.
They thought it was funny.
The guy's also a jokester, bro. So I mean, that's another reason why I like him.
Okay, so do you see how he backtracks
The
immediately?
guy's a jokester,
Like-
man. I also like him because he's very funny to listen. Dude, he's a funny guy to listen to.
Don't worry, Parker. This is another one of those insane arguments that I know how.
He's
to
a funny
refute
guy
very
to listen
easily.
to.
So check this out. Are you ready?
Oh my dog! I already told you I'm done with this topic, bro. Can we move on to like immigration
Weasel?
or something?
Weasel,
or-
are you ready?
Not Weasel, bro. My phone's about to
Yes.
die and I'm at work, bro. I'm not a
Weasel, check
man.
this out.
I'm at, bro.
So we know it's not a
You
joke
plug in?
because at the beginning of the clip, he literally said that he was serious about this. You know, like he started telling the story, and even Howard Stern was like, "Is this guy telling the truth?" And so then he was like, Howard Stern was like, "Okay, so you've actually done this," and then Trump is like, "Yes, this is what I'll actually do." So we know it's not a joke. And then on top of that, the second reason to know it's not a joke, to know that he wasn't just making it funny, okay, is because it's not funny. Sexual exploitation is never. And then the second reason would be, I legitimately cannot think of a single scenario of a boastful, prideful, egotistical billionaire man, okay, that is falsely claimed to engage in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent and they didn't do it. So because he explicitly states it wasn't a joke by saying that this is something he's actually done, and I can't think of anybody else in his shoes that has ever made the claim that they've engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't engage in sexual violence. We know he was being serious. Get pushed.
Okay, so what's the move now? Like I said, I'm kind of over the topic. We've already circled around it a bunch of times. You feel the way that you feel about it. I've stated my
Can you
facts.
concede that it wasn't a joke, real quick?
I mean, I would lean a little bit more likely towards no, but again, there could very well so be that in there. I don't know, brother. It's
I believe that the two arguments I just gave prove that it wasn't a joke. So if you don't agree that the two arguments that I just gave prove it wasn't a joke, please tell me why.
Go ahead, repeat that one more time. Sorry.
If you disagree that my two arguments just prove that it wasn't a joke, tell me why.
If I disapprove that they weren't a joke, I just told you it could have or could not be.
You can't even dude, you can't even interpret what I'm saying. I said I just gave you two arguments to prove that it was not a joke. If you disagree with my two arguments,
No, I don't have
tell
two
me
arguments.
why
I
you
don't have
disagree.
two. I don't have two arguments about it. Like I said, I'm done with the topic. Bro. I don't have to.
Dude! Oh my goodness! Oh my god! I gave you two arguments.
No. I'm
You
saying
didn't
I
give
don't-
me two arguments. I gave you two arguments.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Sorry. A lot of shit going on right now. Go ahead.
I'm gonna cry. So if you disagree,
My phone's about to die. Can we move on to another topic real quick? Because like I said, I'm at work. I'm trying to do this real quick and get back in. I've been on here for a minute.
Parker, should we just kick?
That's fine too. Yeah. Hey, thank you for your time, bro. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Dude, that is like legitimately one of the craziest. That is one of the craziest guests I think that we've had on. Dude, there's somebody in the comment section named Barbie spamming W guest. Who is this?
Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up?
Well, moment. Who is this?
Oh,
Who's
is it 1v2 right now?
What is this, Thorcus?
Thorcus?
Okay,
no,
it's not.
It's not Thorcus. So your name is Grift Botted?
Well,
yeah, Grift Botted, yeah. That's what you guys are, yeah.
Oh,
that's what
so
you guys
we're
are
grifters.
too.
Yeah, I love being a grifter. Grifting is my favorite thing to do. Like,
Yeah.
why do you think I'm a grifter?
Actually, before we go over that, can we go to the second claim botted? Is that okay, Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
So
you guys
what's
are bots
botted?
too. Yeah, you guys sound like bots.
What's
You guys are
botted?
bots too. So like us three are like we're all bots, right? Like we
Okay.
have NPC responses
that
to literally
kind-
everything.
Okay, so you're calling us like us bots. Okay, so let's talk about the grift part.
Yeah, so
You
like
think we're
every
grifters?
day that somebody comes and watches your live, every day that somebody comes and watches your live, it's like if you were to be in a video game and go to the same character that's an NPC every day and they say the same shit.
So I'm a grifting. I love being a grifting bot with an ideological framework. Oh my god, a person with an ideological framework says something within
Hold
that
on one
ideological
second.
framework every single day. That's crazy. I can't believe a person with a political ideology says something similar to that ideology every day. You know, it's almost like I would expect every single day them to come back with a new political ideology. And if they don't come back with a new political ideology every single day, that means that they're a grifter bot.
Wait.
NPC.
This guy.
Yeah,
How long has it been?
essentially, yeah.
It's been years.
Who's this? You remember them or something?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I remember you. How long has it been? Like 2 years?
Me?
Yeah.
Are you sure, D?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, who am I?
I forget your name. But I know that... Does the name Alyssa ring a bell?
I have no clue who that is.
What is your name?
What do you want it to be?
He's a grifting bot.
No,
That's what he is.
I remember this guy. So before I even started debating politics, you've debated me. Let's double check. Let's see if this is the person I'm thinking of. Are men
All right.
better at leading than women?
Yes.
Are men superior to women?
Yes.
Yes. You do know Alyssa. Why did you lie?
Alyssa, we gotta be more specific.
You used to come up on my live stream.
Yeah.
Very, very frequently. You debate.
Yeah, we were friends. We were
were
friends.
not-
we
we
just
were not friends.
I think we just had some
Bro,
disagreement.
what crazy
You guys
self-importance
changed on
that-
me. You guys
think
changed on me.
friends,
Dude.
bro. Come on.
You guys changed on me. Yeah, it has been over 2.5 years since I talked to you last.
Are you impressed that I remember you?
Yes, that is super impressive, dude. You've been through the woodworks the past couple of years, but I'm glad to see that you guys are still alive and healthy and everything.
And you are crazy as ever. So why do you think we're grifters? You should know that we're not grifters.
Yeah, I know. Well, my stance did change on the whole I was only going with that. Like you asked me that again to see if that was me. My stance did change on that. I think women can be better leaders in some circumstances, like Donald Trump right now. We probably could have had a better person in office. Not Kamala, but it could have been a woman for sure.
Interesting. So there's some progression. There's been some
Yeah.
progression made. And do you support
Yep.
Trump?
Absolutely not. I like Thomas Massey.
Oh, you're not a Trump supporter.
No, not anymore. No.
Huh, you know what? You're a Massey Republican? To go from to go honestly, I'm a little proud of you. I'm a little proud of you. To go
Thank you,
from men are superior to women, men are better at leading than women, love Trump, MAGA, 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 to dropping all those beliefs, still being a Republican, but like a Massey Republican.
Yeah, because I'm
You've
fighting
made
the
some
same fight that
progress.
you guys are right now. I have to talk to MAGA in the sense that it's like, oh yeah, see, he's a Republican, but it's like, no, I don't. Just because I don't agree with you guys on essentially anything. Not you guys specifically, but MAGA. MAGA has came so far off the woodworks. I mean, well, MAGA was kind of always just a slogan. It was catchy. It's what they knew like the youth was going to cling to. But I'm starting to see some 25 years and under, a lot of people are starting to talk about Thomas Massey. He's hated by both sides, which is kind of why I like him.
I don't think the left hates Thomas Massey. I
hope
say
not.
Thomas Massey, I actually have more respect for Thomas Massey than some Democrats in Congress.
Really?
Yes, I do.
I would love to see you talk with him if you could.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I agree with him, okay? Because we disagree on like he said, 91% of things. But because of the 9% of things that me and Thomas Massey do agree on, I respect him more than even some Democrats. So
yeah,
that's an interesting.
And Parker told me to read about. Probably this has probably been about a year and a half ago, but Parker told me to go read about AOC, and I did. I don't like some of the things she says, but then again, I can't believe I'm saying this, but socialism in all forms is not incredibly terrible. I can say that. Socialism in all forms is not bad. There's yeah.
Well,
I'm a 180, dude. I'm a 180.
You're not a 180 yet. I'd say that you're a 130. You're a 130. You're not a 180. You're a 130.
What's it going to take for me to become a 180, Dean?
I think that you should start exploring maybe some of the economic theory of the left. I mean, look into social democracy for sure, but then also socialism. I think that if you're saying that's not bad in all scenarios, I think that you should really maybe just dip your toe into a little Marx, just not to become a Marxist.
Oh, come on.
Not to become a Marxist, but just to read a little Marx. I think that we should all be educated on, social and political theory from all landscapes. I think it's a good thing that somebody is, at least a little read up on Marxism, social democracy, and anarcho-libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism, fascism, just so we know what these things are, so we could identify them today, so we can know about how they historically came about, and even for maybe a handful of those theories, see if we agree with them and see if there's anything good that we could pull from them. And I think if you were to do a little bit of reading on social and political theory, that if we were to catch up in another year from now, it may be a 180.
Let me ask you a question before I go. And Parker, you say that you're a capitalist, although you like certain protections. When you say protections, what are safety nets, social safety nets? Which ones do you think that you'd have to have, and which ones do you think that you could live without as far as safety nets?
I mean, I don't think I would necessarily be able to make a claim I can live without a bunch of them, but here's the ones I generally advocate for. Are that I want a universal healthcare program. I want childcare to be accessible to all and very affordable and universal if possible. I would love for there to be housing affordability, universal access to housing. And I would, there are different ways that we can achieve that, but obviously I think that's a baseline. And then I want everyone to be fed, no one to be starving. I want there to be regulations that ensure a baseline for everyone. In terms of environmental regulations, I think those are incredibly important. And then consumer protection and safety regulations, things like that.
But because
I can go in further, but those are just basic points.
But because you're not a Trump supporter,
I can say that I almost agree with all of that. The reasoning that I agree with it may not be the same reason that you agree with it. I agree with it simply because I know that we can afford it. That's why I agree with it. Well, your reasons might be different, but as long as we come to the same agreement, I don't think it really matters at the end of the day.
I appreciate you for coming up. It's good to catch up. I think that you've definitely really made a lot of progress over the last couple of years. And I hope that you have a good rest of your day, and I'd love to talk to you again in another year, see where you're at.
Yep. Thanks, Dean. See you, Parker. You guys stay safe.
Yeah, you as well.
Dude, that guy
was
a
libertarian in the comment section so mad. They're like, boo.
That guy was a total nut 2 years ago. An actual nut, complete nut. And that's crazy. Honestly, bro, that right there is what keeps me going, man. He was one of the most prolific nuts, okay? So you know how you guys maybe if you're a more frequent viewer of the live stream, know who Phil is? He was the Phil of the streams 2 years ago, but there wasn't a question if he was a troll or not, and it wasn't funny. It was honestly disgusting and cruel. Okay. So it was kind of like that. And to see him go from where he was at a couple years ago to where he's at today is, really, really good. I mean, man, I gotta say, I'm really proud of the steps that he's made. Hello, Chris. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I am 19 years old, about to turn 20 this year.
Parker? I think
I was gonna say after you. Can I thank a few people?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, for sure. I was gonna wait for you to do so because I haven't pulled them up yet. Sorry.
Okay, no, I could do that. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna thank a couple of people here real quick. Laura Bell, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says Nancy Mace is in the files? Please pass it on. I will actually look for her name right now in the Epstein library. Appreciate you for letting me know. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Dude, Sandra, thank you so much for the 100 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, dude. Sandra, that is like 137 USD. So that is very, very, very kind of you, Sandra. That is fucking insane. Sandra with the 100 euros says, we have a trans minister in our Belgian government, and she's also a gynecologist and professor at University Gent. I wouldn't mind to have her as a prime minister in Belgium. And I go to the... I'm not going to read out that last part. But yeah, Sandra, thank you so much for the 100 euros. I mean, there are plenty of countries over in the EU that are significantly more socially evolved than America. And I can't wait until we're more like y'all. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 100 euros. That is like incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Please, for everyone watching at home, show some love to Sandra down below. Also, please show some love to Linda for the $50 donation on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Linda. Linda with the 50 says, I'm behind in the VOD as usual, but got so excited when I saw that you're the thumbnail of Kyle Kalinski's videos that I dropped. Haven't watched it yet, but it's some rancid MAGA that said something grotesque, as if that were to narrow it down. Yeah, I've heard from a couple different people that Kyle Kalinski made a video about something. Dude, we follow each other on Twitter. I mean, I don't think I've ever talked to him, but what I do know
Kyle's
is...
cool. He's one of the reasons I'm liberal.
Really?
Yeah, like originally, like one of the reasons I was liberal, and then I went on like a leftist arc I was for a while, and I was to the left of him, and then I kind of came back, and we're a pretty similar ideology now.
Yeah, but what I do know about Kyle is that I see him on Twitter, dude, saying some pretty base shit. Okay, he fries the right. It's glorious. Like after it came out that Trump was in the files, he literally did this whole thing of smoking the Trump pack. He had a cigar and everything, and it just exploded everywhere. It's this anti-Trump vision, and I don't know. I thought that was pretty
he's
cool.
really good for information, to be totally honest. He keeps you up to date. I actually really like him, to be honest. Still, and I will every once in a while click on a video.
Yeah, cool. Well, anyways, thank you so much for the $50, Linda, and it's cool to hear that you saw that video. I'll have to go watch it once I'm done with this stream for tonight. And then, oh my god, this just came through. Michael, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Michael. Michael dropped the 150 with a message, just a couple red hearts. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the love. That is outrageous. Fucking hell, I do not deserve that much love. Y'all are being so kind today. Michael, thank you so much, man. If I could please have every single person watching show some love to the GOAT, as always, Mr. Michael, down below in that comment section. It literally make my day. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. Fucking hell, as always. It's undeserved as hell. Everybody in my body, thank you so much for your generosity, dude. Show some love to Michael. And then Nicole, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, this caller is right at the top of the bell curve. Keep fighting the good fight, my dude. I will always support people who support human rights. Thank you so much for the $30, Nicole. And by the way, that is Nicole spelled interestingly. That is Nichole. So show some love to Nicole down below in that chat for the $30 donation. Thank you for supporting me in what we do here. Leah, thank you so much for the $10, who says, I think it's important to play the part where Howard Stern is talking about women wanting to have sex with Trump, and it gives context to that Trump is perving instead of inspecting. Oh, you're right, Leah. I've done that before, and I was like, oh, this is the way to go around that argument. And I forgot it until you brought it up. Good point. Ryan, thank you so much for the $7 $7 over on Venmo says, Griff for you. Thank you for supporting the Griff. Kaylee, thank you so much for the 5. Josh, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Appreciate you, Josh. Show some up to Josh, who says, for babysitting this weasel, I hope this guy never has daughters of his own. Disgusting how people will make any excuse for these pervs. And Josh sent this donation in 20 minutes ago, and we still had the weasel on the live stream. So that's who he's talking about. Thank you so much for the love, man. Then Alexa, thank you for the $5. Tyler, thank you for the $6. And then Joshua, thank you so much for the $5 as well. It looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. I quickly want to catch up on PayPal, then we are going to pass the mic off to Parker here in a moment. But I think that we have a couple people to thank over there too. On PayPal, Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Shannon, thank you for the $20, who says the comprehension skills of the color OMG cherry picking for a narrative. Maybe start getting crayons out and drawing pictures for them. Love you, they love you, Dean and Parker. You know, I actually used to do that way back in the day. I had like a physical graph that I'd pull out to like expose like a very common contradiction on the subject matter that I was debating. And I think I need to do that again now. Thank you. Thank you for the $20, Shannon. Let's get 200 Shannon W's. And holy shit, 1,000 Kathy W's for the $100 donation on PayPal. Queen Kathy is back in the building, y'all. As always, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for this support, dude. Holy shit, Kathy is back, ladies and gentlemen. This time with a $100 donation. Insane as always. Thank you for your generosity. Kathy says, hopefully this guest cannot and has not reproduced. Once again, she sent that through when we had the weasel on live. For context, Kathy, you're based and dropping truth nukes as always. Thank you for the $100. And then Zoe, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, I just saw a comment on a vid saying that you are a Nazi sympathizer and were using Dims for money. It pissed me off, so I just wanted to support you. Well, thank you for the $20, Zoe. Yeah, there's like a very niche community of like particularly leftists that literally think I'm a Nazi sympathizer. They're a joke. Thank you for the $20. Same thing with you, Daniel. Thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, I'm a blue collar person, and in the past I've been on the conservative side, but helping people is a non-negotiable for being a good person. And I don't think you're on the conservative side anymore, my friend. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Daniel W's, as well as Shelby, thank you for the 5. William, thank you for the $1. And then Donovan, thank you for the $5 as well. I'm all caught up. Parker, the mic and the floor are yours, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Sharon, thank you for the $50 on Venmo for the education. Give some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo, as well as Allspice. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Totally agree with you. That was absolutely ridiculous. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them, as well as Sherry. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If I would have saw this earlier, it would have been perfect to ask them, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Michael with the $150 on Venmo. Michael, thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Seriously, I really appreciate it. It's so kind of you. Thank you so much. As well as Natalie, thank you for the $2. Lauden, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Bite, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Jacob, thank you for the $10. And Isabel, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you.
Dude, W's to all the donors. Once again, one last thing before we hop into the debate. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's right there at the top of the phone screen. Same thing goes for Parker. You can find his Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in his bio as well. Take it away, Chris. I appreciate you so much for the wait. Tell us how the hell you could still support Trump, the worst president of your life.
Well, I think saying that he is the worst ever is, in my opinion, I found... I'm 19 years old, I've been here for a little bit. I've had some experience, talked to a lot of people. I would like to mention something that I was in here about, I want to say, maybe a couple days ago, maybe like 4 or 5 days ago.
Chris, I don't mean to cut you off. I just need to tell everyone I'm going to be right back, everyone. Just need to do some real quick. Be right back, chat.
For the galaxy. Yeah, he'll be right back, folks. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Dean. I'll be right back.
Of course.
And anyway, you had mentioned that you were talking to, I think, this one guy. It was a girl. I can't exactly remember who. But anyway, it was the conversation. We were talking about something where, trying to remember. Let's see. All right. Yes, I can remember now. You were talking about how illegal immigrants from other countries come here to America and have children. And
how they're citizens in accordance with the Constitution?
Yes. Now, the thing about that, and you had talked about that same day, you had mentioned something about how you don't like to entertain when people mention morals. Now,
what? That's nothing.
I understand
That's-
that. You
never
were
said
talking about how you like to shut down and you like to quit when morals come into play. Now,
You're definitely
I think it's
misinterpreting
important to
one of my
understand.
statements.
All right. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I'll take that. Anyway, let's keep talking. One thing that you talked about was how you thought that was not correct, how Trump did not want to keep that in our Constitution where illegals come here, have children, and their children become legal. I do not agree with that because it's important to understand that illegals should not be here. And once they have children, those children should also still be illegal. Because if we are allowing multiple and thousands of different people to come in here in our country, to have children who are legal, to come to our country, those children now become legal, and then they are allowed to stay here because those children are legal. In my eyes, that is wrong. Every aspect.
Okay. All right, we hear you. So, I mean, I disagree with you. I mean, I think that it should be the case that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil possess American citizenship. But, like, I would kind of expect people on the right to hold to the belief that if an undocumented immigrant has a child on American soil, that they shouldn't have American citizenship. But the really big issue here that I'm trying to portray to hopefully win you over on the subject matter, okay, isn't necessarily the fact that Donald Trump doesn't think the children born to undocumented immigrants should have citizenship, but it's rather the fact that the Constitution gives that citizenship to them, and Donald Trump was pulling from this dictatorial playbook in complete disregard of SCOTUS, Congress, law, and the Constitution in of itself when he tried to change the Constitution illegally with an executive order. And the issue that the subject matter is purporting here is more that Donald Trump is trying to be a dictator, and less that Donald Trump thinks the children of undocumented immigrants shouldn't have citizenship.
Why do you think, let's talk about it. Why do you think he's a dictator? Give me some reasons. Give me some reasons why.
I just say this is an example of him circumventing rule of law, circumventing the Constitution, circumventing Congress, circumventing SCOTUS, trying to assume all power, okay, to himself, to just make the law whatever he wants it to be.
Well,
like the Constitution is the law of the land. It is the supreme code in which all governmental bodies ought abide by with zero exception. Donald Trump thinks he's above the Constitution. Therefore, he thinks that he is that supreme figure that all else must abide by, including the law of the land.
Are we not allowed to change the Constitution in the aspect?
We are, with the pathways described by it, which would be a ratification process involving the states and Congress, not just an executive order from the president.
Well, let me just hear some more reasons why I think he's a dictator, because I honestly don't agree with you. I can't see why.
That is my most compelling one. That's my most compelling one. That is. I don't have, no one could have a more compelling argument that Trump wants to be a dictator than the fact that Trump thinks he's above the supreme law of the land. That is the most compelling argument. And sure, do we see this argument purported in more than this one scenario? Absolutely. Okay, but let's focus on one scenario at a time. So what is your response to my idea here that Donald Trump is trying to assume all power, okay, to himself, even the power of the supreme law of the land?
Dude, he can't be. There is no actual way he can be, because when you look at something, I can even talk about the same thing we're talking about. He's, okay, how about this? He has helped me so much with gas prices. I'll talk about my buddy. Gas prices.
Can we talk about gas prices? Give me 1 second. After the dictatorial argument? Because those two things have no relation.
Look, I'm going to be real honest with you. I can't focus and talk to somebody who, okay, you're full of yourself, and I'm going to fully admit that. You like to hear you talk, and that's great. I love that about you. You like to hear you talk. You're having a little show here. Gotta make it entertaining. Gotta make money somehow. Great. But Yeah, you're full of yourself, and I just think we should talk about something else for a minute because I don't agree with you, and there's nothing I'm going to say because I've been on here the show. Look, I've been on this show a lot to know that if I don't agree with you on something, you're just going to keep talking. So let's go on something else. I'm going to talk about that gas price.
How about you tell me why you
I think
disagree?
he can't be a dictator. I'll
How about
entertain
you,
this dictator.
how about you tell me why you disagree?
Let me mention some other points to show you also, because a dictator does not put up a wall around our country to stop other people from coming in, but wait, to help our country as a whole, to have more housing, to afford more things. Okay, look, the illegals fill our construction jobs. They do. You can go out and see them.
What's the Berlin Wall?
The Berlin Wall? I'm talking about the wall here, not the Berlin Wall. I'm talking about the wall.
What is the? Let me make sure. I'm 47th. Yeah. What's the 47th parallel?
Let me look it up for myself, so I'm not mistaken.
Is that the right one, chat? No, that's not the right one. What is the DMZ? The 49th? No. What's the DMZ? Is it the what parallels the DMZ? What? The 30, yes. The 38th parallel. That's what I meant to ask. What's the 38th parallel?
The 38th parallel?
Yeah, there you go.
Let me find that one fast. I'm all for hearing you out, man. So we're gonna do this the right way. Let me see. 38th parallel. Let me read this out. Popular name given to latitude 38 north that in East Asia roughly demarcates, I don't know if I'm saying that right, North Korea and South Korea. The line was chosen.
Yeah, and he cut out. The significance of the 38th parallel would be the border between North Korea and South Korea that functions as a demilitarized zone, okay, that is guarded
Yes, sir.
by the dictatorship of Kim Jong-un. Dictators love walls, like the 38th parallel on the DMZ. Okay, like the Berlin Wall, that's kind of their thing. So when you start by saying he's not a dictator because he loved walls, like sorry, that's
okay.
a bad
Well,
argument.
here's the thing. You're comparing a country that does not allow any of their citizens to leave. They cannot leave. They cannot take any. Look, I can leave America.
The argument he's not a dictator.
Hold on. Give me one second.
Give
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Absolutely. Give me 1 second. If I were to live in North Korea and bring out a phone from North Korea, because I've done a lot of research on their phones specifically, it's very strange, I will be found by them and killed. If I do that here, American iPhone, nothing will happen to me.
Oh, so you're saying that dictators
dictators
support the murder of people? Wait, so I just want to clarify. Is your position that dictators support the murder of their citizens for very insignificant things?
Look, I can go.
Yes or no?
Give me 1 second. I can go to North Korea in only a very specific locations.
Can you answer
that
my
they
question?
choose for me. Repeat that for one more time.
So are you saying that dictators support the murder of their own citizens over very insignificant things that shouldn't cause murder?
Let me repeat that one more time. Let me see if I understand, because
That
I
dictators
understand what you're
support
saying.
murdering people for very insignificant things.
Do dictators support murderers for very insignificant things? That's a
Holy shit.
I guess so. Sometimes, depending on the people that they choose and they appoint to their positions. If they can do whatever they want and you won't know about it. So saying Trump is a dictator is kind of I'm not saying necessarily a stretch, because you do have some proof, absolutely, but not all proof. You cannot say 100% that he is a dictator.
My position is not that Trump is a dictator, but my position is rather that Trump wants to be a dictator and is trying his best. All right, I
But
think that in
you
many
can't
scenarios,
you cannot prove and say he is something when he isn't doing that. And when he actually has helped me personally in my life, then because like my life in a lot of ways is I worry about money a lot. And so when he does and passes laws and he passes things and it just helps me personally, so I save money and so then I can raise my kid and take care of my wife and buy a house because the prices are less. And when I buy a used car, it is not $20,000 for a 2007 Toyota Camry, and it's only like $6,000 to $5,000.
Yeah.
To me, when you say he's a dictator, dictators don't do that.
Right.
How can a dictator not only look? A dictator does not raise the GDP of our country to 3.8% in the. They don't do that.
Right.
Why would a dictator do that?
Right. Can I respond to all of that?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So you first said that, well, Trump is helping make things more affordable. Trump is helping bring down the price of houses and cars. Trump is helping you save on gas. Trump is increasing the GDP. I kind of disagree with all those things. So first for houses, I mean, he actually wants their value to go up. He doesn't want their value to go down. He said this. He said that he wants to build the wealth of homeowners by making their houses more expensive. Okay, which of course is a bad thing for you who wants to purchase your first home. For cars, I mean, he's really increasing the price of a lot of cars, okay, by limiting us from the global market, putting taxes on EU, okay? But, I mean, maybe your response there is, well, a lot of the cars we get from the EU are more luxury. Think German-made automobiles.
I would never say that. Well, I will say German automobiles are awful, but...
No, fuck you, they're not, okay?
I don't like German automobiles. They're made so poorly. I'd rather a Japanese car over an American car.
You've never
than an
put
American
your
car over a
hands on
German
the
car.
wheel of an M4, all right? You've never put your hands on the wheel of an E40, okay? God, you just touch that wheel and...
Have you ever driven a 350 horsepower naturally aspirated 2GR V6 out of a 2007 Toyota Camry and put that thing in the back of an MR2 from 1990 and drove in 200 miles an hour down the highway? No, I don't think you ever have. So you need to stop talking. That thing will not blow up. Your E40 is going to blow up halfway through that trip.
Well, I understand that you're talking about a Toyota-made engine. Where does Toyota come from?
That is 100% Japan. And you can't tell me
where
it's
are
from
we imposing
America.
tariffs on? Countries outside of America. So guess what?
So
Your
he
naturally
imposed
aspirated
those
Toyota
tariffs.
V6 running
Yeah,
350
absolutely.
horsepower.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that now all of a sudden car is going to be less expensive here, considering the fact that Toyota's running out of another country. Not to mention the fact, you said, have you ever driven a 340 horsepower V6? Have you ever put your hands on the wheel of a 640 horsepower naturally aspirated V8 twin turbo?
I don't need to because that thing is not going to be reliable. You know what? I can
Not
drive
reliable.
that V6 all the way across the entire
not
country.
reliable.
Guess what?
Tell me exactly why a naturally aspirated V8 running twin turbos run 620 horsepower is not reliable. Have you
How's
seen
that
the
reliable?
reliability
Let's think
scores of
about
those new Z06
All right.
C8 Corvettes?
Mm-hmm.
Irreliable, baby.
No, they're not.
They actually are. They're pretty damn reliable. Yes, they are.
I would never drive one of those.
They have a bumper-to-bumper
I'm worried about
warranty
my car
for
blowing up
3
halfway through
years
that
out
trip.
of factory. Wait, 1 second. I'm sorry. We'll get back to the politics here in a minute. Why do you think that Corvettes are not reliable?
Because
they are not only the most cost-effective sports car, but they are pretty damn reliable.
Bruh, you need to go back to school or something about cars, man, because you cannot.
What's
Look,
the issue with the reliability record of Corvettes?
Because they're so expensive. Why am I going to pay money? Look, I'm all about cost effectiveness.
We're talking about reliability, not cost.
That's part of it. If I'm going to buy a $150,000 car, it's going to cost me more money to fix a $150,000 car. It only has so I think about it depending.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, we could go back to politics. I'm a big Corvette defender. Okay, big Corvette defender over here. Back to politics though. I forgot where we branched off on. Okay, we were talking. I forgot what we were talking about. You know what, dude? Have a good rest of your day. I hope that you change your mind. You said that you cared about affordability. I mean, you should really look into the fact that now the real median wages are growing at significantly slower rates than they were under the Biden-Harris administration. GDP growth was down 1% compared to the last year under the Biden-Harris administration in 2024. Not to mention the secondary fact that now we're getting some of the worst job reports since 2003, excluding recessions. Oh, and the Great Recession of 2007 through 2009. I understand that Donald Trump propped himself up as somebody that would be good for the economy, but at the end of the day, he's just simply not. The outcome of his economic policy has been terrible. Okay, over the course of the last year and a month. So, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Though, let's go to move on to the next guest. The reason why I moved on is because I just literally forgot, where that was coming from. Big Corvette defender. Okay. They're pretty damn reliable for being a sports car. Their V8s are pretty solid. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Oh my God! Not to mention that new 01X. Holy shit! Is there anybody watching the stream that's into cars that's familiar with that 01X? God, what a beauty. Mind blowing. 1.60 to 60. Fastest record ever at Nuremberg. I think that's right. Right, Nuremberg? Right? I think that's it. It is, holy shit. It's faster than Koenigsegg's. It's faster than I think 2 Bugattis. It's crazy. Anyways, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Justin?
To a point. I talked to you yesterday, and you dropped me because you thought I was in my car. I was talking to Parker yesterday, and I called you an asshole, and I said that there's reasons why, and I noticed that when you're wrong about something or you're upset about something, you start calling people names, and you always
call people names, you dumbass.
You see,
that was a joke. That was a joke.
I know. I'm laughing. And that's not how you debate somebody. You don't start calling them names. If that was me and I was getting frustrated with something, but I would either drop them or just be listen, get yourself educated about what the topic is and come back and talk to me. You're just as bad as Trump if you start calling people names.
No, calling somebody a dumbass does not make you as bad as a rapist.
No, I mean I didn't say rapist. I said you're just as
Trump.
bad
as
that's
Trump.
By calling people names.
Yeah, no, I don't think that calling somebody a dumbass makes you just as bad as a rapist who's in the Epstein files with close to 40 accusations that boasted about sexual exploitation. They refused to abide by a court order. That is exactly what you're saying.
How he calls people names. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, how he calls people
I'm not
names.
saying.
Yeah. If you drink water, you are just as bad as Trump. But footnote. In reference to how he also drinks water, not in reference to anything else,
It's just, you gotta learn
wait, I'm pretty sure that we could probably find a scenario of Hitler calling someone a name. So if I call somebody a name, I'm literally just as bad as Hitler. But just talking about how Hitler would maybe call somebody an asshole or something.
That's not the way to communicate with somebody when you're having trying to have a meaningful conversation and you're basically trying to educate somebody.
I agree. Yeah, you shouldn't call people names when you're trying to have a meaningful conversation. I'm an imperfect human.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But when you're on a platform that shows that millions of people are watching, not millions, but thousands, that you shouldn't, try to reframe and have a...
Wait, didn't you call me a name? Wait, one second. Well, hold on. We gotta roll back the VOD. Dude.
You know what? I can drive that V6 all the way across the entire country.
Not reliable.
See right there.
That was a joke.
There it was. I was in my...
1 second.
To a point, I talked to you yesterday, and you dropped me because you thought I was in my car. I was talking to Parker yesterday, and I called you an asshole.
Oh! Wow. I can't believe you. I cannot believe you. That is not the way to talk to somebody when you are trying to hold a productive dialogue. And the goal on you. Because you said you're on Parker's stream in front of thousands of viewers. You have a responsibility being on that platform to adhere to the typical norms that of respectful, productive dialogue. And the fact, the audacity to call me an ASSHOLE.
Buddy. No. But seriously, you should act professional.
Shame on you. You should act professional.
But I don't have a platform like this.
You were on Parker's stream. That is a platform of thousands of viewers. That is not cool, man.
But I'm not a host of it.
But you had the platform because you were on the live stream.
But I don't host it. I'm not like the
Why does that matter? They're still hearing your voice.
It does matter.
Why?
It does matter.
You still have thousands of people hearing your voice. You still have thousands of people looking to you for your insight. Shame. Truly, shame.
I'm just saying,
So why do you support Trump?
I don't honestly. I'm a independent. I'm a independent thinker. Also, I listen to both sides of different issues, and I make my own decisions. I'm not
Okay, so are you a Trump supporter?
With some things, yes. I think he has a good
but like overall, knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November of 2024, who'd you vote for?
I think probably Trump. I think what hurt Camilla was that interview that she had. I may be wrong.
So her name is not Camilla, it's Kamala.
Kamala, I'm sorry, I apologize. I think that's what kind of like hurt her when she was asked if
okay, so you'd vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like that's hypocritical because you're like, oh, Dean, shame on you for like calling people names sometimes, but I'm gonna go vote for this guy who defends murder.
But I don't know. It was kind of the lesser, like what I was trying to say. What kind of hurt Kamala was when she was asked what she would have done different. She said nothing. She said she would have kept things the same. If I do remember,
I mean, they did pass great domestic policy. Oh, and then I wanted to read off this donation. Georgia, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, Dean calls people names. He's mean, end quote. Dean speaks to PDF defenders hours a day, every day. Dean is a lot nicer than I would be. If you don't want to be called an idiot, don't act like an idiot. Simple. That's also true, right? Like, if you'll notice, I didn't call the last guest, like, any super like mean names or anything, because the last guests seemed to like want to have a genuine dialogue about the economy. Okay, they weren't coming up here like the guest before the last guy, who was like, I actually don't think it's a problem for Trump to like go look at the naked bodies of kids. You know what I mean? Like Mr. Weasel. So I mean, I feel like that point needs to be made. But I mean, obviously there are some scenarios where I call people mean names and I regret it afterwards. You know, because I get all worked up and whatnot. I could agree to that.
I honestly listen to you guys for educational things. A friend of mine at work put me on to you guys because I'm, like I told Parker yesterday, I'm not very
I forgot that. Yeah, you spoke to Parker yesterday. Well, Justin, I appreciate you for coming up, even though it kind of sounds like you just came up here to whine. I still appreciate it, but because you spoke to Parker yesterday, we're going to go to move on. Welcome back, Parker.
What's up? How was it? What did I miss?
Not much. Ace, hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am. Hey, man, I had a question for you guys. Yeah, this is great. You and Parker are both on here.
Before you ask your question, I'm going to thank a couple people real quick.
Perfect. That goes into what I'm about to say. Ask.
Laura, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Laura. That is insanity. Thank you so much for the love. Laura with $100 says, here's tuition for car school. Let's go. We're going back to school, baby. Laura, it is good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the undeserved love. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to Laura down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $100, Laura. And then Maximilian. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for the... Excuse me. They got me over here choking, Maximilian. Thank you so much for the $150 donation. Oh my God. Maximilian with $150 says, Dean, I'm truly humbled by you and the platform that you've built. I believe our future can and will be prosperous because of people like you and Parker who choose to speak up and stand up with clarity and courage. That said, I'm working hard as well to develop a movement rooted in hope and unity. Maximilian, I know you, you know me. You've been very kind to me over the course of the last couple months. You've dropped a few of these donos. I'm very grateful for you, and I'm also very grateful for your kind words because I think, you know, what you've continued to describe in the donations that you've sent to me is just that you're a really good fucking person with a kind heart that wants to do good by the world and wants to make the world a better place. And for that, thank you, Maximilian. Not just for the $150 donation, but for being a good person. I'd really appreciate it if we could get at least 2,000 max, we'll call them max W's in both of the comment sections. Then Algit, thank you so much for the 47 SEK. Thank you so much. What country is that from? Let's see here. Rose, thank you for the $10. She says, thanks, Dean. It's my birthday today. I love watching. Happy birthday, Rose. Anthony, thank you for the $3. Catherine with the $5. IN, thank you so much for the $2. And holy shit, Evelyn, thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Oh my goodness. Man, what is going on today, y'all? Evelyn, oh my God. Sorry, I just need a second. That's insane. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Evelyn with the $200 donation says, your patience and tolerance with all the BS is incredible. Thank you always. Evelyn, thank you always. There's not a bone in my body that deserves that much love. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Oh my dude, show some love to Max. Show some love to Laura. Show some love to Evelyn. Thank you, you guys. Sincerely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we're actually already caught up on PayPal. Like, holy crap, y'all. I really appreciate it. I'd also like to quickly thank Nicholas. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Nicholas. Show some love to Nicholas down below. I'm actually not familiar with what that is, Nicholas. Then Angeline, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Angeline. Phoebe, thank you for the $5. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Then Eliza, thank you so much for the $25, who says, Chris said all children of undocumented immigrants shouldn't be here. So does that mean that everyone that isn't a Native American should leave the U.S. because white people stole this land? In that sense, we're all undocumented immigrants. Eliza, you're actually right. The colonizers were undocumented immigrants. Therefore, their children were too. Therefore, their children were too. Now, what would we say here for legal immigrants? That's where it gets tricky. From being like so clearly correct. But thank you for the $25 donation. I think what it clearly implicates is that those like super crazy white people that are like true Native American, and they say that their ancestry goes right back to the colonizers in accordance with their own logic, they definitely are an undocumented immigrant that should be deported. Truth nuke. Thank you for the $25, Eliza. Same thing to you, Blake and Nina. Appreciate y'all for the $5. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up over there. Let's quickly catch up on YouTube Super Chat. Ben, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, who says, what baffles me the most is the absolute lack of self-awareness. It's also important to differentiate between what is an insult and what is a fair descriptor. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Ben. Sometimes you're just calling the shots as you see them, and some other times you're being an asshole. And I'd say it's the latter on this stream. Then you add me at hello. Thank you for the motorcycle. And then, oh my goodness, HARN, Harn. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat on YouTube. Oh my goodness, Harn, thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Harn W's. Harn with 100 says, my college recently has had an ICE protest. Hell yeah. Deep South Georgia, tons of maggots trying to infiltrate, and even the Turning Point Club showed up to our quote-unquote protest the protest. Everyone is walking up and is waking up, and thank you for helping it happen. Well, Harn, that is awesome to hear. I wonder what school you went to. My sister went to Young Harris down in that deep red Georgia for a while, so I'm pretty familiar with the area. I'm surprised you had an ICE protest. Good on you and good on your school, and thank you for the $100. Show some love to Harn down below in that chat. We're going to pass the mic off to Ace. You said you had a question for me and Parker. Thank you.
Yeah, man. You and Parker, I know you guys talk about that big, beautiful bill a lot. As influencers, you guys are eligible to use the tax write-off for tips, wages. Are you guys going to be using that in your taxes this year?
We're actually not.
Really? Will you guys make a pact to show, well, you can black out whatever you want to show that you do not use that on your taxes? Right now, live for everybody, all your fans, make a pact to not use it and prove
What
that.
what if I just tell you, if it did, like if I could use it, I would use it.
If it does apply.
If it did apply, I would use it.
apply.
If it did apply, I would use it.
You would use it. So
Yes.
you guys
Yeah, why
hated
not?
everything about Big Beautiful Bill.
Wait, I'm sorry. We agree with no tax on tips within the context of the bill. The Democrats also agree with that.
Well, can I also
that's not a that's not a partisan thing, right?
But
Also,
you guys
just
were
to add on,
saying,
like,
oh,
another
they're
sentence
lying,
here,
Trump's
'cause
lying
I don't
to you
really wanna
guys.
give money
What
to
happened
Trump
to
to
your
then turn around
what
and
happened
do
to your
deportation.
overtime, guys? They didn't do it, but they put it in there for a tax write-off, which you guys are saying you're going to use, right?
Yeah, well, I can't use it because-
obviously there was
because
things
it
in
doesn't
the Big
apply.
Beautiful Bill that you guys agree with, right?
So first and foremost, I can't use it because it doesn't apply. That's what my tax accountant told me. Second of all,
Oh,
if I
because you
could
make
use
too
it,
much money? Is
I
that what you're saying?
definitely,
You got
I definitely
so much money.
No. It's because the donations on Venmo and PayPal aren't like defined in accordance with what the IRS's definition of a donation is. And if they were, regardless of our income, if it was $1 a year or $10 billion a year, we'd still be able to claim it because it's a deduction. Okay.
Right.
Now, because non-tax policy, and then third of all, you said, "Oh, so you think that some of the things in the Big Beautiful Bill are net positive?" Yes. Like I like the no tax on tips, like the no tax on overtime. Those things stand alone are positive, but then when we look at what the rest of the bill does, we determine that overall it's a significant detriment to the country.
So what you're saying is that you do use the tax codes to benefit you, just like every other rich person does out there. So you're literally saying you're going to do the same thing that they do.
Wait. This doesn't apply to just rich people. No one wants to pay
Well, I'm
more
not saying
taxes
that.
than what
I'm
they
saying
owe.
you literally just saying that you're
wait. I don't think that you could
could.
find. I don't think that you could find like a single person alive that would say, "I'm going to pay more taxes than what I owe." Even like super benevolent rich people. And the reason why even like super benevolent rich people would never say, "I'm going to pay more taxes than what I owe," would be because that benevolent rich person would then turn around and recognize the fact that the money that they could use for the public benefit would be much better in the hands of charities and nonprofits operating around the country compared to the Trump administration, who's using that money to fund a $10 billion lawsuit into Donald Trump's bank account, who is using that money to fund ICE agents to racially profile people predicated on the color of their skin, or to murder citizens in broad daylight, or to send people down to El Salvador. So anyways, the gotcha point that you tried to make is failed, quite frankly.
There's no gotcha point. I was just, pointing to prove that you will use the tax code to your benefit. You just said it right there.
Yeah, I will not.
Are you saying we have to disagree with tax deductions? Are you what? Are you saying we have to disagree? Should I not use the standard deduction?
But you guys are saying because rich people don't pay their taxes, the rich.
Hold up,
tax the rich.
Are you saying I shouldn't use the standard deduction?
No, what I'm saying is you guys literally
answer the question. If I'm okay with using the standard deduction, even if I did use that deduction, what would be the problem? That deduction's given to fucking everyone who makes that income that way.
But you guys were saying the Big Beautiful Bill, fuck Trump, fuck all that. But you guys literally saying you were going to use it.
That doesn't mean every aspect of the bill we disagree with. There could be one tiny 1.01% of the bill we agree with.
Why don't you guys say it like that instead of when it first came out? Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible.
I said that earlier.
Fuck Trump. He's going to ruin the economy, but here I am going to use that tax code.
You understand?
You guys are hypocrites, bro. You guys are fucking hypocrites.
That does not make us a hypocrite to say that we agree on one fucking little thing.
You guys are hypocrites.
How does that make a hypocrite?
Because you're going to use the tax. You were telling everybody it was going to be so bad and Trump's going to ruin the economy, but yet you're here going to use it. You're going to use it.
We're going to use a tax deduction that we agree with. Yes.
Okay, but that's not how you said it when the bill first came out, bro.
Yes,
you
it
know
is.
it. No, it is
not. I said this from the beginning.
No, it is not. You know it. You know it.
I do
you guys
know
are
it. You can look back
disingenuous.
at my video.
You guys are
You can look back at all my
disingenuous
lives.
Can
people.
I say something?
You're lying.
No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, I mean, I have evidence that the way Parker is describing We Purport the View is the way that we purport the view.
Okay,
It's
find the
actually
first
rooted-
video. Prove it from the first
You're
video
interrupting
when
me.
that tax.
I'm going to ask you to stop
big
interrupting
beautiful
me,
bill.
or I'm going to put you on mute in 5 seconds. It is your.
You can put me
option.
on mute and kick me anyway. I just
Well,
wanted to say that.
I
You guys
would,
are
I would really
disingenuous
prefer that I
pieces
didn't.
of shit,
I would
bro.
really prefer that I didn't have to put you on mute because I'd just prefer you to act your age. Like we're both
No.
adults here, dude. Like on one hand, it's very advantageous for the anti-Trump movement to have Trump supporters come up in here and lose their shit and act like they're 3 years old because that pushes
Well,
more
it's
people
just
out of
because
your
we've
movement.
been tired of hearing
But on
you
the
guys-
other hand, okay, it's also like very annoying to me, and I'd prefer that you just act your age, man. You know, like we could have a civil conversation if it wasn't for you acting like a petulant child, you know?
Okay,
But
sure, bro.
To respond to your point,
You guys have a good one. Use that
Oh,
tax
you're-
code.
Don't
Use that
so,
tax code.
So Ace, what you're gonna do is you're gonna run away because we're proving you wrong, and I get it. Many Trump supporters do that every day, and you're
Use
more
the
than
tax
welcome
code. You guys
to.
have-
Because once again, you
Use the
running
tax
away
code.
proves me right.
Use-
It proves me
use the
right when
tax
you
code.
run away, Ace. He's gonna run
the
in the next 10
Democrats
seconds.
can't use deductions or can't even agree with the no tax on tips deduction. Like,
Yeah,
what? You're essentially arguing that us as Democrats cannot argue for that. Like, that just makes no fucking sense. How does that make us a hypocrite to
Well-
agree on 0.01% of the fucking bill?
Well, Parker, we'll never know because he proved me right and he left. After I said, go ahead, prove me right, run away because we're proving you wrong. That's what he did. So, Ace, I appreciate you for, like, you know, growing up and acting like an adult and finally just conceding to me and Parker that we were right and you were wrong. I told you exactly what to do to prove us right. I told you to leave the live, and that's exactly what you did. So thank you. Kate, thank you for that galaxy. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, folks. Joelle, let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. And by the way, if you want to get like really specific about abusing the tax code, that's not really something that me and Parker have the option to do. And the reason why that's not really something that me and Parker have the option to do is the main ways that like people abuse the tax code is by being a business owner and having a bunch of expenses. Okay. So then they could deduct a lot of their taxable income. But because of the nature of the quote unquote legal business that me and Parker run, I don't really have day-to-day expenses. I just click a button to go live and that's about it. And then the second way, you know, companies abuse the tax code, that's a lot bigger, would be like companies with like public options that they're able to leverage against to get loans tax-free that they then just pay the interest on. And obviously we can't do that. You know, we don't have any like public equity in what we do. And we couldn't really because there's no equity in the legal businesses that we own. Truly, the equity is in us as people. And the only reason why we have legal businesses is to be in obedience with the law, right? So, I mean, there's a little bit of a quick deduction surrounding your terrible claim. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Hi, do you support Trump? Oh, yeah, and if you want to know about tax evasion, go ask the guy that made over $1 billion but yet paid $17 in federal income tax in 2020. His name is Donald Trump. Hi, do you support Trump?
I cannot donate because I can't, but I wanted to say I support you in every way.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. We got Omelet Man loading up in. I think that this person has been spamming Grifter in the chat. They've been spamming something. Hi.
I'm just spamming because I'm just stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick. I'm just stroking my shit. Hi, Parker.
All right, let's go to move on to the next guest at this moment in time, folks. By the way, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo or my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. And the link tree is also in the description of the YouTube stream. And the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok. Hi, do you support Trump?
I feel like I'm still like in the middle. I haven't really been able to like I grew up in North Carolina and I feel like everybody around there just kind of like where I'm from supports him, so I feel like that's just kind of how I was raised. So I feel like my family just kind of forced me to have that opinion. So I sort of lean towards him, but I also don't really know a whole lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the better position for you to be is watching the stream, so like you could learn more about a perspective of people that disagree with you compared to being on it and debating. You know, I think that the position of being on the live stream and having a conversation is more for those that like support Trump and claim they have reason to support Trump, because the only way to change their mind is to convince them that they don't have reason and that they're wrong. And then like the best place for someone to be who like understands that they don't really have any reason to support Trump, and that's just a conclusion of like complex social biases. Like I feel like the best place for you to be is to watch the stream, so then you could like learn more reasons why he's actually not a good president.
Yeah. Okay.
But I appreciate you for coming up, and I really hope that the live stream is able to help you deconstruct those beliefs.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Kayla. You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this point in time. We got Blood Patriot loading up into the box. Over on YouTube Super Chat, MM, thank you so much for the $20. Who says you can't fake your taxes.
Like garlic
you report,
parm.
file, and that's it. The regulations and calculations are automatic. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, MM. Show some love to MM down below. Hi, do you support Trump?
What was that shit called?
Oh, they're not even here. Thank you so much for the $20, MM. Show some love to MM down below. And let's see who else here. Yo, Ray, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. We're all caught up over there. We got the next guest loading in right now. What's up, do you support Trump? Hello? Well, Ray's not here. Oh my god. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, my bad. I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
So the main reason that I support Trump, like one of my main reasonings, is because
Are
of
you sure
the
that you're a Trump
snap.
supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
I really agree with what he's doing with the SNAP benefits, like the cutting on them.
You are not a Trump supporter.
What do you mean I'm not a Trump supporter?
Let's go ahead and watch one of your reposts real quick. By the way, it says sub 3 funeral trying to funeral Max.
No, I actually am a Trump supporter. I was at Charlie's Kirk funeral. That's why I was reposting that.
Oh, so you believe that like Erica Kirk was just like really doing well at like grieving her husband by, you know, lights, camera, bazooka with fucking.
Well, it was more of like a memorial thing.
Fuck it. 1 second. Sorry.
You're
Flame.
good.
There we go. Sorry. I have a speech impediment. It rarely.
No,
like,
it's all good.
It's rarely super pronounced. I don't know why I just got caught up on that F sound.
It's all good, bro.
I'm just gonna let it die in the water and pass the mic to Parker. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I really agree with his SNAP benefits. Like the cutting on the SNAP benefits. One of the main things that he's doing is removing the option for people on the SNAP benefits to get these sugary items such as soda or candy. And I feel like that's going to save a lot of money for America. And I think that they shouldn't be able to have the option to like get these sugary snacks, and instead they should be buying healthy foods for for themselves or their children.
Okay. So you prioritize that, like when it's such a small portion of the budget, rather than the massive tax breaks of millionaires and billionaires that Donald Trump's giving in the bill to the tunes of trillions of dollars, just so that you can get a small, tiny little bit that would limit people from getting access to sweets.
I wouldn't say it's a tiny bit. From the research that I've done, it's around, I know it's over 100 million that would be saved from these benefits being
Because people won't be able to get access to sweets. You just think that people who are on food stamps don't deserve nice things like sweets.
No,
Also,
I'm not saying that
think
they
about
don't.
it this way. Think about it this way. I think that poor kids deserve birthday parties, including
No,
a
what-
birthday cake. And I don't think
100%.
the way to incentivize people on food stamps to eat healthier is to take their food stamps away, because you could eat healthy and spend some of your money on sweets, like for a birthday party, like for a dessert every so often. So I don't think that's the way to do it, because just taking the ability away from them to buy any sweets means no birthday parties for poor kids. That's fucked, okay?
So-
That's very fucked.
so this is what
I
I'm-
think
this
rather
one-
the way to incentivize people to eat healthy isn't through like forcing them to only be able to buy those foods if they're poor and on SNAP benefits, but rather through making healthy foods less expensive than the junk. I think that we should subsidize the fuck out of healthy foods. I know that I would have eaten significantly healthier in high school if a rotisserie chicken from the grocery store costs less than a 10-piece McNugget from McDonald's. Oh my God. I would have eaten so healthy. And it's like, I understand that there's certain ways to eat healthy on a budget. All right. Like I explored the hell out of that when I didn't have any money. I was just getting into the gym. But it's like, it's something that you have to research a lot of. And that cost is just not something that is going to be exhausted by every person. And B, your options are limited to like beans and rice and eggs, maybe. Sometimes, not always, depending on, how many chickens are alive and if we have the bird flu. So I think that we need to subsidize the hell out of healthy food producers. That's going to naturally incentivize everybody to eat more healthy, not just people on SNAP, but that is going to extend to people on SNAP.
No, yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying about like kids being able to have sweets for their birthday, but I don't think that we as a taxpayer should be paying for that. Instead, the parents of those children who want their kids to have these sugary snacks for their birthday should be paying out of their own pocket instead of using taxpayer money. And the taxpayer money should go towards the healthier foods.
And this is the reason why you support Trump. Okay, listen, I could see your argument. I disagree with it. Because I honestly, at a moment in time when I was younger, my mom was, relying on social safety nets, and that means I would have gone without a birthday party a handful of years. And I don't really agree with that. I'm happy that I was able to get, a birthday cake here and there when I was specifically living with my mother when we were going through things when I was a bit younger. But point number two, I just really don't think that it makes a huge economic difference. Like maybe if like the economic difference from like funding food stamps and giving ability to buy sugary foods was like noticeable on the macro scale, I could see where your argument is coming from, but it's just simply not. It's just simply not at all. Like what's noticeable on the macro scale is Trump spending $5 trillion on a bill to redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich that you don't really care about.
So I'll go into like more examples of why I support Trump, but I just want to say that I honestly, personally, this is my belief. I don't think Trump is a good person. Is he a good person? No, absolutely not. Is he a good president? Yes. I believe 100% that he is a great president for the United States when thinking about the other candidates that were running for the presidency.
Why? Why is he better?
So one of my main examples, I don't know if you would consider this a good thing or not. I think it's a great thing that he has been one of the only United States presidents to have made, I wouldn't necessarily say peace, but a like somewhat of a mutual agreement in terms of North Korea. He's the
We
only
got nothing from our engagement with North Korea. Literally nothing.
And the agreement was broken less than 3 months later.
Literally, like what material benefit came from that?
He's the only president in the United States who has met up with.
But you said that there was a mutual agreement. So answer his question. What material benefit did this agreement yield? And what was the agreement?
I wasn't really trying to necessarily say that there was an agreement. I'm trying to say that.
That's what you said verbatim.
Okay, my bad. I worded it wrong. I guess I'm trying to say that he was like, it's the closest that we've gone to having like a sort of like, I guess not really friendship, but something close along the lines. And it's important for that because North Korea is a really scary, country.
I think that we should only be entertaining better relationships with North Korea if they're willing to cooperate with things that would be better for the people of North Korea. Like, I don't think that we should just enter into a better relationship with North Korea baselessly, getting nothing from it either for us or for the people of the country, because that just gives the state more propaganda to then turn around to use to justify their tyranny by telling the world and telling their own citizens, well, we're good with the United States of America. It just further incentivizes more bad outcomes and also disincentivizes further cooperation in the future predicated on this necessary agreement of like less tyranny, so on and so forth. Because, well, they could say, well, look at this. Donald Trump was willing to entertain better relationships with us without us doing anything different. Let's continue those missile tests off the shore of South Korea. Let's continue to send our own like citizens into slave labor camps, and we don't really want to enter into agreement with you. And if you want an agreement in order to be more friendly, we're actually now going to hate you more and be less likely to enter into that agreement because this president a couple of years ago did it without any type of agreement. Yeah, you're really mean. You should be more like Trump. See what I mean? It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. And by the way, I think that the reason why maybe Donald Trump was more friendly with Kim Jong-un than other presidents have been is because he's more similar to Kim Jong-un than any of the other presidents in modern American history have been.
I just feel like he's trying to make the most peace with these what's the word? Tyrant countries, you could say. Tyrannical countries.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Exactly. But that's not a good thing.
Wait, so by the way, he's making closer relationships with tyranny, but he's distancing ourselves from our allies like NATO.
What I'm trying to say is,
that makes a lot of sense. Distance ourselves from democracy, make us closer to tyranny, and you're like, "Yup, that sounds great."
Guys, I'm trying to make this like as respectful as possible. I let you guys talk. I'm just trying to get my word in. So I'm just trying to say that he's, in my opinion, I feel like he's trying to get closer with these tyrannical countries because they pose the highest threat in terms of like destroying our country and actually starting a war.
I actually disagree.
Can you give me a reason?
Yeah, because I don't really think that there's any real threat of another country trying to literally destroy America with use of nukes. Because if they do, then they get destroyed in the process as well. Okay, we already have a natural deterrent in place for that, and that's going to be the world's largest military funded $1.2 trillion per year. Sorry, $1.5 trillion per year. And that is the deterrent. Our military is the deterrent for other countries nuking us. And I'd actually say for that reason, it's not the tyrannical countries that we already have sanctions on, that we already do limited trade with, that we already have tariffs on, okay, that we already have limited engagements with via allyships, trade agreements, so on and so forth. But it's rather going to be the allied countries that we do trade with. The allied countries that in some senses we do rely on. The allied countries that we do have trade agreements with, so on and so forth, that truly prove or truly demonstrate the largest threat to us. Because when we start talking about how we want to invade Greenland, well, then that's when they say, guess what? You invade Greenland, we're going to invoke Article 5 of this treaty that you agreed to, and then all of a sudden you're going to go to war with half of the world, and the EU is going to invoke this trade bazooka to completely just call off all of the trade agreements that benefit you, that you're relying on, that you agreed to, and then impose our own counter sanctions, completely disrupting global commerce, completely disrupting America investment, completely disrupting America reliance. And that would hurt us significantly more than anything these tyrannical countries could truly do to us, outside of launching a missile, launching a nuke that we already have that natural deterrent against, which would be the size and strength of our military.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But honestly, in terms of the whole Greenland thing, I really couldn't tell you what he's doing. Like, I couldn't tell you. He obviously has a plan for something, but like, I don't have anything to back up what he's trying to do. But yeah, in terms of that, that's what I have to say about Greenland.
So do you think that was a pretty good argument to demonstrate, like why actually allied countries serve a larger threat than like tyrannical countries that we're not allied with? Because we are allied
get
with a handful of tyrannical countries.
Yes,
Israel.
I get what you're saying. But I also feel like these allied countries know more of like what we're capable of, and it's really easier for us to manipulate the tariffs because we've been allied with them for so long. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean. No, I think that every country on the face of planet Earth knows what the United States of America is capable of.
Like what I mean is in terms of like economics, like country to country trading.
So are you saying it's going to make trade better? Is that what you're arguing? Trump?
I think he's saying that like the allied countries know more of what we're capable of to do with economics. I'm confused on what that point is supposed to like represent.
Yeah.
They're the ones that we have trade agreements with. They're the ones that could call those trade agreements off and hurt us more than any of these tyrannical countries that we don't have trade agreements with.
Mm-hmm.
Basically what I'm saying. Okay, let's see if you agree to this. Do you agree that the countries that we're allied with could do significantly more damage to the United States of America than any of the countries that are like super tyrannical that we're not allied with without starting a war that destroys them?
Yes, I agree, but that can also go vice versa.
It can't go vice versa. That is a fact that the countries that we're
in terms
allied
of the United States
can hurt us significantly more than the countries that we're not allied with without hurting us to the point of a war.
So what I meant when I said in terms of vice versa, or when I said vice versa, I meant like we could also hurt them as much as they could hurt us.
Okay. We could also hurt them. And that's what would like naturally disincentivize an ally from like just basically calling off those trade agreements for sure. But like that's not changing my point because we could also hurt the countries that we're not allied with. Okay, we could hurt a lot of people. Okay, my point is that we could be hurt more by our allies than the tyrannical countries that we're not allies with.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, why are you distancing ourselves from our allies? That makes no fucking sense at all. Like genuinely.
So, I'm not really educated that much on this topic. I'm not gonna argue or not argue. I'm not gonna debate if I'm not well educated because that would be really dumb. But what I will say is, I just want to make another point. Just changing off topic for a little bit. You like mentioned a lot about how Trump has done these like really bad things in the past. His comments about his daughter, which he has done, correct? We can all agree on that. He's made really weird comments on his daughter. I just don't understand like how that would affect his presidency in the United States. I don't understand how that affects him doing his
character?
Job. Just his job in general.
Yeah, like you're curious on how his character could affect his job.
Yeah.
I got a great answer for you because it's a man who writes the policies. It's the man who drafts the executive orders. Okay, it's a man that influences Congress. It's the man that makes the appointees to run the Department of Homeland Security. It's the man who, made Stephen Miller his right-hand man. It's the man who chooses, the vice president. Okay? And that man's character are going to relatively guide those actions. Because we know that, like, for instance, Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about the thoughts, wants, needs, or desires of women and girls. Court found him guilty of raping one, 30-plus accusations, found it funny, quote-unquote, when he sexually exploited the women and girls competed at Miss Teen USA. Miss USA hit on a 10-year-old, made pervy comments about his own daughter. You don't give a fuck about them, dude. And maybe that's why today in America, because of him, there are 60 women and girls that were impregnated by rape that are denied access to health care in 10 of our 50 states every 24 hours. Because the only reason he made that decision was for more political favor amongst his base. But maybe if he just cared about women and girls more, he would say, I don't care if this would give me more political favor with my base. The material outcome of this decision is very, very bad. Same thing with kids. He doesn't give a fuck about kids for a lot of the reasons that I just went over. Sexually exploited a handful. Epstein files, that too. Maybe if he gave a fuck about kids, well, then he wouldn't have defunded food stamps for 16 million starving American children and then illegally continued to not fund them even after court ordered him to, just so he could hang that over the heads of Democrats in Congress to force them to end the shutdown. All right? Another part of his character, very racist man, was sued in the 70s for not renting to black people, called all black people lazy. I mean, you have the Central Park 5 and about a billion other things too, right? Well, maybe if he wasn't racist, then he wouldn't be trying to convince all of this country, only half of them are believing this lies, that all immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country and authorizing ICE to racially profile them and lying about them, saying that they've all escaped prisons and gangs and mental institutions, so on and so forth. So do you understand now how character definitely matters?
So
also, Sobriety, why do you have an Epstein edit?
Oh, I just think they're funny. I don't agree.
You think it's funny to make edits commemorating Epstein, who's a convicted child sex trafficker?
I actually don't think I actually don't think the edits are commemorating him. I think they're actually making fun of him. But you can think what you want about what I'm reposting.
Those are like thirst trap edits, dude.
Yeah, I think it's funny when they use AI face swap to put him on Marlon's face. But like I'm not sitting here saying that I like what he does.
It wasn't just that even, but that's insane in of itself.
Bro, I think
like, that's like commemoration.
I think that shit like that normalizes pedophilia. I think that we see a huge push to normalize pedophilia because of the connections from Epstein to a lot of the ruling powerful elite, not just in America, but globally. And I think that this push is intentional. I think that this push is working, right? Leading to like edits, like painting Epstein in a this is a child rapist light. You know what I mean? So that's why I staunchly disagree with, all of the Epstein edits and like all of the other trends associated with Epstein, so on and so forth. It is an intentional push. And you may not be intentionally pushing for this. I want to clarify, I'm not accusing you of this. Yeah. But I think there are some seriously powerful bad actors that are causing this from the clouds, high in the clouds that we don't know of, that are intentionally pushing this to cause like less global offense against the people in the files. I think that's what they want.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, to everyone watching, I don't agree with Epstein. I think he's a disgusting person. I don't like him at all. But I know this topic.
But take the repost down.
I just think they're funny. Like,
well, I think that you find it funny because it's like that edgy, dark humor that everyone else condemns. But it's like there's good reason to condemn it, and you should too. It's like there's a lot of people, particularly more immature people, okay, that find things funny that truly are not funny at all, merely because the popular belief is to find it crazy, is to condemn it, is to say bad. Dude, they ate babies. They ate fucking babies. Disgusting. They ate their intestines. Like, that's not something to like glorify in any light. At all. There should be no light. Like, really any light. It should all be darkness and gloom and fuck this guy. And this is what happens when super powerful people with a lot of money, with these terrible intentions and thoughts and desires, get a hold of systemic power and influence through politics and connections, and then have an island where they eat babies' intestines and rape children. It shouldn't be putting like his face on Marlon's body. Because I feel like that just completely serves to normalize that person, all right, and then B serves to normalize what that person was doing. Think about it this way: are you a Christian?
No, I'm Mormon.
Okay, what do you think that it does when people will make pictures, videos, imagery, propaganda, so on and so forth, when they put Joseph Smith's face on the devil's body? What does that signify?
No, yeah, I understand like where you're coming from, but
what
like
does it signify?
evil, like
Okay, exactly. So it's shedding Joseph Smith in this evil light. So what do you think it signifies when we take Jeffrey Epstein's face and we put him on some random dude's body? It signifies
like
normality. And that right there is exactly why 5 minutes ago I said these actions normalize him and the actions that he was engaging in. And I don't think there's any but to your point.
I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I just think like there's no other intentions to the repost. I repost like AI memes about Charlie Kirk too. Like I don't like discriminate against people who I don't like or do like, you know.
You don't have to explain your intention to us. My mind's made. I just think that you're immature, and that you find it funny because everyone else doesn't find it funny.
That's honestly it's really not my thought process when I was reposting it. Okay.
Well, I mean, hopefully that we've changed your mind.
Okay.
Also, by the way, Justice Smith married a 15-year-old. I don't know. You just said that you were a Mormon. Did you know that?
I'm not really like a crazy hard devoted Mormon. That's just my current.
So you're going to the outer dark?
What do you mean?
You don't know what the outer darks are?
I don't.
That's where you go when you be a bad boy. You go to the outer darks. You don't
Oh,
get
really?
into
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, you don't get into the something kingdom. What do they call it?
I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember what they call it.
You don't know it? Oh my God, bro! You're going to the outer darkness, dude. Yeah, you're not getting it. You don't know what the celestial
Mormon.
kingdom is. Why are you Mormon?
I'm Mormon because it's my family's religion, and I just follow that.
I prefer you to be. I prefer you to be an inactive bad Mormon. So that's good. But I'm actually going to remove you from live. So hopefully you can turn around and take those edits down. Be a good thing to take them down. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. We probably got like time for one more. Dude, damn, Parker, you've been live all day.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Literally all day long. Crazy.
Yeah. I had a few days back where I did 7 hours when you were like busy all day.
Holy cow, man. I mean, good for you. I don't think I could do that. Somebody in the comment section said Parker Mogsdean. I think so. Listen, we're going to give this person like 5 seconds here real quick. We just need a status update. So what's the status update?
So the update I have currently is I figured out where I'm going to do the lawsuit.
Okay.
I'm thinking Montana. Like that's like a good halfway. Right? Yes,
What?
maybe. Montana, like the state Montana.
What are you going to do in Montana?
That's where I'm gonna uphold the lawsuit. That's where I'm gonna sue you at. That's where we
Okay.
are gonna go to court.
Yeah, then
So
earlier, then I saw you earlier comment in the stream that you've already filed the lawsuit.
Oh yeah. So like, I just need you to not like deny the lawsuit because like you're just dodging the lawsuit.
Okay, so what
and
happens
I gave
next?
you. So basically, you're gonna like get like a thing. I don't know. Like I just contacted my lawyer.
What am I
and
gonna
stuff
get?
like that.
What am I gonna get?
You're gonna get like the paper that says you're being sued.
Oh yeah, where?
And also, Dean Withers, can I please
Because you said that I have
call your
48
chat
hours.
out?
What do I have 48 hours
Yeah,
to
no,
do?
47. You have 47
To do what?
to like abide by the law.
Abide by the law and do what?
Like, kind of like just like show up to court.
Oh,
If you realize that
total bullshit. You have to get
you realize
sued.
that if you don't
One moment.
you realize that if you don't show up
in
to
order
court,
to have a legal
you realize that if you
obligation-
don't
one
show up
second.
to court,
You realize that you're wrong. In order to have a legal obligation to show up to a civil court for a lawsuit, you first have to be served. Okay? And there's
Yeah.
no amount of time that you have to be served in. Like, if someone's trying to sue you and they want to serve you, I mean, you could evade them for the rest of your life. And you are legally in the clear.
you're not in the clear. That's the thing.
Yeah, you are. I just described. the
You're
law to you.
actually not. That's the funny thing. You're not.
Okay, well then you're not actually suing me, and you're just
Because
making
I'm
it
also
bullshit because
suing you
don't
for
know the law.
homophobia. Yeah, no, and your audience, they're very homophobic.
Okay, and I think that you're insane.
How am I insane? They all came at me. They're like, "Oh my gosh, you."
Let's go to. I just wanted to get a status update from them. Apparently they're suing me, but she's making it up as she goes. I mean, I happen to know quite a bit about what it takes.
So I'm still insecure, right? I'm still insecure, right?
To get found guilty in a court.
No, remember me, Dean? I'm still insecure, right?
Is this Liam, or is this like
How am I still insecure?
an insufferable other version of Liam?
You
is
be
this
quiet.
Liam's
You
little
blocked
brother?
me. No, you blocked me. Be quiet.
Is this Liam's little brother?
No, I'm not
Sounds like
Liam's
Liam.
little brother.
So I could actually clarify on who this guest is. He was actually the first guest of the live stream at this point, exactly 4 hours ago and 48 seconds ago.
Yeah, I was. Dean, what's up?
And
what's up? Round two.
I called him insecure. And then like 5 minutes later, he got banned, so we had to move on. And I guess
he sounds pretty insecure to me.
The whole time I made videos about you and everything.
He sounds pretty insecure to me.
You're
He
a
just made
sissy
multiple
liberal.
Oh,
Yeah.
sounds pretty insecure. Yeah.
I guess he's just spent the last 4 hours of his life like foaming
Dean,
at the
my
mouth
question is, how much money
trying
do
to
you
get
make
back
on this
up in
app?
here.
How much money do you make a day on this
I
stream?
make trillions. I'm a trillionaire.
No, you're
Well,
not. You're unknown.
Yes,
you're,
I am.
I'd
You're
like to
unknown.
clarify.
Dean made
What do
you.
you mean? Dean
made you.
True. So I'm
Yeah,
unknown.
true. Pipe
What is
down, buddy.
unknown?
Pipe down.
What is being unknown? Are you
You're
unknown? Are you
Dean,
unknown?
and another question, Dean. Why are you on
Wait,
your other
Chase.
account?
Chase,
I
are
noticed
you
that too.
unknown? Are you unknown, Chase?
No, everybody knows me. I'm the GOAT.
Really? So everyone knows you, but they don't know me?
Look at my profile picture. Exactly. That's enough spoken. I am awesome. And Dean?
That was so cringe.
Wait, what's going on?
That makes
Sorry,
you
I was
feel
looking at
better.
Something else. What happened?
He's
Dean, I
saying that
hate
he's saying more people know him than me. That's what he's saying.
It's true. Dean, look at all these little dick riders in your account on your chat.
Okay. One moment. Fit
No, I hate
Dad CEO. Thank you so much for the $150 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh my God. I'm trying to see 2,000 Fit Dad CEO W's down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fit Dad CEO. Fit Dad CEO says, quote unquote, I think it's funny glorifying a man who did some of the most heinous things in human history, end quote. What the hell is wrong with you? That last guy was insane for that. And then Fit Dad CEO went on to say, here's money for a lawyer to fight the lawsuit. Best of luck fighting Ally McBean Brains in court. Dude, funded the lawsuit. Thank you so much, Fit Dad CEO. Dude, I'm trying to see
gonna
once
lose
again
that. Your dead ass
2,000.
gonna lose
I
that.
want to see 2,000 Fit Dad COWs for the $150. That is so kind of you. Same thing to you, Gabriella. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Yes, they did. Look it up, Gabriella. Haley, thank you for the $5. And then Angelina, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Show some love to Angelina, who says, please read, Trump is suing the government for $10 billion for his tax returns being exposed. Yup. He is. It is insane, Angelina. Thank you for the $25. Then Ellen, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal, who says, as somebody who grew up also with SNAP benefits, I think cutting SNAP funding will just make people grow hungry and then be less likely to work. Yup, Truth Nuke. Thank you so much for the $25, Ellen. Show some love to Ellen. And Ashley for the $5, Coley for the $4. Then Misha, that is MISHA. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, it's my birthday tomorrow. Love what you do. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday, I guess I should say. That is so cool. As well as Bonnie, thank you for the $5. And then, oh my God, Michelle. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Thank you. That is craziness, Michelle. Who says, ignoring my comment is wild and rude. It's crazy because I had such love. I'd say that comment probably isn't literal. I doubt that she's literally calling me wild and rude. I'll look back for it right now. Thank you so much for the $100, Michelle. I'm trying to see 1,000 Michelle W's down below in that comment section, as well as
Michelle
Abigail.
didn't
Thank you for the
send you
$5. And then
Michelle didn't send you
Angelina,
nothing.
thank you so much for the $10.
Dean,
Yes, she did.
come on now.
Yeah, she sent me.
You think those are fake donations, Chase?
They are 100% fake donations. Why are you talking to me? You blocked me. You remember because I'm the dude who said, hold on, Parker, hold on, listen, because I'm the dude who said Hail's H-man in your live. You called me disgusting.
Yeah, so no wonder I called you disgusting,
What?
you weirdo.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
That's not okay to say. Like, why do you think that's okay to joke about?
Why do you think it's okay to block me?
Wait. Did he just try to criticize you for blocking him after he said Hail Hitler?
Whoa, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. Whoa. Now you're putting words in my mouth, Dean.
Who's H-Man?
H-man can be a whole bunch of people. Handy dandy.
So who is the H-man that you were hailing?
Hillary Clinton. Duh.
Dude, this guy, man.
This guy's unbelievable. Get out of the live, dude.
You're done. You're done, buddy.
Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton? Really?
That was the best way that he had to get out of that.
That was so pathetic. Hillary Man. These people fucking suck, dude. These people suck. Oh my god. Hillary. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm going to be thinking about that. I'm going to be thinking about that for a minute now. Hillary Clinton. Really? Hillary fucking Clinton. Alright. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Also, for everybody in the comment section that says, Dean, why are you live on this account? Well, it's actually because we got banned on the main account earlier. We got it back like hours ago. But honestly, I mean, we kind of just seemed to have everyone here. Like, we were rocking like 15, 18,000 viewers for a long time. It seems like we just have everyone here. So why would I need to go back to the other account if we already have everyone here? You know, might as well just stay. Welcome in. Kellen, do you support Trump?
No, not really. I don't know. I just kind of spawned on this live and was just seeing what's going on.
Okay. All right.
He just spawned. He's an NPC. He just spawned.
Oh my fucking god.
What?
This is for both of us. Eric, that is really kind of you. Eric, thank you so much for the $250 donation on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean and Parker, please split this between you two. I've been watching you both for over a year. Keep doing your awesome work. Eric, you fucking got it, dude. I'll make sure I send $125 down to Parker. Thank you so much for the fucking love, dude. And I bet Parker...
W's Eric, seriously.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Seriously, Eric, thank you so much. W's for Eric in the comment section. I want to see at least a fucking trillion W Erics in the comment section right now.
1 trillion! Quite frankly, 1 trillion W's for Eric, please. And then, thank you one last time. From the bottom of my heart and Parker's, thank you so much for the love and support, man. That is insane, Eric. And then same thing to you, Kinsey. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Kinsey with a 50 says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. Well, Kinsey, it's good to see you again. You've been watching for a while. I have a really photographic memory, so I've picked up on your name and profile picture. I've seen it a handful of times before, so you've been very kind to me. Thank you for that love. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really fucking appreciate it. And then over on PayPal, holy crap, Michael, thank you so much for the... Where'd it go? Let me find it again. Yeah, there it is. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Y'all are going fucking crazy tonight. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. Please show some love to Michael down below in that chat. Michael with $100 says, if she has not filed a lawsuit, then she's likely committing 1, fraud or deception. If the statement is used to get money or force someone to act, 2, harassment or intimidation, or if repeated or threatening, 3, civil misrepresentation, if you rely on the false claim and are harmed. Are you a lawyer? I might need to hire you. I might need to just turn around and send you that $100 right on back. All right? To hire you. That will be your retainer, sir. Thank you for the love. Oh, whoa. Just dropped my vape. Big difference. Anxiety.
What'd you drop? What'd you just drop?
My anxiety pen.
No, what? No, we heard it.
No.
We heard it. Dean, you've been exposed now.
No.
You've been exposed. Everyone's going to see this video.
No.
Dean, everyone is going to see this video, man.
No. No.
You're cooked, buddy. Everyone knows. You're cooked, bud.
1 second. I have my YouTube stream open. And the moment I drop my anxiety pen, a VAPE ad started to play. And It's a fucking gateway. Okay? It's a gateway. Nicotine's a gateway. I would never smoke the nicotine. And oh my God, it triggers me. It triggers me every time I see it, I lose my mind. So that ad for the VAPEs, they started to play. And I went from saying, oh, I dropped my anxiety pin to saying, oh, I dropped my vape. Oh, fuck, because the ad started to play. It just automatically caught my attention. So you're going to shit here and you're going to blame me. You're going to shame me, okay, for auto-locking like a hacker on an Xbox 360 BO2 lobby on this satanic ad for a fucking gateway to death. Unreal. You need to have more respect for me. In fact, you need to honor me. You should know my character. You've claimed to be my friend. You should have known that I did not mean to
out
say
when
that.
exposed for the truth. Dean Withers is crashing out, chat. He's crashing out at the truth. This is what I mean. These liberals, right? They're so based in their feelings. It's crazy. Wow, that's gonna go viral. 2 million views, I promise you, at least.
No, listen, man. On a real note, I stopped doing the anxiety pin bit, like, with guests when they'd come up and say something, because that one clip of me, like, really, like, fucking
Dude, they actually started, like, doing, like, the thing in the Republican... Like, you should make a video on that and, like, be like, you guys are idiots. Like, you actually thought that was possibly serious. Like, genuinely, Asmund Gold made a fucking video about it. And also, Dean, you need to make him a video about that one fucking video about you misreading the Bible verse that goes around every 2 or 3 months. You have got to make a video about that to just fucking get rid of that shit. It's embarrassing. I keep seeing that video.
I made a video on that 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago, I released my response video saying, yeah, I didn't mean to say Ephesians 21. But it pops up every month. Ephesians 20. It haunts me in my sleep. Ephesians 21. They will not
There'll
let
be like a whole comment section of Christians just being like, Dean is so stupid. He's just a ridiculous person. He doesn't even read the Bible. Of course he doesn't even know what the verse is. What verse is that? I've never heard of that verse. I don't know what book that's in.
Yeah.
Here, let me open up my Bible and see. I don't see that verse.
That's literally the script for the video. You see a new video exactly like that every month.
Dude, I should make an account and make that video, and I bet it would go viral.
No, it totally would. And honestly, I think that speaks to my reliability as a commentator, because my biggest mistake that is still used against me till this day, close to 3 years later, is that 3 years ago I misspoke, and instead of saying Judges 21, I said Ephesians 21, when Ephesians only has like 7 books. So, I honestly think that speaks to my reliability. It must mean I'm right more often than not, or that wouldn't be the ammo on me,
That's just like so funny. I'm just like, y'all have literally nothing, or you have to grasp for straws to literally keep reposting that video over and over again. Ever since Brooks made that video, bro.
Bro, it haunts me, dude. I even have some like mutual friends here in town that are Christian, and I've even seen like a couple of like the like Christian acquaintances like in videos like that. Like there's particularly this one guy. He's like my age. He has a wife. And I met him at a wedding I went to a while back ago, and honestly, I had a good time with him. He's a cool guy. We're gonna go golfing. Look at that, golfing, guys. And I saw that he liked one of those like slop videos about Ephesians 21. I was like, damn it, dude. Damn it, dude. He's falling for the propaganda.
Dude, it's literally propaganda. It's actually hilarious, dude.
Yeah. But that's more like, that's what circulates on the right. On the left, it's the whole grifter, fucking fake leftists, even though
Scammer.
he ever claimed to be a progressive liberal. Yeah.
Grifter.
Scammer,
He's such a grifter.
See, that's what we see from a lot of the people on the left.
I've even seen people say that like you're pro-Israel and a Zionist, and I'm like, what?
Yes,
that is the craziest take I've ever seen.
Yeah, that one's rather insane. There goes the anxiety pin again. Jesus Christ, I'm a mess. But no, listen. I wonder when they're gonna stop saying that. Like, for how many years will I have to do this for people to get the idea?
It's never
right?
gonna stop, Dean.
That like
that's just
I
that's just the
actually believe in
reality.
what I say. It is.
I don't think there's ever going to be a time where everyone believes that you believe in what you say. There's always going to be people that don't believe you, right? When you legitimately are doing it. It's just that there's significantly more people that do believe you than don't believe you. And that's what you need to realize is that now everyone that does believe you is going to type that in the comment section. How many people listen to these lives that never type a single comment?
Yeah, no, for real. I agree with that. And it's, you know, it's also just like a very like evidently false notion, and that's why I feel like it doesn't like grow to be a larger like issue that I have to deal with in getting canceled over, because it fails under the smallest amount of critique. Like, if I wanted to make money, I'd be on the right. And there's no names out there that you don't fucking know that make so much more money than me on the right. Like, Andrew Wilson, I bet that's a name that like maybe 5% of the viewers know, because he's not that big. Yet he makes so much more money than me. He does debates, he does live streams, but what he does, it's not the whole support me if you want to. It's grift time. Send me $3,000 in order to get the next guest up. That's what he says. And because his audience,
embarrassing.
It is. But because his audience,
are you trolling, bro? You should make a video about that. That's hilarious.
It's insane, dude. He does it like on stream every day. But his audience is like MAGA idiots. Like they do it. They fell for Trump's con. They're falling for his too. They say, "Oh yes, Andrew, I want to see you own another wokey communist. Here's all of my inheritance so we could get the next debate up here. Hoorah, you're a patriot." Yet he can't open an olive jar.
That was crazy.
Yeah. So. And I mean, that's like
Dean, we got to get you on Joe Rogan.
Influencer.
We got to get you on Joe Rogan. That's embarrassing that he has on people like Andrew Wilson, but won't have like someone like you on. I genuinely don't understand that. It makes no sense.
Well, I think the thing is, for Joe Rogan, sure, he has a lot of really big people on, like huge names, because he runs a huge podcast for sure. But he also has a bunch of like no names on. So it's like I saw like a couple people on the left like freaking out on Twitter. Like, oh my God, he got on Joe Rogan. Ugh! You know what I mean? Or like even like I saw a clip of Destiny being like, dude, no way he actually got on Joe Rogan. Like this has to be AI. It can't be real. But it's not unbelievable from my perspective, because he also has like no names on. Like, I don't know. Like I'm just going to like load up Joe Rogan's YouTube channel real quick. Joe Rogan. There we go.
He kind of does, but like I feel like that's a really weird pick.
No, I agree.
Out of all of the type of people that he could have picked, like genuinely, like to be totally honest, if you want like an episode that's going to be pretty good, I feel like to be totally honest, and I hate to be like self-centered, it would make sense to pick you. Genuinely, it does. It like literally does. Like you're like the young liberal guy that is, you know, obviously blown up crazy on the internet. Like I genuinely don't know why he wouldn't do it. That episode would be huge. Genuinely.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen anybody on a show under the age of 30, so it'd definitely be like.
I mean, maybe that's the point. Maybe.
Yeah, he typically has like older people on, but like for instance, in reference to what I was just saying about having like smaller names on, do you know who the hell Tom Segura is?
No, I don't.
Me neither. He was on Joe Rogan a week ago, or, let's see here, Adam Greentree. He was on with Joe Rogan. Brendan Allen. Don't know who that is.
Well, I don't think it's only that he picks people that are like the most known. It's if they have like a hyper specific knowledge in something, they could like have like an entertaining episode or something. But like when it comes to like certain individuals, it makes sense. Like, did he ever have Charlie on? Maybe he didn't. Maybe he just doesn't go into this sort of side. I just don't know why he would pick Andrew. Like that makes no fucking sense.
I don't know. I mean, probably thought it'd be an episode because he's pushing out like a bunch of content. You know, like. You're gonna need people.
Yeah, I've never seen his how much does he post?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like every other day.
Okay.
You know, like so you're gonna need people to just fill the airtime there. I mean, that's a lot of episodes.
I mean, he's had Ben Shapiro on before.
Yeah.
I guess like I get what you mean. Like they're older people.
Yeah, but
that
then
very well could be it.
But then he has like a bunch of like really big people on too. You know, like Matthew McConaughey did an episode 4 months ago. Yeah, let's see who else here.
He's done one doing Tim Pool, dude.
You know, Theo Vaughn. Let's see who else here. I'm looking for names that I know. Jelly Roll was on. I mean, he's a bigger name. Not super big though. And you know, like other notable names, like a lot of big celebrities have gone on. So I think that's what really like props the show up and makes it like a high achieving thing, which I agree. It is like a high achievement to get on Joe Rogan's show because there's a bunch of huge names on it for sure. And it's one of the world's largest podcasts. But, you know, that doesn't mean that everybody who goes on it is like A-list celebrity. But anyways, that's my thoughts on the subject matter. Yeah, but he had Tim Pool on?
Yeah, he had Tim Pool on.
When? I didn't know that.
This was a few years ago. You just go look up JRE Experience. It was literally one of them. You could just scroll down. It's not that further down from Ben Shapiro. You could just type in Tim Pool as well.
Yeah. He also had Kyle Kalinske on, right?
Yeah, he had Kyle Kalinske. That's also why.
I'd like to watch that episode. I'd watch that.
Yeah, it's actually a good episode.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he's very obviously on the right. Like that's clear.
Yeah, especially after COVID.
Oh yeah.
I think Kyle Kalinske might have been prior to COVID.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I mean, it is 5:37 p.m. out here in Colorado. I actually have to start making dinner and go see my grandparents. I'm gonna thank a couple people here real quick. I'll give you mic to you if you have anybody to thank them, Parker. Then we'll probably hop off. Candy Cat, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. Candy Cat, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Candy Cat with a 50 says, I've always found it as good on your character that you're respectful of religion when you argue with others, and your personal arguments don't mock their personal religious beliefs. It is something that I've always liked when watching your lives. Well, thank you so much, Candy Cat. Yeah, here's my thoughts on that. I have a lot of respect for religion as a concept. I really do. I am very infatuated with the history of the Christian church. I've always really loved to do religious studies. And it's something that I think is awesome in many aspects, but not in all aspects. And then that's where this next sentence comes in. When religion is manipulated from serving as a symbol of peace, love, and unity in hope of an everlasting afterlife, and then turned into this weapon of division and hate and oppression, that's when, you know, like the gloves come off for me. That's when, you know, I stop being respectful, and that's when, you know, we start the condemnation and the counter-argumentation, you know, because religion has really been weaponized as a massive weapon of hate and oppression, and it still is until this very day, you know? Like, thank God for the rise of secularism in America. I would hate it so much if we were still living under a true, like, you know, like Christian state, quote unquote. Thank God for the rise of secularism in America. I'm going to need it to rise more, for sure, and I think that we need a global rise of secularism, you know? And it's not just like Christianity either, you know? It's like, honestly, I think maybe if someone were to ask me what's one of my gripes with some of the rhetoric I see on the left, it's maybe sometimes, now it's a very small, minute minority of people, but sometimes a minority of people will kind of purport this depiction that there's like everything wrong with Christianity, but then like nothing wrong with like Islam, for instance, you know? And I think like the base view is to recognize that all religions have a base set of followers who practice those religions ethically, and you should respect them, all of them, regardless if they're Muslim, regardless if they're Christian, Jewish, or whatever, okay? But simultaneously, all religions have another set of followers that are fundamentalists that practice those religions very unethically and use them as tools of oppression. And we see that in Christianity. We see the fundamentalist sects there. We see the fundamentalist sects in Judaism. We see the fundamentalist sects in Islam. And we need to push for multicultural secular democracies across the globe And then on the interpersonal level, we need to push for the benevolent practice of the pre-existing religions, like the super benevolent sects of Islam, the super benevolent sects of Christianity, the super benevolent sects of Judaism, so on and so forth. And like that is the view that everyone should hold to. And I don't know, maybe I'll talk about this more in future lives, but like I've really been going down the rabbit hole of like theocracies that exist today and theocracies that have existed historically, and actually how it's a fact that there has been a lot of Christian destabilization that has led to Islamic totalitarian theocracies. That's very interesting. And that even in like America, we don't owe it to Christianity that we don't have, you know, we're not like forcing people to only be Christian and oppressing everybody who isn't as like a regulated government policy. I think that we do that socially and implicitly. I'm talking explicit policy. We owe it to secularism, but I don't know. It's a very interesting topic that I like to explore. That was a lot of yap. My bad, folks. Crystal, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Appreciate you so much for the love, Crystal. And then also, William, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Michael, thank you. Thank you so much for another $100 donation, dude. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's down below in that comment section. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Michael. And then Michael says private note, so I will keep your message to myself, man. Thank you so much for love, dude. Show some fucking love to Michael, dude. You're awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Summer, thank you for the $20 who says been watching for a few months. Fighting the good fight, my friend. Oh, thank you so much, Summer. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for the love. Then Tara, thank you for the $10 as well on Venmo. Who says, Dean, I cooked a bunch of ICE supporters alive on my community subreddit yesterday. Thanks to what I've learned from you. Base, Tara. Mitzi, thank you for the $5. Delaney, thank you so much for the $10. Then Danielle with a 7. Gabriella with a 10. And Nina with a 5. And then Lori with a 10. Thank you guys so much. Then G. Corey, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Who says, keep scamming us, Dean and Parker. We're scamming you so hard. And it looks like we're caught up. Parker, did you have anything to add on?
Just one person, Kenzie. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Kenzie in the comment section. That's it. That's all I had to think.
Awesome. Well, for everybody tuning in, I appreciate you so much for being here. Unfortunately, I wasn't watching the clock. I have to run over to my grandparents like right now. But I was gonna do this, and I yapped, so it's my fault. But folks, I think that we're like $500 away from our goal for our fundraiser for Adam. If you'd like to, please consider donating to Adam. He has been one of both me and Parker's community's mods for years now, and he's been battling cancer for the last 2 years. And during his battle with cancer, he's been left with picking up the brunt of the bill for the treatment and of the housing facility that he's living at to receive said treatment because he hasn't been eligible for disability or Medicaid. Now, he is finally eligible for disability and Medicaid, and that's hopefully going to kick on March 1st, and there's going to be back pay involved. It's going to be good for him, okay? But we want to get him to March, okay? So we started the fundraiser, and we're really close. So if you want, go support Adam. You can find that in a link tree in my bio on TikTok, and you can find that in the description over on YouTube. Parker, I appreciate you so much for joining. I hope you have a good rest of your night, man.
I appreciate you, man. I'm about to hop on live. Appreciate it, man.
Oh, you're what the hell?
Yeah, I'm still gonna do like an hour.
What the fuck, really?
Yeah, bro.
Damn, dude. Holy cow, this guy's a machine. Yeah, bro, go live. I'll send a raid.
Alrighty, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right, yeah, man. You take care. Holy crap, man. Parker's a machine, dude. Wow, I could never. All right, well, go raid Parker. He's going to be on @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube, and yeah, wow, dude, holy shit. I don't know how he does it. I don't know. Very impressive. All right, love you all. Head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube. Peace and love, folks. Good night and goodbye.